All right, we're live on San Miguel TV. Welcome everybody, and welcome back to brothers and sisters, former ICGJC members. We're gonna have a lot of them today. We got a few right now. If y'all want to introduce yourselves, I guess clockwise, starting with Lobo. Welcome back, brother. How you doing?
Thank you for having me. As you guys may know, I go by Lobo, but formerly known as Jacol. Um, yeah, I'm here again. Thank you for having me back.
And a sister, former elect lady, Gabar Sharaya. Welcome back, sister.
Thank you, bro. Thank you again for having me back. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man, definitely. I mean, it's November 1st, so I wanted to do this like we did last year. Remember last year, Lobo, you were on. We had a bunch of brothers on.
Yeah,
So we're gonna get more people on in a minute. I saw Ty Mexico on. He might get on here. We got brother Brooklyn Outlaw in the building. Former ICG
let's get it.
Orlando. We got Florida. Yeah, the brother Lobo's from Florida. The sister's from Baltimore. We got a lot of years in the ICGJC amongst three of us. But man, we were talking about something that's very important. I don't know if you just want to put that out there already. Sister, maybe you want to start it off and talk about that because that's something that we want first and foremost to get out so a lot of people know. We're trying to do something for the people that have been affected by the ICTJC. So, if you could start it off, maybe talk about that because that's something that we're trying to get people's names and really down to do something. So what exactly do you think we could do, sister? That you're talking about a class action lawsuit.
Yeah. As I was saying, from the last show that we did, the last three shows, I had a few young women and men reach out for me. And in their reaching out for me, the conversations was very intriguing because we were talking about, again, the psychological trauma that they had experienced since being out of there. And then one of the young ladies in particular that I spoke with, she should be on the call or will be getting on. She has a situation where, again, she's dealing with some custody issues, and she's just one of many. And I feel intrigued to get as many names and numbers. Her and I, we sat down and we came to the table, and what we decided to do is, by her being already stationed in New York, she is going to go after three Jewish synagogues just to see if we can get a paper trail of what their thoughts is when it pertains to the ICGJC. But we're also having a couple of sisters in Philly who's dealing with some similar issues, and they're still connected, very connected. So they got intel of certain things that's going on that shouldn't be going on, allegedly. But the goal is to ultimately get as many names, numbers, emails, petitions together. If people can just write their experience. And I know I get it, y'all. A lot of us don't want to really revisit that. But a lot of us, in order for us to really heal, I'm talking about in its entirety, we have to revisit it. So I'm thankful again, Miguel, for you hosting these platforms for us to come on and just share and talk about some of our experiences, what we're feeling now, where do we go from here? Because that's more what I'm interested in. Not so much of what took place, but how we move forward from here. How we move forward. So I'm asking anybody out there, anybody that joined the live, or anybody that you are familiar with, Miguel, or you, Lobo, that might be interested in just giving their name and their email so that I can have create a database for those of us. And again, like I said, we thinking about this class action lawsuit. And I know that it was pursued at one point, but like I was just saying, I think this is the time because, y'all, believe it or not, and it's going to take us into that whole raid situation, but believe it or not, I believe and I feel like we should be compensated. And I mean, it's one thing to do lives, and it's one thing for us to talk about it, and it's one thing for us to express ourselves, but it's another thing for us to really move forward in a way that we can be compensated. Even if it's just a matter of the ICGJC being more thoroughly investigated, being more thoroughly looked into, the children being looked into, some of the families, some of the wives, because believe it or not, you got a lot of miserable ass people in there.
That's for sure. And that would be the best way to move on, because it just becomes an echo chamber where we constantly talking about this and we talking about that, and it's like there's no real actions. There's nothing, like, I mean, this is good enough, I think, for some people, but I think for others, we need to go a step forward and actually show that this was a organization that was like given the green light, the tax exempt by the government, and we ended up being duped by this very organization that the government is pretty much, it's like there's got to be something, maybe, I don't know, but I don't know. You were talking about some of that, Lobo. I don't know if you want to talk about that a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna talk about it, but I'm gonna keep the brother's name anonymous because I know he doesn't feel he just doesn't feel like he wants to be publicly, vulnerable to the people that still in, and wishing bad on them. You know how it is when you leave the church. What I mean, you're antichrist, you're this, you're that. So I understood. He spoke to me very little about it. And he was like, bro, I'm still fucked up. You know what I mean? I actually called him. I said, hey, man, we're doing this live today. He's like, nah, man, I'm good. I'll probably just watch, which is good. You know what I mean? But everybody hurt is different. I know the sister she has a fire spirit, but some of the brothers went through hell. You know what I mean? And some brothers don't. Man, fuck it. Like me, man, fuck that money, man. You got me. You know what I mean? But so everybody heals differently. I mean, the class action, like how I feel about it was, at first I was all with it. I was fresh out. I was mad. I wanted my money back, but in all honesty, man, people been dropping like flies out there.
You've been out since like 2015 or something like that, right?
14.
Okay.
14, 10 years, man.
Yeah. I'm right around there too, man. I think we both like disconnecting at the same time, because I was a believer for a while, even though they suspended me, and they were like, you could come back pending the comforter's judgment or whatever. But I was
His
put
mercy.
out. I was put out because I wasn't at that building, in their building, at the Sabbath, and to them, not being in a building means you're not keeping the Sabbath. So,
Right, you're defiling the Sabbath.
Yeah, but I wonder if that makes a difference also, because for me, I left. I didn't get put out. I left, but I was tortured while I was there. I was put under a gag order and everything. So I was tortured. So I get it. And it's not so much so about the money, y'all. For me, I guess because I'm a humanitarian, I'm still thinking about some of the people in there who really wish they had a way out.
Yeah, there's a brother that found his way out. He's on right now. It's Brooklyn Outlaw. This is my guy right here. He's been on here before. Welcome back, brother. How you doing?
Yeah, no doubt, bro. What's going on? How y'all doing? How's everybody doing?
Good, brother.
Good, man. You sound real good, by the way. The audio's clear.
Oh, word.
Yeah, man.
So yeah, we about to talk about their 9/11, as they would say.
Yeah,
yeah, their 9/11. Never forget, right?
Y'all know what was frustrating about the whole November 1st thing for me? And this is just me being transparent. I think what did it for me was after it took place, after the whole raid took place, then we were confronted with a video off of his cell phone telling us that the raid took place because of our righteousness.
Yeah, that's when he started saying the time of Jacob's trouble and all that bullshit.
Right.
Entire time the place got raided because of wickedness.
Right. Everything was always some like Satan. They'll blame it on Satan. We didn't build the university to 144,000 because Satan. They had all these false promises, man. That's one of the worst things you could do to somebody, is just give them straight up false promise. You completely break their confidence or their hope and faith in people. Not not that some cases, yeah. The longer I always say, the longer you stay in there, the worse it is. You gotta
Yeah.
lie. You gotta force yourself through it and lie to yourself. Why?
Yeah.
That's how it was for me, bro. I wanted to leave for mad long. It was so routine that I just
Yeah.
kept going.
Yep.
And
You
I
know,
didn't leave because of my husband. My husband was there, and I didn't want to, quote unquote, interrupt the household. So it was like I can't just leave. But my mind was already gone. Once I got put under that gag order, it was a wreck for me.
yeah. I mean, I have a similar story. I mean, I left on my own too. My cousin let him tell a lie. He said I got put out.
Yeah,
But
that's what they gonna always say. I left
yeah,
on
Yeah,
my
they
own too.
say
I
the
left.
spirit of Christ puts you out. That's what they say. Yeah, the Lord put you out of there. It was
yeah,
God who
exactly.
squeezed
It
you
was
out.
still God. It was still
I
God.
ended up leaving the November before he died. I left in November, and like I said, I was there for months, and I would be, on security, on the looking at them on the big ass TVs they had, like satellite shit, and I'd be
Yeah,
like, every time he says something, I'm like, man, get the fuck out of here, bro.
Yeah.
I started seeing it was bullshit, and I wasn't believing nothing he was saying. Every time I have that little smirk, you know how you put your lip to the side, you be like, yeah, right, fuck out of here.
Yeah.
and the
Yeah.
brother that I just recently spoke to, we were just talking about this. You know what I mean? He was telling me like the crazy shit that was still happening in there while he was in there. I said, you know what? It was God that took me out of there because if I was there while these things were happening, I wouldn't let y'all just assume that I was an antichrist. I would have got up in the middle of the fucking class and told all y'all going the fuck off and would have walked out.
But
But
here's the thing:
it's
they say
crazy to me.
they say we antichrist, right? But in order to be antichrist, you have to be literally antichrist. We was
Against Christ.
anti-Cappadocia.
Yeah, but to them, he's the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He is Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah,
In their eyes, let
yeah.
them tell it.
Exactly.
He's the holy shit. That's what he is.
Sausage fingers.
Yeah.
Y'all remember that?
Disciples,
They used to,
deceptive or disciples.
they used to
Oh man.
record when you went to the bathroom, bro. They would see how long you was in the bathroom. That's how crazy the shit got.
Yeah, yeah,
Wow.
yeah. No,
You
they
know,
were doing that before I left. They were doing that. They were asking us all types of kind of questions, man. Like what time you get off. They're asking everything, man. How long it takes for you to get ready. How far you live from the church. I'm like, man, come on, man. It got really bad.
Yeah,
Right before I left.
they wanted to see your pay stubs, see how much money you
Yeah,
make.
they wanted this. Yeah, they really wanted to see face stuff. No, but that didn't happen when I was there. Thankfully, it didn't happen when I was there.
They had to do that with certain brothers. Certain brothers that were on different rules and different, whatever. And then, if they weren't paying, they started realizing, oh, this brother's money is tithes are diminishing every week. Then it's like, oh, what's going on, brother? You're not available for you to work, and you're not bringing in money. So if you're not at work, well,
What are you
you're not,
doing?
huh?
Either, yeah. What are you doing? Like, if you're not doing the Lord's work, you're doing other work. So where's the money in? Where's the money in?
man, it
You
was
know,
so abusive. It was so abusive. Like the amount of abuse that we set up under, talking about this is God. Like a lot of us only went in there.
God be God.
Yeah, we only went in there though. Honestly, I know I did. I went in there because I thought that was the truth. I thought this is where the Most High dwells. And some of us had pure hearts going into this place, and we got duped.
We gotta do.
Yeah.
We got
I
We
duped.
gotta do.
remember, hey, from y'all brothers from Florida, y'all remember Moth?
Ahmad, yeah, that's my brother, man. I love that brother, man.
Yeah,
Big
well,
brother. Love Ahmad.
yeah,
Yeah, good
Moth.
brother.
What he used to do was when you didn't have your funds, he would come and talk to you and be like, "You don't love God." He would tell people that they don't love God because they didn't have their funds or they didn't pay something on time. And then come to find out, when I got raised up to a higher rank and I was able to be amongst the leadership, I seen he wasn't paying shit.
Yeah.
I like, how dare you go to people and tell them they don't love God? And these are people that really did believe. You know what I'm saying? How can you tell them they don't love God and then you ain't paying your shit?
That's exactly what my cousin told me. He said, "So you're gonna pick work over God?" I said, "Yeah."
Mm.
I said, if you're gonna say it like that, because this is how they get you. It's a yes or no question. Anything else is that anything outside of that is evil. I said, okay,
Right, right,
well,
right.
let me explain. Okay, you want the answer? Yeah, I am picking that because there's also scripture that says don't tempt God. So if I know that if I'm gonna miss work, this is fuck ties, fuck everybody, fuck where I live, fuck my kids. You know what I mean? You mean to tell me that based on your judgment right now because you're over me, that if I decide to go to work and not take care of an order or whatever because of whatever you have a power trip or whatever, that I don't love God, that I'm picking work over God? No, I'm not. I'm picking work over man because you're trying to give me an unjust fucking order. And then when I explain this to the higher ups, brother, you didn't keep the order. You're off. All you had to do is keep the order and come back and report them. Then what? It's just gonna get swept right under the fucking rug. This is after I already went fucking goddamn homeless. You know what I mean? I was like, listen, I'm not like anybody else over there. I had nobody to depend on. You know what I mean? And I already had a family and it was growing. Man, fuck that. I'm not going homeless, man. Fuck that.
That's another thing, bro. You know how many people been in homeless shelters? Now, mind you, we dealing with God. That's what they say.
God.
You know how many people been in homeless shelters? How many sisters on food stamps, housing, all of this stuff? But we dealing with God. You know, it just the math didn't math for me. But because I was always being told that I was a quote unquote rebel, I was always bucking. I was always getting in trouble for bucking. I just had questions and they wasn't being answered. And when they couldn't answer them, they would tell me, go home and ask your husband. And then my husband would tell me, just wait on God.
Yeah, man. It's too much waiting. Too much waiting. The brother that I was talking about also told me that they were still collecting um the not the priest fund, the Passover fund for the cathedral that was supposed to be built. I was like, damn, they were still collecting that 2-3 years ago. He said, yep, they were still collecting that shit.
That's crazy.
I said, that's madness. That's madness.
How you gonna
Man,
be
they taking
collecting
too
that?
tight.
Like after it comes out that now we're going to Israel, how you still going to be collecting funds or whatever for a building that's supposed to be on this side of Babylon? That doesn't make any sense. I don't know. That's crazy.
That shit
Guys,
makes no
I can
fucking
still
sense.
hear you guys. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I can still hear you guys.
All right, no doubt.
It's
Yeah, just
buffoonery.
crazy. We got a few people on here from Baltimore. That's Russell Lewis. This is a good brother here. His whole family left that place, and they're not hurt. These people are doing well. You know, like they're still a happy family. They weren't able to break them up, which is good because
Yeah,
that's one of the worst things that happens in there is that they'll break you up. They'll break a family up. You know what
yes.
I mean? That's one of the worst things to me. Yeah, but welcome here, welcome back, Russell G. Lewis. Tiffany Marie says she said after a while I stopped paying 20%. They got what I wanted to give. That's how I was doing it, and that's how you know something's wrong there. When you gotta kind of hide that you don't want to pay it, and you know it's wrong, but you still doing it or trying to do it halfway, and they're gonna call that you being lukewarm, brother. But it's really that place is, tries to take over for what God is, and people are just honestly wanting to search for God. After Tazadakia died, though, I thought the spell would be broken. I knew it wouldn't be broken immediately, but I still thought that there would be a remaining core membership, just like Yahweh Ben Yahweh's. It's very similar to that. It's still a core membership, like I don't know, maybe a few thousand, maybe 1,000, maybe several hundred. But there's a good amount of followers of Yahweh Ben Yahweh. You would know, Lobo, because you're in Miami. You
Yeah.
probably would. I don't know if you
Well,
see.
you know what it seemed like to me, that they made it easier to keep the followers, because now they, at least from what I see, like I told you, I don't want to give too much information. I don't want to bring problems to my household. But there's a member that I'm related to that's still in the church, a couple of them, and I hear them every week. You know what I mean? So they don't have to go to the church physically. They could just get on, on the computer and listen in. I was like, shit, man, I wish we had that when we were there. You know the sacrifice and the time that we had to do. Mind you, we did unit work from Monday to Thursday, then show up on Friday to teach class. Then we sat there for God knows why till like 2 o'clock in the morning. Then go drive another hour home. Then have to wake up by 6 to be there by 7 to get everything ready. And we sit there all day. And then we go out and go hold camp. And then Sunday we'll be there in the Hebrew Academy. Like, I mean, bro.
Has anybody asked the question? Is anybody really thinking critically? Ask the question, why after COVID, quote unquote, died down, and all of the other churches, all of the different other organizations, the religious organizations went back to church, why didn't they open back up from that perspective? Is anybody even questioning that
Well,
from that aspect?
from my understanding, and I don't know, I could be wrong, but I think they were scared because Tazadaki gave that order, because he was scared of catching the COVID, the vid, and how ironic that he died from it. So I think that's what kept them. I think that's what kept them away from congregating. I'm telling you, my kids were homeschooled for almost 3 years, even after COVID. I mean, I just recently put them back in school because we had to, bro. You know what I mean? We had to. I mean, what we doing? We secluding our kids, and all they hear is this. You know what I mean? It's not healthy, bro. It's not healthy. And this is what I'm doing.
My theory is they don't want to pay rent on them buildings, bro.
But they still are, though.
They
still are.
They still
are.
Rent. They still paying the rent. But what I think is going on, y'all, and a little birdie, because again, I can't call certain names, but I don't believe they're supposed to be operating.
No, because during the court documents that they were supposed to, set them up right. They were supposed to put like a board, members of a board, and all this and all that. I don't know if they did it or not, but that was part of the court documents from what I read.
It was like part of the
agreement. Yeah.
The whole plea deal. The plea deal was
that he stepped down, and they
and they were supposed to put him on salary too.
Yeah, because
So did y'all know that Prince?
Make sure you give everybody out here. Make sure you give the video a like. I just want to put that out there. But yeah, go ahead, sister.
Did y'all know that Prince was supposedly be running it now?
Prince, the son,
the oldest son.
Oh wow,
that's the
kid I never heard that.
That's the kid that he had outside of the other kids with Tanisha. I
thought he had it with Tanisha, the older one. The one that was in the yellow garment when he came out with the young officer.
I wonder if Prince is from Nisha. I know there's an older one. Whoever's the oldest one, he had from another wife, because there was a DVD one time where he said, I thought I found a woman, but she turned out to be the devil. He was saying that like in 2004. I remember, I forget what DVD that is. I was asking somebody.
Nah, that kid can't be that old. Yeah, I mean, he's barely like 20 now. Yeah.
Who you talking about, Prince?
The one that I think. There was only one Prince that I know. He had the yellow garment.
Yeah, he like 20.
He had braids, right?
He between 20 and 22.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Prince is
I remember that. I was actually there. That was the Holy Rank review. That's when he introduced him as his son. That's how I knew that he had a son in the church. And he was talking about that he put his kids to like like some crazy ass regiments. That's what he said. Rigor was the actual word that he said.
Like rigorous regiments.
Rigorous regiments, yeah. And we were like, what? Like, I mean, even to me, I was like, damn, these kids got it worse than us. Imagine, I mean, we deal with this on the outside. Imagine living with the guy.
Yeah, it must have been real crazy. I mean, at least when he was there, because there was a lot of times he wasn't even around. Nisha was like always pissed off about that. And he would let the kids celebrate like Halloween and stuff. You know?
Damn, that's crazy. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
that's crazy. I mean, the shit that I hear now, bro, that shit just pisses me the fuck off.
Right, because he was doing a lot of stuff.
Remember that there was a Father's Day card found in the van. Remember, it was a Father's Day card. Like, you're not supposed to be celebrating that. So, you know, it's like he was changing the rules for everybody. But
what, it was condoms in the van. It was condoms in the van. He was using condoms. He was dealing with the holy women. You know, it was just a lot of wicked stuff. But y'all know what I didn't know? I did not know that back in the day when he first came into play, that there was an order in place that some older men were able to get with sisters as long as they were 12 and over.
I don't know about that one. Yeah. I know they taught that, but I remember him saying it on a DVD. If I'm not mistaken. He said, "Not during this time, but in God's kingdom, it will be nothing wrong with it."
But that's what was talking about. He had a holy woman at his wife's house, living in the basement.
I mean, what he was doing versus what he was saying is two different things. But
yeah,
I remember
totally different. Yeah, he would do something and then say something else. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Basically giving us orders and he's not following. He's being a hypocrite.
Yeah, because he was at a major conference.
I mean, he was smart. Don't get him twisted. He was smart.
Yeah, he threw out at a major conference one time. He was like, they got to be 18. You know what I'm saying? So he told that to the congregation, but what he did was something else.
Yeah, and I remember one time a brother had asked about concubines. Is it okay to have concubines? And I remember he shut the brother down. He was like, no. He's like, no. I forgot what was the actual explanation, but he was like, nah, brother, that's for later, something like that. But all along, you got him on the fucking DVD, and he's with a white girl on fucking South Beach. Bro, that shit blew my mind. That shit blew the fuck out my mind.
Yeah.
It was in my backyard. He was in my backyard, just in a Lambo, just hanging out with our money.
Yeah, that money, like, I don't expect to see that money back, but it don't hurt to try and do something. I'm definitely always down to help somebody. Like, if I gotta write an affidavit to help somebody, I'll do that about the church and all of that. You know, and that's all we're trying to do. We're trying to get like 30 people to do that. I think we could come up with 30 people. You know, for everybody that's listening right now, you know, if you're down to do this, you know, there's some sisters that need help, and you know, it might be overkill, but anything to help these families out, because like this place is destroying families, man. And there's a sister that you know, I think like they're trying to use Facebook pictures of her, you know, like dress a certain way, you know, and all this stuff. Crazy.
It's bad. It's bad, Miguel.
Mother and like.
You can't do that, brother. The ACU gonna call you a damn snitch, brother. You snitching on God's church.
You're a turncoat.
Right. Man, don't nobody care about all of that. Let's talk about where the hell all our documents went on November 1. When they came out the church with all them damn trash bags and all of the information and all the money and all the crates, and where did that go? Because I ain't gonna lie, and I know I might be reaching when I say this, but I used to think sometime, was he really a part of that shit?
Right. I don't know. Sometimes
them niggas acting like the church was a damn street organization, bro. You snitching.
Yeah, right. If there was nothing being done wrong, we would have nothing to say. Nobody would have anything to say.
Man, this man was so paranoid. He said that the people next door, remember the building next door, they had the I don't know, GPS or some shit. They said that, oh, those are new high tech things trying to listen into the Sabbath.
Remember that? I remember that. So he was very paranoid,
There's a
man.
sister on right now. Yeah, she said she's been in court all year dealing with those hypes in there. Yeah, man, there's a lot of this is not just like one sister, it's like multiple sisters going through the same thing. It's like they put an order out, like put a hit out on former members, even if
That's
like
crazy.
they got kids, like it's like they're dividing the kids, they're pulling the families apart, and like the kids. That's like one of the most traumatic things. Like there's adults like till this day that talk about one of the most traumatic things in their life was having to choose between their parents when they were young and stuff. Like I hear that sometimes.
Thank God I'm not going through that.
But you know, it's not just sisters, Miguel. It's not just sisters because two brothers reached out for me. One of the brother wife is in. He's out. And she's taking him through a whole lot of unnecessary changes, wanting a divorce now because she's being instructed that she can divorce because he's not in there. It's just a lot of divide and conquer. It's a lot of confusion. It's a lot of bullshit. And again, I'm here to help. So I want to just put it out there for any sister or any brother. I'm open. I'm giving my phone number out because I'm in it for the long haul. And again, you can't miss nothing you ain't never had. So it ain't like I can miss some money that I haven't had. But when I think about all the thousands upon thousands that I put in there, paying too tight. Why the hell was we paying too tight?
Yeah.
Because Tobit's sister, Tobit.
Come on, sis.
Like the brother said from Baltimore, Russell G. Lewis said, yo, but we were paying Passover tithes, and when we go to the Passover, they'll read the scripture that says you're not supposed to come to the Passover empty-handed, but we've been paying Passover tithes all year.
Right.
So
you know what's the crazy thing?
Passing around a bucket.
The crazy thing is that when they were selling
why are we still paying Passover tithes on Passover?
Right.
You got paid that week.
You see, in the scripture, Christ was turning tables over because they were selling stuff in the temple, but yet they selling everything. They got T-shirts, DVDs, unleavened bread, all kind of shit.
Why didn't some of that
scripture? Remember, that was Tobit. Remember, that's what he wanted to do.
Listen, why didn't some of that money go like if we a nation? And I'm figuring where was the land? We should have had some land. We should have been all out there working together because we a nation now. We supposed to have been doing some big shit, and it wasn't. It was bullshit.
Yeah, it was Tazadaki doing domination of us.
Witchcraft.
Indoctrination.
Yeah, man. Hey, look, check this out. This man was convicted of taking all his bread. They found that he was taking all his bread, but the government didn't hit him for stealing from us. They hit him because they didn't get their cut. Why didn't you pay taxes on this bread? They didn't care he stole from us. That wasn't the point. The point was you didn't give us our cut.
Right.
They didn't give a damn about what he did to us.
Tax invasion.
Lying to the people. Got all the people thinking, we don't get nothing from the government. We don't get, nigga, you've been 501c3 since the 70s.
The reason why is the same reason why they do it the same as drug dealers. You know what I mean? They know they selling drugs. Hey, man, where's our cut? All right. I mean, he cut a deal. You know what I mean? He cut the deal. And, it's fucked up. He brought the brother that I also talked about earlier, also had told me one of the reasons why he left is because he actually went and read the court documents. And he said what did it for him is when Tazadakia, gave his impact statement, when he said that he came into this hate group as a young man. And then he was like, a hate group? Yeah. And then I forgot that I remember reading that, but I also was not in his shoes. Like, imagine you being in there and then you read it for yourself. You know what I'm saying? Nobody, listen, them people ain't going to just, they have a person, typing up the minutes. People ain't going to just put words in there because they feel like it. No, this is what's coming out of your mouth at that same time. Man, I came into this hate group.
So he pretty much read it out. Abba Bivens, Arya, and Shaw. He really ratted them out. And if you do your homework extensively, you find out that even back when Arya was a little boy and his father and Abba Bivens and them was running it, that shit was all a scheme back then. You just got to do your homework, but you being taught. You can't go do your homework. You can't investigate. You can't study. You can't look up certain things. Y'all, this shit been going on for a long time.
Yeah, that's right. And
fuck them people, bro.
That's a legal document. That's a legal document. That's why when I first got my hands on that, I read it, and you can see him at his weakness. Like this is in rare form. I said this is Jermaine Grant in rare form because he had to be very, like you getting spanked by the legal system, and you got to be like, I got to make a plea deal. So he had to be honest. He had to be honest.
Yeah, but he was lukewarm. But he was lukewarm. He was one step in and one step out. He wanted to show up. He wanted to show up in a full garment with fucking scriptures to make foolery of the judge, and the prosecutor called him out on it.
He capped right out.
Lied. Said no, that was a misprint. Man, ain't no damn misprint. We know, bro. You fuck up on his garment, that you excommunicated, bitch.
He copped straight out. He copped
He was copping pleas, bro. He was scared. He like a little bitch in there. As much as he want to talk tough and be in there in the congregation and speak down on people and everything, when he went to the court, he was like a little bitch, man, crying about everything.
I was in a hate group.
He had everybody write the judge letters. The Judge Martini.
I'm not mad at the fact that he was a bitch because I'm copping out too, bitch. You know what I mean? Fuck that, bitch. I'ma scream. If you know what I mean? Like but he's not really on that. He was just stealing money from a church. You know what I mean? It's not like he was dealing drugs or nothing like that. But he was gonna be facing some time.
I hear what you're saying, son. But he would come back to us in class and he would say how big he talked.
How much
he was doing all that.
But don't read the document.
Right, and then you find out this dude was crying like a little bitch.
Yeah,
he was crying like a little bitch.
You should have seen they were scared of me. Nobody wanted to look in my direction. All this shit he was talking tough.
Yeah,
and then you find out, you was copping please, little bitch.
You know what's funny?
Somebody told me he like before he went in for the plea. I don't know if I heard it from Injustice League or somebody who had just recently like left while that was happening. But he came back and he told the congregation that he had no choice. He says, "This is what they have on me." He says, "If I fight, I'm still gonna lose." He says, "I'm gonna have to accept this and blah blah blah." Basically, prepping everybody up. Hey man, I'm gone. And it was like, still, bro. You know what I mean? What happened to being a prisoner of Christ?
No.
What happened to being judged unjustly?
Because of righteousness.
What happened?
Yeah, come on, man. Take that for the team. Yeah, take that for the team, bro. Fuck you talking about? We don't lay down.
Yeah,
man, fuck that.
Yeah.
Fuck that. When I'm out there holding camp, you think I'm worried about getting my ass whooped? No, we finna get this ass whooped together. But that's where I come from. You know what I mean? Right. That's where I come from. I ain't running. We finna take this ass whooping together. Like a man.
I feel you.
For Christ. You know what I mean? For Christ. We're prisoner of Christ. Man,
everything was for Christ. Everything was for Christ.
Everything that man did is just.
It was just for Christ. You couldn't even go. Sisters can't even go to the church and get help with a gas and electric bill. Brothers can't even go get help with certain things without giving a whole dissertation of why they need the money. Come on now, all the money people putting in, and you mean to tell me I need a little help with my rent, or I need a little help with my electricity bill, and I can't get it? Come on now, man.
It was a selective few. If you're up there all the time and he sees your face, you'll get it. As a not recent, but I got help from the church, and I wasn't in. My wife asked for it because I didn't have it. I said, man, shit, you better go ask for it. Shit, I ain't got it. We about to get kicked out. You know what I mean? It was a financial crisis that happened, My father
Yeah.
had passed and shit. You know what I mean? Shit happened. I was like, man, shit, they about to kick us out, man. Go ask for it. They gave it to
Man,
us.
we had a whole house fire. Me and my
At
husband
least
had a
they could
whole
do that
house
for me.
fire.
Give me
Burnt
1 second. I'll be back.
everything, burnt down. We damn near lost everything. And the church could, and I was out at the time, but my husband was scared to, when I think about certain stuff, it just be like, man, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. So everybody experiences is different, but they celebrating right now, November 1. They celebrating right now, and I think we should celebrate because we made it out. And we
Right.
still, a lot of us still got our right mind. We got some issues along the way, but for the most part, we got our right mind. So we got a right to celebrate too. You know?
Right.
Actually, Eva Stansberry, I think that what the Injustice League put out about, based on what her comment says, I think she's saying, but look at all those brothers that were in the courtroom with him. They heard everything and still came out the courtroom and still looked up to him and ran with his life. I thought I remembered the Justice League brothers that actually helped take down Tazadakia, with FBI and all of that. Some of them worked with the FBI. They were there, they were present when Tazadakia made a whole big scene, and he didn't.
Yeah.
He didn't.
He didn't allow the members go in. That's what I thought.
Well, so he didn't do what he was supposed to do that day because I think some of the members were there.
Yeah.
Or some of the former members, I think, is that how they worded it?
Yeah.
And then he came back like the next day and did it real quick on the low or
To
something.
to turn himself in, to do the plea deal.
The plea deal, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Speech, because now
No, but I think one of the brothers from the Justice League caught wind of it and got and was there. I'm not sure, but
yeah.
I thought that's how it happened.
It was a few brothers that were there. That's why they caught him afterwards outside. But that was the day where he, I think, said that he refused, and the judge was confused. But they said his lawyer was trying to talk to him, and the judge was like, "I thought you was doing a plea deal. I'm confused." And he didn't I don't know. He didn't want to go through with it because
he redacted. He didn't want to do it because the brothers was in there.
And then I guess it happened when they weren't there.
The next day.
Allowed to do that.
Something like that. You're right. Now I got a question. Now I remember he got convicted.
Yeah.
Now and he died shortly after. Now what did he die outside or was when he was incarcerated, or did he get incarcerated?
No, I heard he was in the hospital. He got sick. He had underlying issues. He had high blood pressure or diabetes or something. He had something going on. And I heard
he always had diabetes, but that's not the question. The question is he got right after he got convicted. I think he got convicted when 21, right?
2021. He got 2020, January of 2020.
20.
It was like January 28th, and then he got a 90-day surrender date. He got 90 days, bro. 3 months. Who gets that sweet deal like that? How you get a surrender? Bro, once you get convicted, you're supposed to go straight to
because he's putting his things in order. He's putting his whatever they call it.
I guess
your business in order.
I'm sure there's some legal process that lawyer knew, and that lawyer knew a lot of big time people in the city of New York.
All right, so 90 days. When did he die? Like after he got convicted? That's the question.
Remember, COVID hit like March 12th. He was supposed to surrender by like March 28th, I think it was, right?
The end of it, yeah.
And then he died April 1st, right? April 4th.
He already pled guilty though before that, because when I was in there, he had pled guilty, and I knew because I saw the transcripts and shit. I was trying to put my homeboy on, who passed away, rest in peace, Andy, but he wasn't trying to hear me. He was like, "Nah, that would have been all over the news." Like, son, he pled guilty, bro. He pled guilty.
Yeah, because he had an ankle bracelet on.
The brother from Orlando, the one who died from stomach cancer.
I don't know exactly what.
Axel? No.
Lamar Gabar.
Lamar Gabar.
Oh, Lamar Gabar. Okay.
Yeah. A lot of brothers that passed away.
I was telling him before I left, I was like, "Yo, son, pled guilty." And he was like, nah, that would have been everywhere. Like, bro, we're not allowed to look at shit.
Right.
That's why you don't see it.
That's crazy. It was
I already, like I said, I was already hearing it and knew what was going on. And it took me a minute to leave, man, because I was so used to going all the time. That shit was like routine. I don't even want to be there, but I would still go.
Brooklyn Outlaw, man. You sound familiar.
Yeah.
You from Orlando, right? You got Outlaw tatted on your arm?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I know who you are. It took me a second. Yeah. You got families in there, right? You got a brother or something?
Nah. Everybody's out of there. My kids and they moms and shit. They all out.
Yeah.
They been out though.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I remember you, brother.
I didn't know their mom was out.
Their mom been out.
Oh yeah, you're right. Well, I'm wild. Yeah.
Somebody in the comments, I think her name is Christine, just said something similar to what I said. She heard they're not supposed to be collecting money, but they still are. I'm telling you, it's something else to that. The way that they operating, because of everything that happened, they not operating totally on the up and up right now. They not.
So there was another thing that happened when I left, that not only that you have to pay your tithes, right, your Passover tithes, your regular tithes, but also you had to send it up. They wasn't, like you said, they wasn't supposed to collect any money, so they started collecting money orders.
Right. That's why.
And then they told the congregation that they had to pay for the money orders.
Yeah.
What kind of bullshit is that?
Bullshit.
So on top of my 20%, I have to pay to get the money to you? What the fuck? I say, thank God I wasn't there during this time. I'm telling you.
I think that was the stipulation that they had with the plea deal. That they can't.
Yeah, everything has to be. No.
Everything has to be tracked, because that's how you know they was doing it very slick, because nobody was allowed to pay cash. Nobody was allowed to pay with a money order or check. There was a brother that used to. I remember he asked, like, "Can I just pay with a check?" And they just try to make it seem like, "Oh no," because then it's gonna bounce or whatever. You know, they don't want to deal with that. Man, they know what the hell they were doing. And I guess some of the people were being naive in there that were collecting it and telling brothers to pay whatever. They didn't know what the hell was going on. But now on top of that, now you got more thieves. It's the damn den of thieves. You got more people stealing. I heard Basil was stealing. You know, like that's what was being said. Like they're not gonna tell you why Basil was whatever. They took away his rank, dethroned, and now I don't know. Like they're talking about there's gonna be some new leader. You know, like they're waiting on somebody, and of course, eventually somebody's gonna pop up and say, "Hey, I'm inspired by God too." You know, it's only a matter of time if they, they need some type of revival. So they're probably.
It'll be my cousin. Watch this shit.
It'll be my cousin.
I told y'all they said Prince, one of the young ladies who still got a close intel in there. They said Prince is running the show right now.
Wow,
and they associated Prince as being a second witness.
Wow.
But running it like how? He's like he can't wipe his ass right. I mean,
well, he is about 25. He's about 24, 25 years old with like 3 kids. And I don't know how that works. I don't know how that works.
Who's Elvis? There's somebody in there named Elvis, one of the top guys. I don't know, but
anonymous.
Right. But hey, I mean, I look at some of their doctrines, and I'm like, none of this ever made sense. And if you look at that whole 2 witnesses, that doctrine doesn't make sense because they were supposed to get power during this time. That's how the docket said they were supposed to have power, and then by 2020. They were supposed to be back in Israel. Like, literally said that, bro.
That's complete contradiction to the doctrine. I mean, everybody has their own disagreements on doctrine. That's fine. You know what I mean? I still believe it because just my love for it. I still hold my flag and I rep it high. You know what I mean? But to be full on to go to any organization, fuck that. Christ himself got to come down and talk to me, man. You
That
know what I
part.
mean?
That part.
Man, listen, I think I did my time, bro. You know what I mean? You got me off the street, cold turkey. I stopped selling drugs, stopped doing them. You know what I mean? I was there, wholeheartedly, man. You know what I
So
mean?
was that.
It was my brothers, man. Like I ride or die with them. And I still got love. I got mad love for a lot of them boys that's still in there, man. But I know they caught the fuck up. You know what I mean? But back to what I was saying. Yeah, but hey, man, 15 years, 20 years, man, it's hard, bro. Any gang member will tell you that when you want out, it's hard to get out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's not because somebody gonna do something physically to you. It's a mental warfare, bro. You know what I mean? Like I said, it took me 3 years just to detox myself, just to like fuck it, man. And then I had to realize that was God. Yeah, like they say, oh yeah, it was God. God brought you here. God also took you out. Yeah, you know what? I agree with that too. Because like I tell you, if I was there during the time, if I would have heard all this fucking garbage that was happening after I left, I would have been left. Yeah, y'all would have called me Antichrist right then and there. You know what I mean? But no, I left out there. I left with my face clean. You know what I mean? But I went on topic as far as it's straight contradiction towards what Tazadaki was teaching. Because the doctrine tells you no man knoweth the hour.
That's right.
Only God knows. So why is he putting time on anything? Who are you, bro? You're just a man. You know what I mean? The scripture tells you no man knoweth the hour. So what are you talking about? 2020, this and that. Bro, you don't know shit. You're just saying that.
Even Christ ain't know the hour, man.
Exactly.
That's why the scripture say he's gonna come like a thief in the night. Cause we don't know. You
Right.
don't know.
You can't speculate.
What are they saying though? Like, I guess I don't know if you would know, Lobo, but what are they saying about, like, didn't Tazadaki, because Tazadaki said that they were supposed to be back in Israel and the last Passover,
like 2020 something or something like that.
Yeah, like I don't understand how you can go back after that and say, well, no, or try to like rephrase it like they always do. Like, there's no way around that. Like, that's pretty clear right there. There's no way you can get around it and say, well, yeah, he meant spiritually or whatever the hell he's trying to say.
That's a whole doctrine of remixes, bro.
Yeah.
What they're gonna do is they're gonna redact everything that he said. They're gonna correct it. Oh, it's the Holy Spirit. It's the Holy Spirit. That's what he used to say when people will call him out on it. Oh, I heard you say this on this DVD or whatever. Well, the Holy Spirit put it on me to give you the new understanding. And It's like, bro, what the fuck? We all was here when you said that.
Yeah.
Whatever, man. It's a game, bro.
Yeah, it's definitely a game.
Didn't one time he came out and said that he doesn't even be remembering some of the things that he said because the Holy Spirit just takes over.
It took him in a trance.
And it's like, bro, you're in the middle of a class.
Nigga, that was a demon, nigga. That's what it was.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it sounds like. A little demon that you can't even control, whispering and you tell the congregation this thing and then you don't remember. Like,
not only that, Miguel. Think about y'all how, and I gotta go back here talking about that the trauma. But think about how he used to cuss brothers out for real. How he used to disrespect brothers and sisters right across the podium. You stupid brother, and you done this, brother, and you're demon this and you demon that. Can you think about that psychological abuse, y'all? How you in somewhere where God is supposed to be and you getting beat the hell up all the time?
I remember one time it was in Orlando. I don't know if Miguel maybe remember, but maybe Outlaw remembers. There was a brother that got kicked out because he was an antichrist, and I think his wife was still there for a long time. And then just out of the blue, he called the sister out. He's like, "You've been here long enough," or some shit. He told the sister, "It's time for you to go," just like that. It's time for you to go. Yeah, I heard that from multiple people. I was like, "Yeah, man, sister, you've been here long enough. Go."
He was a demon.
What the fuck? Man, I personally know the Kadashika. He was on the live with me and San Miguel the last time. I don't remember if we touched up on it, but this brother and I can witness. This brother was wholeheartedly just just genuine. He was all about the truth. I mean, he ain't had no kids. He ain't had, he gladly paid his tithes. You know what I mean? He stayed with his dad, so financially he was good. He was able to do this kind of thing. And his grandmother or grandfather had passed away, and that was that who raised him. And he had to go to Georgia like right away for the funeral. And they told him, he said, "Nah, brother, you can't go." They're like that. "Nah, brother, you can't go. You got to go up the council, see council." And he just went, and that's the reason why he got put out. Tazadaki put him out just for going to his funeral.
Because he had that bullshit, let the dead bury the dead.
Dumb shit. Don't know how many people miss their mother, father, siblings' funerals and shit because they didn't want to be quote unquote unclean. It was the same way when my mother died. They tried to say, okay, well, if you was in there when the spirit left her body, that made you unclean for 7 days. It didn't make me no never mind because that shit just was retarded. It was really retarded. A lot of the shit that he taught y'all, if you are astute from any perspective, you can look back now and be like, we went with some retarded ass doctrine. Some of that shit made absolutely no sense. And right now I'm wondering, is a lot of the brothers and sisters in there because they scared that God's gonna kill them and send them to hell, or are they scared because of the order?
No, they're scared of both. They're scared of both. I could say that. I mean, I mustered up a lot to say fuck it. You know what I mean? I had a whole family in there. I had a cousin that had a high rank. You know what I mean? He was Tazadaki, a little dance puppet. You know what I mean? So nah, and you know what I mean? Like for real.
No,
though, you know
I get it,
like,
dude. Dance puppet, I get it.
But all jokes aside, I also got away with stuff too. You know what I mean? And I seen that it was how close you can get up to the source. You know what I mean? Unless, you're there and you do something that, you can't come back from,
Listen, I hated sitting in them 42s. I hated being up with just when I became an elect lady and had the opportunity to go to the general sessions and be in there, and we had to literally judge people without having all of the details. Now, mind you, you would get judged in council, then you would be pushed to the 42 so that the 42 can judge you. And I used to hate that because you don't know all of this. You don't know the full scope of what really went on because you don't know what happened in the council. So you getting bits and pieces of whatever Tazadakia felt like his judgment wanted to be, and you just got made a fool of. You know how many brothers and sisters was made a fool of in those general assemblies? Ashley.
That's crazy because they had the 42 for a long time before they started doing that. I left right before that. They already had the 42 set up, but that 42 assembly where they judge people and all that, I was already out by then.
Yeah, speaking of that 42, there was a brother in Orlando that when I got the information, he got it as well. You know what I'm saying? But he basically got outed that he knew what happened with Tazadaki and all the bullshit, that he was lying. So he was supposed to go to a 42 meeting, and every week they kept for like a couple weeks he had to wait until he was summoned. So they kept asking him questions. They kept calling him, all the apostles, "Yo, what did they tell you? What did the brother tell you?" So he, wholeheartedly was in there. So he's telling them everything he knew. And right before that Friday, when he was going to go Sunday, they put him out because he couldn't go in front of everybody and tell everybody everything he knows. The brother got put out Friday. Like, I was heading home. It was like 11 something at night. I'm heading home, and they put the brother out. I called one of the leaders in Orlando. I'm like, "Yo, what's going on?" And he like, "Yeah, he got put out." I was like, "For what?" He didn't have his day in, supposedly court, whatever. I'm like, yo, that's not cool, man. That's when I was like, man, fuck that. I gotta go, man. I gotta get out this place.
Yeah, man, it's crazy because it's another topic that I, really briefly talked to that brother about. And before I left, they didn't do like half the shit, like court, right? Court. And then they came out with a basketball league and shit. But it's
Mm-hmm.
like, bro, I thought the scripture says, "Be not of the world." Don't we, as a matter of fact, as the scripture says, if it appears evil, it's evil. Something like that. I'm paraphrasing.
Stay away from the appearances of evil.
Of evil, right? So, but they say that America is the great Babylon, but everything you do is mimicking America. The IDs, remember the IDs I never used. The passport looks just like the American passport. The fucking nation's flag looks like the American fucking flag, just opposite. I mean, and then you had a fucking national basketball team. Bro.
A brother actually got put out because it was from Baltimore. Baltimore was kicking New York's ass in the basketball league. It was the NBL. He called it the NBL.
The NBL.
Oh my god. That's what he called it. Brothers got put out. They were like, "Hey, that's good, man." And the doctor was getting, like easy calls. He was there fixing the games. How you fix
Chief, he went so far, Ty the doctor went so far as telling brothers at the NBL, if they had tattoos on their arms and shit, they had to cover their arms up. They had to wear arm sleeves. If brothers had tattoos in the NBL game, he used to make them cover their whole damn arms up just so their tats won't
I never heard that one before.
Yeah.
Yeah, not even in the NBL. That was just regular class as well. Because even I had to cover up my tattoos when I was in security.
I never heard that, bro.
Yeah, like I said, I was at the 2019, so I seen a lot of extra bullshit.
That came later then, right?
Yeah.
I had a neck tattoo forever, man. They never tell me to wear a turtleneck.
No. I don't know if you would have been able to cover that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but
crazy.
Yeah, they had me wearing like a sleeve and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay. I think I remember that now. I mean, I don't think I remember you talking about it or something like that, maybe. But I never seen that because I was out by 2010. I wasn't there when the raid happened. Lobo, you weren't there when the raid happened. But especially you were there when that raid happened in Brooklyn Alpha. There has to be a lot of things that changed after that for sure. Like that dude, you know what happened also, because they talk about how we got put out or whatever. The brother right here left. People actually left on their own will. And guess what?
I actually could have came back. They put me on for 30 days.
There you go. There you go.
I was able to come back. I decided not to come back. That was still God.
Exactly. There was a lot of people that get emails that have been out for years that was like, what the hell? Like, I don't even care about this anymore.
Man, I called that out. I don't know who I told. I said, watch. Because at that time, everybody was dropping like fleas. I said, watch. They're going to wait till the Day of Atonement. I said, watch. At the Day of Atonement, they're going to start asking for people that got put out for indefinitely. They're going to give them an opportunity to come back. And sure enough, they did that.
Yeah, you get an email. It's time, brother. It's time, sister.
There were young girls dancing.
You're calling. Come to your calling.
I didn't know there was young girls dancing at the basketball game. That's crazy.
Oh yeah.
That's horrible.
My daughter was on one of the
That's
teams.
fucking horrible, man.
Yep. It was exploitation in some areas. Some of those areas, it looked like exploitation. I don't know. I think a lot of us was punctified.
That's crazy. I've never seen none of that shit, man.
Yeah, it was a lot of shit.
Your cousin was over that shit, over the dance team.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And then they always sang the national anthem and shit before the game.
Yeah.
That long ass dried out
Oh, the
Hey,
Israel's national anthem.
It was such
wait,
a bad
Y'all
recording
right.
too. That shit hurt your ear.
wait,
That shit was
because
horrible.
when you talked about bringing how we supposed to abstain from the appearances of evil, y'all. Even when you think about the Archangel Wars, like it was all bringing the world into the church. Like, I mean, you had a lot of them brothers thinking they was Jay-Z and sisters thinking they was Beyonce, and you had a lot of that shit going on at the
Yeah.
end of my tenure there.
You had a lot of Diddy type stuff too. Like St. Ivan said, "Welcome to St. Ivan. What's good, brother?" And A Sharp, welcome, and Christy Allen, everybody that's on. Make sure you get the video a like. It's their fake November, September 11th and November 1st, whatever is the Day of the Dead. This is the day that they were raided. I remember when that happened. I was like, it's about damn time. Yeah, but going back to the people want to be like Beyonce, people want to be like Lil Wayne and all of that. There was definitely a lot of like Diddy stuff going where they take a song like the song Halo, I believe, was taken by one of the Byzantine queens, and she redid it. And she also did that song. Remember they
Praise Howard.
if I was a boy, whatever they said something like "You're not a boy" or something like that. You remember that? It was something like that, man. What's up, Chief Priest Gabar
Oh,
War?
I had to come on, man. Y'all got the page jumping. I said, no, I can't hold off. I'm running behind, but better late than never.
Welcome, sir. Thank you for coming through, man. We got a lot
Happy,
of people.
happy 11-1, everybody. See,
Yabba
y'all supposed to
dabba
do
do, Chief Priest.
more
Yabba dabba do.
ceremonial. Y'all supposed to toast glasses and all that at the
I
beginning
agree.
of the show and all that. This is their 9/11, and everyone else is celebrating. Like, y'all sitting there really like.
I got my cup
I mean,
of
wasn't
water.
this supposed to be like an ongoing thing where they come in together and send up prayers, and America is supposed to pay for 11-1, and the director of the FBI was fired? That was the punishment for them coming against the church. How is that a punishment? And the FBI is still going on doing what they're doing, arresting little Dirks and all types of stuff. And y'all saying that's the punishment for coming against the mighty ICGJC. It's just crazy to really be in that delusion still, but yeah, I had to come on. I was like, they hitting on all these topics, and I'm missing out.
I thought his death was going to. I really believe that his death was supposed to push a lot of people out of there. I really believe his death was supposed to give people the ammo, the courage, the strength to run, Forrest, run.
I thought the raid. Well, I thought the raid would do something. The death of Tazadaki was definitely something bigger than the raid. But because with the raid, they could always say, "Oh yeah, the government is against us, and we're the true church, and they're supposed to be against us." They did the same thing to Christ, so they could just say all of that. But after he's dead, it's like, nah, he was just saying that y'all gonna go to Israel and that this can't be the end because he still got to take you out of Israel. He literally said that outside the courthouse.
Well, you remember that they martyred him pretty much is how they put it out there at first. Remember the letter they put out there addressing the church 5 days later when they could finally figure out something to say like, damn, we really got to tell them that, the boss is dead, steady as she goes, but the captain of the ship is gone. So they had to really figure out something. And then when they came out, they finally said like, well, you know what? Satan got the victory on this one. So y'all saying the government killed him is what you're saying. He went out like Malcolm and all the rest of them.
Right.
And that's where they got them, where they like, we're so big, they had to kill our leader. But the man taught a class saying he couldn't be hurt. So how does that add up?
Not the Holy Spirit.
That's what I'm saying. He can't be hurt. If they come against him, they're going to feel the full force of God Almighty.
Mm.
Yep. They wanted to wait.
Guys, I lost you. I'm gonna come right back.
All right, that's cool. I guess you know what it was. The sister said, "Why did they tell the members days later?" They probably were waiting for him to resurrect from the dead or something. They were like, "Let's give it 3 days. He's probably in the belly of the beast or or whatever. Let's give it 3 days. They were probably literally thinking that. They're like, this can't be real. Let's wait, because we thought Jesus Christ died and apparently he resurrected. And to them, they can always say, well, it's just death. It's just the death of the body. He still lives on in spirit. But they always say that we're going to be killed. They always threaten us with death. And it's like, well, can't we say the same thing? It's crazy. It's so backwards.
But I mean, with that court case, though, that would have been the time for them to come out in the leadership that knew he was lying all that time to really just come out and say, look, y'all, this whole court case ain't got nothing to do with the persecution of the church. We've been doing faulty stuff with the money. We've been how they done came for us. But he died in all them lies. And those people, like I said, a real mind job was done upon us.
Yep.
Hypnosis, the damn chanting, all that stuff messed people's minds up. So when he died, they couldn't come to the reality of, damn, I just got. This nigga was a New York hustler that been getting just a man like everybody else. So they couldn't fathom it. They couldn't just reverse it. So like, damn, I just got. Now they want to go Icgjc 2.0 and they're just gonna be on they're gonna be the next ones that came in after the people after the year 2000 failed prophecy, which was us.
I mean, they did a good job of putting him up on this level that was above everybody else. That was like going on strong for years, man, and we just dealt with it. So to see him even get sick would be like, oh, this guy's actually he bleeds, it's like he's human. Because he wanted to make himself seem like so supernatural, so superhuman. And
look, y'all, we can't skip past the fact that this brother said when he went to court and he copped a plea, we can't just skip past the fact that he said he was up under, what was his term? He was up under some witchcraft or wickedness. He was up. We can't just skip past that. Exactly what was Mr. Jermaine Grant talking about?
That's what he said. He said there was some demons in the room or something one time, and he was. I think he was talking about some I don't know if it had to do with the legal stuff. I think that's what he was talking about one time, and he said that he was dealing with some high level of wickedness and that they were trying to get agents in. And I mean, they were trying to get agents in. I think I heard about that in Orlando. I only heard about that one story though. I don't know if there was any fake members.
The thing that gets me with the whole jail thing, it goes right back to what I done asked many times and you won't get no answer for. If he had to go to jail, one of the holy demands was all the prisoners are supposed to get out of prison. So what was he afraid of going to prison for? That should have been your time to go and get locked up. And the wrath of Almighty God comes and now shakes up America, and they got to release all the prisoners with the comforter leading the charge. So why were you so afraid to go to jail? I mean, none of it adds up when you think of everything that was being said up in there.
Yo, you know what kind of unit work he could have did in jail?
Exactly. You'd have had Issachar, Judah, and a little bit of Benjamin up in there.
They're gonna really have you on lockdown then. You literally, because you're gonna know where you at 24/7, man. Like, brother, why you supposed to do these unit works or whatever in the yard? I don't know. Hand out flyers, brother, by the bench.
But just thinking of those demands, like where are the demands at now? That no one is asking themselves, like, we ain't got all the Jewish people's gold. They over there bombing 2 other countries right now. They even thinking about the Icgjc, like we keeping our gold, and Iran is getting ready to get it right now. So it's like they're starting to see, like, damn, we are not fulfilling prophecy anymore, and that's what messed us up. Is we got put that reading rainbow effect where we're putting ourselves in the Bible. It's a historical book. The majority of it has come to pass already, if that's where you're at in your understanding, because all this religious stuff is all messed up and twisted up with big business. But if that's where you're at, the majority of it is still past tense right now. Even the stuff you're reading in Revelations, how are you reading about horses and chariots and all that in these wars. Who goes to war in horses and chariots in the 21st century?
Right.
People are not even thinking logically because you've been put in these religious fanatics that's taken these books and made business and merchandise off of it. And that's what people is at with all this. Because the people
Yeah,
GAC
brother,
don't even
them
understand
chariots was angels, brother. Aliens.
that's what I'm saying. There's so many.
There's more sightings. There's so much more sightings now.
That's what I'm saying. People have all these different theories and all this stuff that they just lumped in, but they don't really understand these ancient texts they've been reading.
Not at all. Don't even realize that your Old Testament and your New Testament both is a part of the Sumerian tablets and the Emerald tablets. When you just look at who placed the rapture in Revelations, I mean, if you really do your homework, but because we were taught in there that you cannot research, you cannot do your homework, you just got a bunch of people in there ignorant. They have no clue. And the scariest part about it is they are putting themselves in a position where they'll never have a clue. They'll never have a clue.
And then you're not allowed to research stuff to actually get more familiar what you're reading. If you're saying last show, the Ethiopian Bible is older than your King James, which is still a
Exactly.
copy of a copy of a copy. That's 4 different translations for you even got it in your English. And then in the English, they're telling you we still came short of some of the wording and translations in your own apocrypha that y'all read. So they're telling you we didn't get it all together. And people are putting all their hope in this because that's where Taz came in. He was the missing pieces to everything you didn't understand because he pretty much turned himself into Christ. That's why he put all that emphasis on how dark Christ was. And by golly, I just happen to be dark like Christ. And I'm enlightened with the Holy Spirit. So you're lying to yourself if you weren't looking at him as the embodiment of Christ when you were in that place. And that's the problem with the people in there now. Him being gone makes him even more mystical now.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, the mind fuck was done upon us heavy. All the brainwashing, again, the different mind control books and all that stuff we was reading and all that. It's amazing that a lot of people made it out half sane.
I think I'm getting a little feedback from Chief Priest.
A lot of people did make it out sane though. There's a few people where I was telling them, brother, leave that shit alone. You still trying to, brother, we still the people, and look at what they're doing in there in Israel, brother, and Armageddon is on the way, and they done lost their damn minds going into all this stuff. The best remedy coming out of that place, yeah, you can study and all that recreationally, but it's just live your life and really trying to rebuild and realize where you at. It is what it is. Some people still think the mission continues and all that. Brother, we still have to do this and organize this, and brother, the time of this, and look at these demons over here. And it's like, brother, are you listening to yourself?
Right. Somebody, I was trying to get somebody on that actually saw Tazadakia in a club or something one time. And he's a former member. But I think he might come on later. But the sister right here says, I saw Comfy on the street and he couldn't convince the man he was talking to. Yeah, I mean, he wasn't doing no unit work or nothing like that. And it's like, isn't that what he was supposed to be doing? Why was he having us do all the work? If he's the one with the Holy Spirit, he could bring in thousands at a time.
Right.
I don't get it.
Man, he wasn't even speaking real Hebrew. He wasn't even speaking real Hebrew. Like, when you just do your real homework, it's like a majority of that shit was buffoonery in its finest. It just was.
Now, that's a good question. How can you be speaking the Hebrew? According to the scripture that we use, was Zephaniah 3 and 9. You still remember a lot of this stuff. We were well versed in the Bible, but we didn't understand what we were reading. If it tells you that we speak the pure language after he's gathered all nations and poured his fury and indignation on them, how was the Hebrew we were speaking pure then if that happens after the fact? None of these dang Hebrewish Israelite groups is speaking real Hebrew. It's some dang jargon that Aria and the dudes made up.
Yeah.
Matched the sounds with ancient letters and put together a language.
Yo, that's another thing. Arya and Shaw, wicked. If you do your homework, yo, when I tell you it's a lot of wicked shit that runs so deep. I'm talking about that was going on in the 80s and in the late 70s. This shit, it's just a different head. Same beast.
Yeah, when
Well,
you
I
see
just want to say
Aria
something
taking
about
them,
the language, though. I want to say something real quick about the language. I think it was just their elementary understanding of what the characters' sounds were. Now, because I used to read it too, and I used to read them both. Back to what Gabar was the chief priest. What was your name again?
Gabar was the former one.
Gabar was former one. Yeah, I actually got you a couple of pictures of you. I was in a Passover with you. But back to what I was saying is that just because you may not say the language right doesn't mean that you might not know what that word means. Because we all know Yahweh, right? We all know what the text, not the text of grammar, but the Hebrew writing, right? I don't know if did you guys do the ancient Hebrew too, and Hebrew?
Yeah.
All right, so
Ancient
it
Hebrew.
was Yah, whatever, right? But I read it word for word from the 1611 and from the Hebrew, the one you read from left to right. And for the most part, like I started to get accustomed to it, and I knew what words meant, but I might not be saying it right.
Exactly.
That's completely fine. I mean, that's completely fine, and I understand. But how I believed it, and this is, I mean, I don't believe it no more. You know what I mean? Like I still rep my flag because that's the only place that I learned Christ. Period. You know what I mean? But as far as me being behind one organization, for me to go join an organization, that will never happen. You know what I mean? That would never happen ever. But I forgot the point that I was trying to get at. But um, the when you were saying about the apocrypha and all that, the 1611 has apocrypha in it,
Yeah.
word for word. With the missing the J's and the V's and the W's and all that, it's still there. You know what I mean? It was no different interpretation outside of that. That's something, you know what I mean?
No, what I'm
Yeah,
saying
go
is
ahead.
the language. It's just the language, the pronunciation, like the wording actually was right, but the pronunciation of the words, that
Right.
was not the pure Hebrew like that. Like they might have had certain sounds almost there, but it wasn't all together like they were saying.
No, I got you.
Man, the Bible, the King James Bible, the Ethiopian Bible, the Sumerian Bible, they predate the King James Bible. There's so many other books outside of the Apocrypha that belongs to the Bible that they
Exactly.
have no clue about. They're only allowed to deal. Now, here's my thing, and then I'm going to shut down. When you are 501c3 or you have church attached to your name, you are automatically a part of the governmental script. What do I mean? That governmental script, that you only going to stay within this barrier. You can only tiptoe around certain things. You can't really step out there in its fullest. So when you look at them being 501c3s and the way that they was teaching us, it was because they couldn't go so far out the script. And I can go into a whole bunch of other things, but they were only allowed to use the King James Bible, the 1611, but there's other Bibles that predated. Why weren't we dealing with the Bibles that have the 12 apostles in it, the Bibles that have the book of Adam in it, all of the rest of these books in it? Because the Bible is deeper than just that 1611 with that king with the apocrypha in it.
Right.
Yo,
I got
sis, you
Well,
almost triggered me, yo, with that shutdown
Like
shit.
this one right here. This is an apocrypha that got Jubilees, Jasher in it, 3rd and 4th Maccabees, and what else? The rest of Esther, Psalms 151. So you got other books out here that actually they just told us not to read.
Yep.
Enoch and all those things that actually quotes from the Bible, like like what like what Ivan and them be bringing out all the time. You actually, how Enoch is quoted in the Bible, and then you can actually read in the book of Enoch and read the quote. Now, all this stuff might have some bones in it because some of this stuff is written after by different groups and all that, but it's still historical information, and that's how you got to look at it. These people are wrapped up in the mysticism that got sold to us. Yeah, you're gonna get the spiritual power soon. These white people are gonna be in shackles and chains and all that. Like when Christ comes back, you're just gonna magically have fiery chains in your hand and gonna just start locking up white people.
I said the same thing, Saint.
Like stuff doesn't make sense. It's not even logical. Like when you really listen to what we used to say, like then we was really tweaking.
I don't know. I didn't say some far-fetched shit. If I didn't understand, I didn't understand. You know what I mean? I'm not going to speak on something that I don't truly believe. You know what I mean? Some of the things I just roll with it because they say, hey, brother, the Holy Spirit didn't open up your understanding to it. So, I was fine with it.
I wasn't. Because you wasn't convincing me that he was the only one that had the Holy Spirit. I just wasn't convinced. Now, mind you, I came in the Israelite Church of God and Jesus Christ had been studying the Bible previously for like 20 years prior to coming in. So I had a different level of understanding when it pertained to the Bible. A lot of that stuff, and again, I got in trouble for what they considered bucking a lot, but I had questions. And I just wanted answers. And you can't just tell me, well, sis, I don't know. Go home and ask your husband. And then my husband tell me, well, you got to wait for Christ.
You see, I came in an era where they had to sell Tazadaki to us. So I came in before
I was just going to say
the
that.
Holy Spirit, before, he was the only one with understanding. So that's why a lot of people feel like Arian Shah pretty much handed the congregation over to him, because before that, there was always an order of the leadership where they could kind of keep check and balance. But around that 2004, when he just totally took over as the comforter, that's when a lot of the old school brothers will tell you, like, man, everything just changed. So yeah, a friend of mine was just asking me about that. He's like, how do you even get caught up in something like that where a dude's telling you he's the Holy
Slowly but surely. Yeah, slowly but surely.
It didn't work like that. It was gradualism.
Yeah, not for me either. I didn't even know who Tazadaki was till like my first or second year in.
See?
You know what I mean? Like I was like, hold up. I went to a brother's house and I seen posters on his wall.
I was possessed back then, y'all. Y'all got excused. I was possessed in my first year.
I wasn't.
Fresh out the academy.
And mind you, my cousin, who's the one that brought me in, he did it like strategically. He knew that I wasn't just gonna just bow down to this guy like that. You know what I mean? He let me get the doctrine in, get that first love, how they like to say it. Yeah. And then it was like, okay, who's this? Yeah, my identity, changing my name and all that. Yeah. So then I'm like, damn, who this cat is? And we're at a brother's house, and the brother was like, you don't know who that is? And he was like, well, you got to ask your cousin, because I'm his fruit. So I'm like, yeah, so who's that? He's like, that's one of the leaders of the church. I was like, okay, all right, and that's it. And then slowly but gradually, and then I was like, oh, okay. And then I met him with my cousin. And then it was just like, okay, all right, this got to be God, right? This got to be God. I was already in too deep, you know what I mean? I couldn't turn away right then and there. I was loving it, man. It was some good times, bro.
But I was mad that they was calling that man the Holy Spirit. My husband said to me when I first came in, like, man, you can't be saying that type of stuff. How you gonna say he the Holy Spirit, man? How you gonna say he the only one got the Holy Spirit? I just didn't agree with that shit. It didn't make sense to me.
Listen, I always said something.
Picture right there.
I always said this to my cousin. Well, I told him this after I left. I said, bro, why the hell we chant holy, holy, holy to men? And I told him, I said, isn't that what the angels do to God the Father?
Exactly.
Right.
So he redacted. He was like, oh, that's not what we say. We just say holy, holy. He said, what the angels say is holy, holy, are thou, or something like that. He said, that's what the scripture said. I like, bro, that's too goddamn close. I mean, not only that, we have to stand straight up and hold our salute.
Yeah, the statue effect.
Yeah. And if you get caught not doing it, you're just as good as the fucking Antichrist. You're gonna get scorned. If you don't get thrown out, you're definitely gonna get scorned.
Literally, this man gets out the car and you got to run around the block and hit your chest and stand as a zombie as people.
No, they'll tell you to move.
People are
they'll tell you to move.
Questions and all that, and you just sitting up there, just not saying nothing. They literally.
Bro, I had a problem with that.
Hotel with REI coming by. And not, well, some things against REI, but as he's hobbling by, because you know REI and he's taking forever to come by. You got people at the reception desk trying to get checked into their hotel rooms and all that, and you had some sisters just stop talking to the clerks and all that, and they stopped and did a silent salute and all that. I'm looking like y'all tripping. Let me go and get in my room and all that. Just went straight by, and I don't know what they're on, but I'm in room such and such. They would have some problems with the room that's church. But
I seen a brother lose his rank for not somebody in his chest.
Real crackheads.
I heard that a lot.
Discretion. I mean, he should have said at ease, y'all. You know, y'all are getting checked in and all that. But he got everybody at pause as they wait for him to roll on by.
Yeah, that's his ego.
There, that's not part of the church. Like, what's wrong with these people? That's not the spectacle and the light to the Gentiles. I don't think we're supposed to be set.
Nah.
You get put out. You get put out for not smiting your chest, like Brooklyn Outlook. Like that's supposed to show you that it's all about these men in these high places, and we're supposed to serve them. Like what the Bible tells you about holy was angels doing that to God
the Father,
all day long or whatever, you know. Whatever.
Not just angels, seraphim.
Right by the throne of God, it says, right by the throne.
Yep. All day. That's all they do.
Once again, some that you got a couple words on that, and you know the whole order that's going on in the spiritual realm, a whole nother dimension, and you got everything that's going on. So the angels are doing this, they're doing that. You don't know what's going up there 24/7, brother. That's what I'm saying. We got caught up in some real fantasy stuff. It's called classified, above your pay grade. You don't know nobody that's horrible and told you nothing from this realm.
Nope.
But
witchcraft in its
they're connected through these men in this church. No different than the Baptists and all these other different organizations.
Nope.
But on a lower level, that's the messed up part about it. Like y'all got us no different than these other places, but got us out here looking crusty with it. Like there's no innovation aside from these other churches. They got their own vans, different nice churches where it's built up and all that, decent food for their holidays and all that. You in there eating chicken and rice and franken beans for high holy days with a scoop of damn vanilla ice cream for $60.
The high holy day special, baby.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, Miami stuck with the Haitian cuisine, man.
No, Minneapolis used to get down. I didn't go out like that. I say, listen, we're paying $60. We're gonna be eating some ribeyes and some steaks, some fettuccine and all that. We had a few brothers that knew how to cook, so that helped it too. Because I know some of y'all areas had people that didn't know how to cook. That was
all I want to know is
and all that. Like, damn, I'm hearing the horror stories of some other areas in their high holy days.
Here's a $55,000 question for me. We in there and we serving God, right? I ask the question all the time. How long do you pay tithes? Is it till death do you part?
Right.
No, I mean, that's a legitimate question. Why do God need the poor folk to take their money to keep the church running if we dealing with God? So when I look at that type of stuff, it be like, nigga, this is some bullshit.
Oh, I would have got you good, sister. I would have pulled the verse where it tells you got to give these tithes from generation to generation.
And I'd have bucked.
I don't know. You might accept it. Like, no, it is coming from the Bible. So
Nah.
because you could see that when you would answer a question and you really didn't answer the question, and for counsel's sake, the person would just sit down like, "Come the water, sir," knowing that you didn't answer the question what they really was asking, but you got to stick to the script.
Yo, I got in trouble in council for shaking my head while he was talking. He was saying something I ain't agree with, and I ain't realized I was shaking my head. And he gonna holler about, sister, you shaking your head? No, lady, you shaking your head at me? Is you shaking your head? Sir, you see my head shaking. Do you want me to say yes? So I could further get shut down? It was mental damn abuse. We was psychologically abused in that place.
Yeah, when you're in an environment where you no longer can ask questions, because a question was not a question up in there. Then you had the shotgun question session in New York, where they got to force people to ask questions, and people are afraid to ask questions, so they don't want to get chopped up on the chopping block for asking a simple question. You got to make up a question.
Yes.
And that's what would get you in more trouble, because you're like, damn, I ain't even got a question, but I got to just make up something, and I'm going to come up with a dumbass question. It's going to get me cut up even more.
Yeah, that was going on. They was making everybody ask a question. All the ranks had to ask a question every Sabbath.
Oh, wow. I wasn't there.
And then they spread it over once they started the Order of Melchizedek and did the satellite churches. See, I was out of there by the time they set up.
Wow. That's crazy.
But they spread it where from congregation to congregation, you're getting put on the camera and the mic with some questions.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I got some pictures here, guys. I want to see.
Yeah,
Brother Cabal War
making me nauseous showing all these pictures. I shouldn't have sent these. I sent Miguel a lot of these old school pictures. Yeah. I'm getting nauseous looking at some of these mugs, but
I recognize
that's the behind the scenes chief priest table where you still starve at the Passover. It's the special VIP chief priest meeting for the elect ladies and chief priests, and the focus is still serving Apostle Ariah and Shar while they're back there. I'm like, how does 2 apostles need 8 chief priests serving them all the food at their tables while the rest of the damn special assembly is starving?
Right.
Now I ate 1 year. I ate good up in one of them little back chief priest VIPs 1 year, but the rest of the years is, and then they lied to you on the menu even. They got damn snapper and trout and all this stuff on the menu. And then when you ask them, all right, can I get some of the dang snapper and all that? Well, that's for the Holy Apostles, sir. It's lamb and chicken peas and for you.
They'll never have no trout, man.
It's always a damn, what is it, the 3-card Marley with them every time.
3-card money. Right?
Yeah, whatever you call that. That's y'all's East Coast stuff. That's what I say. East Coast, y'all are the home of this mental hustle. Like the West Coast brought in all the drugs and all that craziness, but the East Coast brought in the mental hustle.
Yeah, they used to do that out in the streets in Manhattan. You go up, in the 80s, and they got the 3 cups or whatever, and all of that stuff. They always had magicians in the streets trying to make money. It was such a big
hustle.
Yeah, it was a big
hustle.
So, like, these guys came out of that, man, and it's like you mix that with this angry, I'm mad at the world. It's almost like, man, F everybody. That's why I'm not surprised that they were like, using everybody else. I mean, the whole doctrine, not the doctrine, but their doctrine, the way they spin it, and the whole system. Even from the 90s, they had brothers selling oils from tables in Harlem, and then they had to bring back that money.
Oh, no, don't forget about sack days. They used to have what was called sack days, where the brothers had to give all their proceeds that they made, because before you used to be able to keep some of the money. And then they start implementing what they call sack days, where they take all the money that day, or they leave you at like 50% of the proceeds or something like that. So
I never went through that.
It's always been corrupt from the Yeshaya days and Kazakh and all them. It's always been corrupt. Now, you got some people saying, like with Abba Bivens and Yaikwab, they was trying to keep it a little bit more pure, but you still would open up a church and didn't know what the hell you was talking about.
That
That's the
part.
most dangerous thing you can do, is you got
That
a
part.
bunch of people following you and you really don't know what you're talking about, even if
That
you're
part.
sincere.
Right.
That part.
I mean, Taz
Yeah,
had
but
us
I
so
want.
messed up. Imagine if he would have pulled a Jim Jones damn Passover up on us, and some of us were so gone, you would have been
You
looking
probably
at
would have
that
drunk that
grape juice
Kool-Aid.
like, oh, do I got the
Yep, you would have
devil in
drunk
me
it.
if I don't take it? Oh, that
You
brother
evil.
camper in that joint.
You gonna be sitting there by yourself, like, damn, everybody dead. I must be evil.
No,
Right.
I mean, a lot of people is eventually you come to enough just becomes enough up in that place where if you thinking rationally, you're going to come to your senses eventually. But a lot of people, it's just their pride is in them. And I don't even know how you can even have your pride catching you up and keeping you in that place where it's at right now. Like, y'all aren't going anywhere. That's where they're supposed to be at. Like, what am I even trying to stand on my pride for in this place?
You know, I came at a different time though, man. I came in a different time where it was growing. You know what I mean? It
Exactly.
was like, damn, it was growing. I actually got to see Miami grow, bro.
See,
So for me,
any of us
I
that came in them 2000s, yeah, you seen the growth because the
yeah, I
church
seen it.
wasn't big then. So it was growing in all the different areas, like from 2000, I want to
I'm
say
talking
like
about
from
211, 211,
exactly a little bit before the
2011.
2012
Excuse
hit.
me.
That's why he had to put in the 2012 to try and keep us going. Like, look, all the tribes are getting ready to come in 2012. So those of y'all getting weak, you're gonna miss the major influx coming in.
That's when I came in, 2012, the year of the Israelites. And and listen, just alone, when you think about it, drinking that damn Kool-Aid, when you just look at the bigger picture now, like I'm saying, y'all, this November 1 for them, they are memorializing or whatever they doing, and we celebrating. We celebrating the fact that we made it out in one piece. Yeah, we got some messed up behavior patterns, some thought processes that's a little off, some triggers, but we made it out of there. And the fact that we made it out of there should be celebrated, man. It just should.
Yes, this is going on 5 years with me. I was like, damn, 5 years actually went by kind of quick.
Me
So,
too.
but
Yeah.
that's what it
I've
is.
been out for 10.
Each year it does get a little bit easier. But see what I didn't come out of there like a lot of people where you've got family still stuck in there. I know that's the worst. When you got family still stuck in there and you are fully conscious of what's going on, and you're like, how the hell can't you see what's going on?
Look,
That
me and my husband going
I
through a
can't even
whole
understand
separation
that
right
because I didn't
now.
have to deal with that.
It's bullshit. Me and my husband going through a whole separation right now. We legally married, but he being taught by the church that a man can have more than one wife. How can you have more than one wife if we legally married? That means you committing adultery, you committing infidelity. But this is what they teaching these brothers. So my husband gave me an ultimatum, and I can laugh at it now. But he gave me an ultimatum. Either you accept the fact that I want a second wife, or you do your own thing. So my own thing, I did.
Yeah.
See, and
Exactly.
that's something else that the church does not offer of those sisters that's in there popping out all them children year after year. They're not
Mm.
offering them no type of assurance and all that if something goes south and they done got 8 children with this man and now he's able to divorce her, stop dealing with her because she's an unbeliever and all that. Because as y'all saying that some of these people are fighting for their kids in custody, not all them brothers is running to take on that responsibility. Some of them's like, hell no, ain't no way I'm gonna do that. There's no way I'm about to take on custody of these 8 children I done popped up in this sister and she's now an unbeliever. I'm gonna get me a new wife up in here and start me a new family. And that's what them brothers is doing, which is still against the scriptures.
Yep.
You're putting away one wife to get
Yep.
another one, and you're told that you're in Christ,
Yep.
which is the epitome of adultery.
Yep.
Crazy. Hey, what's
Yep.
going on?
Like
What's going
the
on with
Bible's
people?
not even the Bible up in there with them people. That's the other part they supposed to be realized. Like, y'all used to abide by scriptures, but after this dude done implemented ties of doctrine, it's something else now.
I like that.
Hey, what's going on in this photo right here? I was wondering. I was wanting to ask you why is this guy in chains and stuff? This is like a play?
That's a play, ain't it?
That's a
I think
day
that's
in
a
the
play.
Hebrew Academy right there. That ain't no play. That's what it is when you join the Hebrew Academy right there.
Nah, that's the lines there. That's the
I
lines
don't
there.
know. That might be
That's
that
Elvis.
Bible breakdown class right there.
We were talking
That's
about
crazy.
Elvis. That's Elvis right there. That's Elvis right there. We were just
No,
talking
they
about
had them doing a play, and those brothers are supposed to be the Hebrews getting beat down by the Egyptians.
Oh,
Man,
okay,
that
I
should look
thought
like
that was.
security, man.
I mean,
Man,
they tried at the Passover. The Passover just turned into just like, what are y'all doing now at this point? It really fell off when the dude came down and disappeared in the chariot in 2012. That was where everyone started seeing like, all right, y'all really running out of shit for this Passover.
Yeah, that was
That was
whack.
not it.
That was whack.
The best one I think they did is when they did like an all-out play for the Passover. I think that was like
It was so bad that it was hanging up there the whole time. It was like it wasn't even a surprise. It was like, what man? What's that? That's a UFO.
I actually missed it. I don't know what I did where I went out and then there's you missed it. The gods who
It was like
up in the chariot and all that.
all it did is just lower it and then it raise it back up. It was horrible.
That's what I'm saying. You're just forcing yourself to cheerlead for the corniest stuff that whatever they came up with, like a lot of dudes know they was not going for it. Like a lot of dudes came from different urban backgrounds. I'll put it that way. And they knew that a lot of that stuff was corny to us, just coming from where we was coming from. But you just humbled yourself to the word of God. Like, this is corny. This dude did the cross for me. I really don't like you like that. But for the brotherhood's sake, we're going to deal together. Like, you're forcing yourself, just lie to yourself in there constantly.
right.
I would like to ask the question to everybody, though, even people that's in the chat. Even with us coming together and we laughing and we make mockery, and we tripping and we joking and we having fun right now, right? But there's got to be a bigger agenda. Like what is the agenda? What is the sole purpose? Is it to come together and talk? Is it to create a safe space? Is it to each one teach one in this process? Are we here trying to be our brothers and sisters keeper because we know that all of us psychologically have been tormented? Like, what is the agenda? What is the purpose?
I'll let one of y'all go first. I got a big answer for you, but I'll let someone else go.
Yeah, Brooklyn Outlaw, if you want to step in, man, like, we talk a lot. Me and you, I know what I would say, but yeah, what would you say?
Like when it goes to this shit, you know what I mean? I don't mind getting together and talking about this, but I ain't trying to congregate and do all that shit that I was doing in there. Because again, the shit starts triggering shit. You know what I'm saying?
Hell, yeah.
You was going to class 3-4 times a week. He said, "I'm gonna say con." Yabba dabba do, sir. Once again, but yeah. That shit is triggering. I don't want to be into that whole congregating and all that dumb shit like we was doing in there, because again, we was doing it 3-4 times a week, sometimes more when it was high holy days. So that shit is triggering to me. You know what I'm saying? But when we get together and talk about it and reminisce and the shit be at me, sometimes I get tight talking about this shit. Like, damn, I can't believe that I got caught with this dumb shit for so long. You know what I mean?
Sometimes
I used to do security in there and be on post all damn day. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. One time at the Passover, I was on post for 26 fucking hours. 26.
Man.
That shit is not a joke.
But that's just insane right there.
It is. But that's how it was. They played.
We make jokes of a lot of this stuff because it's like an easier way of dealing with it, right? It's like sometimes we do that and we'd be like, "Shalom, bro," and we'd be joking about it. But
I mean, because I never had to do NIS, of course. Like, I had one idiot actually try and put me on NIS one time. when they first started up and the order came that all men had to do NIS. I outranked this dude. It just shows you the power trick that niggas be on in this
Delusion,
place. He
yeah.
couldn't wait to try and give me an order to get on NIS. And I just looked at him like,
Yeah, I didn't play that shit. Anybody that was a high rank, I kept their ass. I kept their ass away from security, bro.
But this is the type of buffoonery that goes on in that place. But
Hey,
I was just gonna say this: NIS was so deprived that Tazadaki had them dudes eating from his damn scrap pen, like when they'd have like damn high holy days and events and all that. Not literally like eating off his plate, but the little food and stuff that he didn't eat, he would let them eat at the end of the night and all that, and that would be their shift plates and all that. I'm like,
yo, in Orlando,
damn
one high holy day in Orlando,
when he's done,
bro, we were given a tray of peas and carrots.
Damn.
On a high holy day.
Yeah, see, I heard about the beans and franks in Florida, and I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, that was called the high holy day. What was it called? I forgot what it was, but special. Like surprise or some shit.
I mean, how do you even sell that without an uprising?
There was a brother that his Hebrew name was Chef, the Chef of Israel. His name was Rasha Yashala or whatever. I was actually cool with him, and he was a pretty good chef. He used to work for the resorts out here. You know, he used to cook for the whatever the Disney resort. But one high so he became the chef for the high holidays, and he was cooking some good stuff. But one time he made some rice and he mixed it up with cheese or something. He put cheese on the rice, and I was like, "Yo, this is some like fake Dominicans stuff." I don't know. Like, I don't know who does that. I don't know if that's where he got that from. He's from St. Louis. And I don't know. I remember just saying, like, well, Yashar was like, brother, this is an abomination.
Yeah, that was some St. Louis shit. That didn't come from no island, nowhere. That was
that's the
St. Louis.
That's some hood stuff. That's like
St. Louis sexy red hood type stuff that he done learned and just threw in the rice. Like, I'm just make this work. Because a lot of times you got shorted for the high holy days and all. But I didn't want to lose point of the sisters or question though.
Oh yeah.
If anyone else has something to say.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to just follow up, pretty much. But I know, like, when I started this whole platform, it was a good way for me to put everything together in a way where I could have it recorded and I could look at it and understand it and kind of get a compilation of things that go, that make the ICGJC, that expose the ICGJC. So I ain't gonna lie, a lot of it started off with me just going to YouTube and trying to find people to confirm my disbelief
or disbelief.
Yeah, like right now I don't need a support system. I don't think, but I know that there's people coming out that appreciate that I keep doing this, because sometimes I'd be like, I don't want to be so involved. I think I'd be too involved. Like the brother said earlier when we was off the camera, he was like, sometimes I get ICGJC'd out, and it's true, man. Like sometimes it's too much. I can't, I have to consume all this content of Tazadakia, like you don't know how many hours of Tazadakia I watched after I left. It is after I left the cult. Just to find stuff and get stuff together so I can put it out and make people kind of see. So it's a form of evidence. But getting together and talking is great. I always love doing that, whether it's on here or one-on-one or an email, whatever. I'm always down to talk to somebody who's a former ICGJC member. Definitely somebody that watches my channel. But I'm also willing to take it further than that, just so everybody knows. Like, I've always been trying to make myself available for that, because I think I could add some, even though I didn't know so much, like brothers in the Injustice League, I wasn't so connected and I couldn't really expose still me learning like how cults manipulate people and how they operate, and then very easily comparing that and showing how we walk through that. So it's just like, I think some people just need to see that and hear it from other people. And after a while, they might not need this, so that's good too.
Well, I was just gonna say, being out 2019. A lot of people, unfortunately, they missed the Ties of Detox when they had a little polo group, and there was probably dozens of brothers and sisters on there. This like when there was a lot of people coming out. So you had people on the little polo group, the Ties of Detox, which Karab and the Injustice League and the brothers, they put that together. And with the people was coming on there every day telling their backstories. We were able to communicate and talk and really was able to get it out. So I know I would have been in a different space had I not came out and that group wasn't there and open, because it was full live going jumping like at its top peak right there. That's when the church had been raided and he's facing his indictment. So people was leaving and coming on there every day. So a lot of us got to vent a lot of that out. It was just raw emotion coming out as you find out everything was a hoax and all that. And I still went and got a different opinion, just dealing with a different therapist and all that. Because as much as I felt I was good and fine and all that, I still wanted to just get a different opinion outside of ex-cult members and all that. And as he was telling me, he's like, you pretty much did therapy with that. You had a good support system, a good support group. You came out and you realized that it was fake coming out. So you were studying not to reaffirm the beliefs, but just studying to open your mind and your horizon on these different religions and all this stuff. So he's like, pretty much that's the therapy that you need. That's all we would have done is you have sat and talked and got it out. We would have discussed different goals you want to do in life and all that type of stuff. And a lot of people are depriving themselves that they don't go through the therapy session you need to get the stuff out, explain what happened to you, make people around in your life understand why you haven't been around all these years. People just try and get out and just keep on going. And you got PTSD and all types of stuff coming out of that place and don't even realize it because you didn't properly detox from coming out of that place. You got brothers still talking about, yes, the 12 tribes are still going to rise. We just don't know who they are today and all that. It's like, brother, what are you talking about with this stuff, man? The mission has already been accomplished. It's an individual mission on how you live your life now. And stop being afraid of the unknown. That's what was our problem. We came in there young as hell, a lot of us. Like I said, some of us was street dudes and all that and didn't know nothing. Hell, you damn near learned how to read in the Icgjc, some brothers, because there was a lot of, I'm going to leave that alone. I'm just academy stuff. But like I said, you didn't know much and you was just curious as hell where you should have been in a college or some class because your mind wants to learn at that time. But your brain ain't even fully developed like that. Your cortex and all that doesn't even come together to you, what, like 26, 28? So we up in there, still kids in the mind, getting misled by some niggas that we putting all our trust in. And it just messed us up. But the therapy session, a lot of people do not go through the proper therapy detox. If you got a good support system, loving wife, loving family and all that, people that really vibe with you and understand what you went through, you'll be fine. But for those people that's just closing up and you know that you haven't got all this stuff out, you're doing yourself a lot of damage mentally. Because so. That's what minorities do. Us, black and brown, we do. We've been through so much. We just learn to just suck it up and keep on going. And you can't always do that.
Yeah, laugh through it, try to joke.
That's why I come on and still do it, because it's still like you gave that place 18 years. You have the right to come out and talk about it for that duration of time or however long you was up in there. You can't be making people, hey, you ain't got over that yet. Well, when I was in it, brother, I wasn't over it. I put a lot of time up in it.
Right. And a lot of that time we can't never get back.
Still messed up coming out of there. You got kids that's half crazy that's coming out of there. Because, like I said, my daughter, I just took my daughter out. She'll be 24. Well, 24 tomorrow. So I just took her out to eat, and I was just thinking, like, what if I had you up in there still around this time? It's your birthday, and we've been up there. You know, it's 11/1. This is when they raided the church. We're supposed to be sad and sorrowful. And she's been out of there since she was 12. When her and her mother left up out of there, I didn't force them to stay up in there. I said, no, I'm not going to wrestle with my daughter over the church. I already know what it's going to do. If this place is what it is, she'll find her way back in when the Lord manifests this great truth and all that. And she'll remember, I was up in there. I'll come on back. But as we see, that hasn't happened. So I just told her, I'm glad I didn't wrestle with you and mess you up trying to keep you up in that place. She's like, man, I think when I would have got grown, I would have left out of that shit anyway. But yeah, it's just a lot of people I see they have things that still kind of have them hung up in there. But go and make sure your mind is right, just in case. Like I said, you got crazy just because you're sitting talking to someone about some of this stuff.
So I don't know if you got something to say, Lobo, about that. I think you already about what we were talking about. You kind of said it, but
right.
yeah, I mean, like I think we both kind of deal with the same thing because we both got family in there. Me and you, we got cousins in there that was like brother and sister to us, like your cousin, and that was like also my point was to get my cousin out. I was like really trying to get my cousin out. I was like,
Right.
I need to get her and her family, her kids out, and so that was another reason for me talking. I wanted to be prepared just in case I came, I had to go back and talk for her. The first time we tried that, it kind of blew up, and then off.
It's gonna make things worse,
Yeah, I didn't.
Sometimes
I could have like her family was getting on me. Her brother was getting on me, and other people in my family, I think, but mostly her brother was like, "You should have dealt with that differently," because I just straight up came up to her and told her like, "Yo, Tazadaki is a demon."
Yeah,
and all, and it was
you also did a little strife with me and my cousin and his mom at one time on Facebook.
That's right, on Facebook, right?
Yeah.
I was going at it with your cousin,
right?
And then your mom was like, "No, don't do this here. Don't do this here."
Yeah.
So you see how like you got that's crazy. You got like family in between that they don't know how to deal with it when somebody.
It's so hard. Yeah, it's so hard, man. I just wanted to touch up a little bit on the sister question because she said, what is it now? How I'm feeling. If you go back to the first time that me and San Miguel had this live, right at the end, I ended it just the way I ended it. I'm not gonna tell them motherfuckers to leave. It's up to you. Because like we was in there, ain't nobody gonna tell you to leave that place. It's up to you to fucking smell the roses and leave. Some people do need that. Some people do. And there's people that I know personally that are just fucking hard-headed. No matter what you tell them, they're not gonna leave. Something has to drastically happen to them for them to feel sour and then realize, damn, what the fuck I was doing. You know what I'm saying? But my situation is a little bit different. I have a hate-love relationship with the Icgjc. You know what I'm saying? And I have brothers that got kicked out because for something they did evil, and they want to go back. You know what I mean? And I keep their names anonymous, and I even prayed with one of the brothers. You know what I mean? I was like, bro, I ain't prayed since. He was like, bro, why you forgot that? Why did you forget that connection with God? I said, because that place fucked me up. PTSD. When I first left, when I didn't have anybody to conversate with, I didn't even want to talk about it. And now I still suffer PTSD because when somebody brings up a scripture, my ego gets struck. You know what I mean? Remember that ego? Like, I'm going to chop you up. I got a scripture to tell you this. And then it's like, bro, I just did so many years of that. I'm just done. It was so mentally, physically draining. Never mind financially, but man, it was just draining. And I just don't have that anymore. And that's what we were talking about off camera, that sometimes I just get Icgjc'd out. Like even right now, I'm already Icgjc'd out, but I just wanted to just touch up on, how I feel. And my story is different from everybody else's, story that's on this table here today. I still have family members in there. One is the wife and kids. You know what I mean? So it's like, I want to do all those things, but the stories that you guys tell me, like they forcing women to you know, the divorce the man because he's an unbeliever. My wife tried to do that, and they told him like, nah, is he a good man? Does he pay the bill? Yeah. She said, yeah. She said, all right, sister, no, that's your husband. So with that respect, you know what I mean? I was like, look, I leave her alone. I do my thing. I'm just living life, bro. You know what I mean? And that's how my life was, period. It was day by day, paycheck to paycheck, before and after the fucking church. You know what I mean? I deal with turmoil differently than everybody else. I'm cut from a different cloth. You know, but if things got greedy, if things got to get really nasty, we can get nasty. You know what I'm saying? And I don't never want this to ever happen, but if it was to happen, I think them boys know what time it is. Them boys know what time it is. If it's gonna get like that, bro, we can get dirty, bro. Y'all know me, bro. We can go there, but it doesn't have to. You know what I mean? Like, bro, leave people. If you want to believe in that man, believe in that man. I ain't gonna take, bro. You got to figure that shit out for yourself eventually. The only thing that's killing me is my kids. You know what I mean? They have to pick and choose who's right between mother and father.
Right.
Mother's telling you that this is the man of God. But when they come back and they don't want to come back and ask me because the mother telling them that I'm evil. So, you know, it puts me in a really hard place. You know what I mean? So for me, I just deal with it.
I have is, I mean, how does one even deal with that where it's almost like your spouse is saying, nigga, I'm just with you because the church is saying that I got to be with you, but my heart is no longer with you no more. Like, I for the life of me, I don't even understand how to even deal with that.
So, like, for me, it was, I can kind of relate, because, as I say, me and my husband went in 14 years almost. And for him to follow what's being taught, I think for me, and I'm gonna say this, I think for me, it's not so much as trying to fix anything that's broken in there. I'm no longer, my husband is attached to there. I'm not. I know the truth. I know what I believe has nothing to do with what I was taught in there. But and again, maybe it's just the type of person that I am. I've spoken to several sisters and brothers over the last 30, 45 days that is fucked up, y'all. I'm talking about fucked up. And if we be honest, I don't care what none of y'all say. I'm going to say it because I just am. But every last one of us still psychologically, from some perspective, is fucked up. Now, if for no other reason but to have like I said, this is a safe space, Miguel. Thank you. Because it's a safe space. We all can come on. But to be honest, I don't want to come on the space to just make mockery and laugh and shoot the shit and talk about what was and talk about how things did and how things went down. I'm a solution type of individual. And again, y'all may say, well, sis, it ain't no real solution to this. I get that. I'll respect that. I'll respect that. But for those of the sisters that is needing my help to get some petitions going, to get some names, some emails, that's what I'm going to do. I don't expect everybody to jump on board. But I will say this, a lot of people won't jump on board because they still dealing with being punctified. Whether they being punctified because they think they're going to go to hell because God going to send them there, or whether they being punctified because they dealing with the fear of man. But I believe that comes along with that psychological trauma. So again, I guess when we all come to that realization of what it is that we really desire. Do I just desire to be free in my mind? Do I just desire to just be away from that place physically? What exactly do we desire? Some of you, like you said, you enjoy just being able to have that space to talk about what you experienced, what you felt, what you're going through, and that's enough for you. But there's some of us out here that shit just ain't enough. And it ain't about $1 necessarily. It's not about $1 necessarily. I'm thinking about sisters, like I said, these sisters done cried out to me. So I now feel obligated to help them from whatever perspectives I can help them. And behind every strong brother, there's a strong sister. So again, I just wanted to know, was there an agenda, or is this it? Because again, if this is it, I'm cool with it. But you know, if it's not, and those that wanna do the petition, like I said, we need as many petitions as we could possibly get. The sister is dealing with a few Jewish synagogues up there. She got an agenda. She's dealing with a Jewish lawyer right now up there. So we don't know how far it's going to go, but we know her situation, like a few other sisters' situation, dictates emergency. Because you got children on the line. You got kids being pulled from the father to the mother, and the father's still in there, just like the brother situation. If his wife, God forbid, but if your wife jump up because now all of a sudden they saying, well, sister, you don't have to stay with him. That's a pull. That's a major pull, because we're talking about children. We're not talking about just, okay, you and your wife decide to do other things differently. We're talking about major life-altering decisions. So again, for me, that you know, that's just for me.
What we're trying to do is get a petition, or I mean, there's a legal document you can write an affidavit for A Sharp is asking us about your time in the church and how it affected. I would target how it affected my kids and how it would have affected my kids and why I left, because this is dealing with children, this whole case. I like that angle of going at it by going at other churches, maybe Jewish churches. It could be any church, really, that you can expose this church for breaking people up and doing things that other churches don't do, you know, and like, you know, other churches ain't going to stand for anything like this. There's other Israelite churches that won't stand for some of this stuff, you know, like not all Israelites are the same. It's just certain groups, and especially the Icgjc, they've kind of branded. They try to monopolize what they call the truth, and the Israelite movement. They try to monopolize it and completely warp people that are just looking for God, and they kind of, they come this way, enter this door, and then they pull the damn blinds out, you know, whatever, they pull the shades off, and then then you realize, oh snap, I'm inside of a prison, you know, we're just looking for God, and then that's where you end up. Stuff like that is like, it got to be called out. And the government, the fact that it was a 501c3, we could, you know, and now that it's official that this place was robbing people, they 5.3 million in taxes, unpaid. It's all documented now. We didn't have all this stuff years ago, so I don't know, maybe.
If you really think about the whole experience in the Icgjc, ICUPK, that is a huge story that hasn't been told. If you really think about it, it's like, think about it, these dudes was on VH1 and all that, posing as the ambassadors of God and all that. Imagine if someone could get through the VH1 like, hey, y'all want to do a follow-up on that group that y'all damn had up on there, the Black Hebrew Israelite, that specific one. It'd be an amazing story. You just have to get to the right avenues. That's why I say that, like, what the sister's asking, like, I'm open for anything. I still got a gang of information, paperwork, all types of stuff.
Hey guys, it was a pleasure. I'm gonna sign off.
Right,
Thank
brother.
you for everybody. Peace. I'll be down with that. I'll sign a petition.
Yeah, we'll get it,
peace, bro.
All right, my brother. You guys take it easy.
Thank you.
I mean, they're not like just the full blip on my radar. It's just like, yeah, once you get back your emotion and you really get back to living your life and all that, because it's like brother said, you can't get the time back. You can find other compensations possibly, but you ain't gonna get back the time. And that was the main thing that got robbed and stole from us, is the time. Like, some people can try and make your lemonade out of them lemons that we then was sucking on, but it was still a damn lemon, and there wasn't enough sugar in it to make it damn lemonade. All you can do is make the best of it, is really all you can do. But like I said, the same support I got coming out, because I don't know where I would have been at if I didn't have like that group that's letting you know, like, man, it wasn't that. We seen the bullshit too. And there's enough of us that seen it to let you know you're not crazy and all that. That's the first steps that you can offer anyone coming up out of there. You have to make sure they get their mind back first. If not, they ain't gonna be able to do nothing.
Yeah. That's good.
But financial restitution and all that's something to consider, because it's like y'all saying that at some point the federal government knew that they was not getting their cut, so they knew something shiesty was going on. And now that they looked at all of it, they know it's he was robbing the hell out them people. And to just act like nothing else could be done, it's like, how come they didn't let the congregation know? Like, y'all can take up charges against this dude too. We're not the only ones that are getting our cut up out of this. You can file a civil suit against this place and all that too.
I just want to say this last thing, and then I'm going to sign off. But for those of you that need to get in touch with me from any perspective, Miguel do have my number. Miguel, I'm open. My number, the 704 number, is business. It's strictly business. If there are any sisters on here that just need some moral support, some physical support, some emotional support, I am here. For those of you that are willing to write up a little affidavit or get one signed or help sign a petition, so that we can really go after the dangers of these young people in there, that's a big deal. Like I said, Miguel have my contact information for those of you that do want to just jump on board. Again, it's not about, like I said, not necessarily about just the money, but it's all about us just creating a safe space, just so that some can talk. Some don't want to talk, they want to just listen. But then you got some that really want to find out how they can get in on whatever they can get in on. So again, I just wanted to open myself up. I thank you, Miguel, for allowing me this space. I know you and I are getting ready to prepare some other platforms, but I'm grateful for this opportunity and to be a part of this. And like I said, I'm here for anybody that may need any type of support, anything I can do to help. I'm going to help. Sade, if you on here, baby, we got this. We're gonna get these names, these numbers, these emails. We're gonna get these petitions going. Her and I Miguel supposed to link back up the second week of November. She will have by then gotten the information from the 3 Jewish lawyers. I'm at the 3 Jewish synagogues and the 1 Jewish lawyer, just so that we can start formulating information that we can all put together. So I'll be in touch with you sooner than later. If anybody do send you their email, their phone number, or whatever, you can pass it on to me. I can create the database. But yeah, y'all, let's just continue to be breezy, continue to really work on your mental health, because mental health is everything. And whether we say it openly or we just say it to ourselves, all of us is dealing with some type of psychological trauma, some emotional trauma, some physical trauma. And I think the biggest picture of it all for me is for us to become healed and operate as a whole individual, just grabbing different parts of ourselves back. Because even down to some of the way that we think, some of the way that we internalize, some of the way that we operate, some of the way that we maneuver with our families, without work, without different situations, it stems from that place. It stems from that place. Some of the language that we hold, some of the things we still say, it stems from there. So I wanted to put that out there. Again, thanks. I appreciate the invite, and I'm a phone calls away.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit you up real soon. We're gonna talk about all of that because we got some work to do for sure.
Absolutely.
So have a good night, sister.
Thanks, y'all too.
All right. So yeah, I appreciate her coming through as always. I know she had to run. And whoever else want to come on, we still got time. I'm gonna be on for like another hour probably. Time Mexico, where you at, brother?
About this time is when they came in there. About this time, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Midnight, right around.
Well, you remember Sonetta was on the scene like immediately. They didn't waste no time.
Yeah, he was reporting live. Sonetta is live on the scene. They raided the Israelite church.
They didn't know what the hell they were talking about. I remember they had that brother Reggie on there. Reggie was completely confused about what was going on. And like the whole setup of the Icgjc, because at that time they was just hearing about Ariyah, and they were like, the conscious community is like, who's this Ariyah? Why can't we get in contact with him? And little did they know, it's like that ICGJC was the original, but the ISUPK had them thinking that they were the original. So the whole conscious community was thrown off. They don't even realize that it was called the Israeli Church of Universal Practical Knowledge. That's what, there's all types of videos where they're saying Israeli, from Ariyah to Yeshaya, all the seven heads, and there's even the sign that said Israeli School of Universal Practical Knowledge, that they still had that, the Israeli Church. They had it when it was called the ICUPK. They were still calling themselves Israeli. The new thing was the Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge.
Right.
That's the new thing that it's some of the same doctrines, but you know that it's not the original school because you have videos on YouTube. I'm a witness. So are you and a bunch of brothers on here and sisters that the ICGJC was still operating out of 1 West 125th Street up until like 2006 or 2007, maybe.
Yeah.
So there's a lot
I
of
want to say at least 2007.
Yeah, I think it's more 2007 because that was right around the same time when they reopened 1941 Madison Avenue, which is of course a new building. We also opened up on Orange Blossom Trail. We opened up a new building right around that same time. And I remember it being 2007. We got the new spot.
Yeah, the year of completion. Remember? That was the year of completion.
Right.
So
right.
We got the new church. And then 2008 was the year of glory. And that's where it was time for us to shine and stun on everybody. And then they started running out of names for the years eventually. Like, that was what you noticed with the ICJC. Nothing ever was consistent up in there. Like, it was always a changing of the order or something. So you never was going to come to a professionalism up in there because they always change something up on
you.
Yep, because after the year 09, I can't really, we skipped up until we got to 2012, the year of the Israelites.
That's right. I don't remember no 2011 being anything.
One of those did end up being like the year of 2011, I think was like the year of restoration or something like that. Said all you brothers that lost something, you were supposed to get it back and all that stuff going into 2012. So there goes one of that's an old school picture of Shabar.
Yeah, who's this guy in the middle? He looks so familiar. Who is that?
In the middle, that's Shabar.
Oh, that is Shabar. Okay.
Yeah, that's Shabar in the middle.
He looks shorter in this photo, but okay.
Them's two Minnesota brothers right there. Could not be out in Rakadiat.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was Shabar, but he looked like somebody else. Yeah,
that's back. That's back when you could actually wear your own garments back here. That's like 2000. Is that 2003? Yeah, that's 2003 right there.
You talking about both of these?
That next one, that was like 2005 or something. The one with Shabar up in there. This one right here is 2003.
Yeah, because I see everybody, y'all got these garments. This looks horrible, by the way, these garments.
And y'all looking like y'all came out of Wakanda, bro.
Oh, yeah, I know that was us. You know, the Israelites was everybody. So, I mean, if we would have the feathered headpieces and all that, the Indian garments, we would have fit in. This was us doing when we was in the like lands of Ham vibe.
Yeah, this is like Shaka Zulu stuff.
Yep. We just
Wakanda forever, brother.
Wakanda. This looks like what, like
and then we went
looks like what, like the wrestler
damn garments. I was like the colors.
This looks like what someone like that African wrestler they got on WWF. They used to push that motherfucker, some fake ass Mama Shango or something.
Oh no, you got Papa Shango and you had damn Kamala. That was it.
Yeah, you had Kamala, you had Saba Simba.
Yeah, that these are terrible. Now that I'm really looking at that, like, we really used to walk down the street like this too.
This looks crazy. Yeah, this is like the
like Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar was in your group and shit.
Heart pose.
Yeah, didn't run with Dr. Umar.
I don't know who he was with at that time, brother. That's back when the church was still a little bit more open too, though.
This cat looks like
as far as like what you could study and go into and all that stuff.
That's Beanie Siegel right there.
That is a brother known by Haba Maaf back in his day. He left a minute ago, like right before, like 2010-ish.
These hats have a hole on the top.
Of course, you know
Yeah.
your head can't be covered, brother. So you got to cut your hole up in the top of the hat.
That's crazy.
Your head still covered. You just have a hole up in it. You find that nowhere in antiquities or history with Jews walking around with headpieces with a little hole on the top with a Star of David on top of it.
Yeah, that's
Never in history.
I don't know who came up with that. I don't know who the hell came up with that.
The meat trees with the headpiece or the hole on top of the head, the Hisco pieces.
Hey, was you ever told that the hole was there because remember when you were a baby, the soft spot of your head?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
you ever heard that?
Yeah, I heard that for sure.
I totally missed that one.
Yeah, we had the soft spot on our head, so that's why the hole was made there, because the spirit comes through there.
Yeah, because what happens when a baby's born is that his skull isn't fully developed, so it can easily come out of the woman. That's why that happens. And there's like, it's not like a perfect hole, you know. It's not like you could hold some baby's skull like a bowling ball,
right?
You know, it's just not fully like developed. Like you know, like that. That's just how that's how we are. This cat Tazadaki was trying to say that's because that vessel had just a spirit just was put through its head or whatever. Like I don't even know what he was trying to say exactly behind that, but it was something like that, dealing with the spirit coming through the top and when you're a baby, like when you're born or whatever. And then
bro, he don't know what he was trying to tell you.
Right.
I mean, why do we have to put a hole on the head if we're like in freaking, you know, 1 West 125th Street with a ceiling over our head? You know, like what are we like? What is it supposed to be blocking? Like, you know, what is it supposed to be open to? The sky?
Yeah, I was told literally that you're blocking the spirit from coming in when your head is covered. Like the spirit can't penetrate through the cloth to get in and give you the understanding.
That's crazy. Like, what the hell? That makes no sense, man. At all.
Like this right here, people will look at this picture and say, how could you turn your back on the church? You actually stood right next to the holy God sent comfort. Like people are really still under that delusion.
Yeah. Yeah. I
mean, they was like, oh, you the comforter taught in your house, brother.
Yeah, that's right. That was the first time people were talking about when they first met Tazadakia. I first met Tazadakia in 2005. And it had to be like early 2005, maybe late 2004. And he was literally in Brooklyn Outlaw's apartment teaching, and I was kind of amazed by some of the answers, how he had an answer for everything. I had a friend, I brought him in so I could ask a question, so he could listen to Tazadakia. He didn't want to hear. Like my friend, he came to pick me up. And give me a ride. And I was like, yo, just come inside real quick. And I had him listening to Tazadaki. And then so I asked Tazadaki, started asking questions. And I was like, well, what do you do if somebody just doesn't believe in the Bible? Like how do you make them understand? And he's like, brothers, prophecies. I remember giving people that answer. Like if somebody just doesn't believe in the Bible, the way you could sway them is through like a prophecy or something. How many failed prophecies though has Tazadaki given? How many things has he said that was going to happen that didn't happen? So like by his own words, this guy is completely like, since the day that I met him, he was a fraud, so I just wanted to tell that story back into 2005, brother. I'll never forget that day.
So have you ever seen Tazadaki's hair under that do-rag? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if he started going bald or what in the last years and all that. That really wasn't the importance. You just started seeing he was starting to crack up during them last years. Like I think lying all them years, trying to hide and conceal everything, that stuff just started really weighing down on him, where like any other typical cult leader, he started really losing his mind, going into different dementia and all that stuff.
Yeah, I think he was definitely losing his mind. It was something off with him. From what I started seeing, the way that he was talking, as I was waking up, and I'm starting to notice little things, like the day that the church got raided, the way he was acting outside, like that video was a bad video, bad quality. It was definitely on like a Motorola Razor. It was probably recorded. I don't know. That was 2016. But you know, he just seemed off. Something didn't seem. He didn't seem so confident, because before that he was saying, "Well, why haven't the FBI done their job?" And
You
then
talking about it was a real short clip that he put up. It was a real dark setting. It was on the website, and then they took it down real quick.
yeah, they took that off the website. I don't know, they took it down real quick, but I haven't seen it up there. I know they're
It
not
was only on there for a hot second, because I looked at that one like, this one looks funny. I was still in the church then, and I was like, this doesn't look like the confident Taz right here. This little clip, it was shot in a real dark room, like you said, like on a cheap phone and all that.
Yeah,
And
no,
he was just,
it wasn't in a. They weren't in a room though. They were. He was outside 125th Street. He was out. He was on Madison Avenue.
I saw that one where he looked scared as hell and all that one. Yeah, I saw that one. It's another one that he put up like right after that, where he was still ran because he was salty as hell that the church got ran up in.
Oh, I didn't.
That's what everyone doesn't realize. Like, he was talking all kinds of. That dude was salty as hell that they actually ran up in the church, and there was nothing that them brothers could do about it. Because that's what everyone should have been asking. Like, what happened to the touch not mine anointed? And the damn FBI agent even tripped going down the stairs up in that place. Like, they went and had their way with the prophets of God.
Right.
And now got you brought up on charges, and there's nothing happened other than the director getting fired.
Right.
Yeah, they brought dogs in the temple. Remember, they were saying dogs who use the bathroom in the temple and all that.
Yeah,
they said that. I remember hearing that. They were complaining about that for sure.
Yeah, they was coming out with diss tracks against the FBI and all that. The Archangel Wars, they was throwing that in the lyrics and all that.
Right. I remember that.
Remember, that's what the whole Mene and all that stuff was about. The whole march on Washington, where you could have had all of us down there arrested and all that, and being a public nuisance.
Right. Actually, I just found a video. It came up perfectly. Wow. Just to go back to the raid, since we're on that theme of Tazadaki outside. Now, I didn't get a good quality of this. I could probably find a good quality of this one, but I remember I had to like record it off of my computer screen from my phone to computer. But let me play it real quick. I'm gonna share my screen. Present this. Boom. Yeah, this is put on one of my first videos. Tazadaki lies and alibis.
Doing something wrong and committing crime. Then why haven't the FBI done their job?
Shalom to the congregation of Israel. Pardon for the quality of the video. I have to film this on a cell phone because, as you can see, the church has been raided by the FBI. And persecution has begun.
Then why haven't the FBI done their job?
This is a fight, like David fought Goliath. Okay, this is what it's supposed to be. Don't be alarmed.
Then why haven't the FBI done their job?
Don't be afraid. Steady as she go. The Lord has me in this position for a reason, and I accept everything that comes with this position.
Then why haven't
I just
the
want to let
FBI
the
done their job?
congregation of Israel know that I'm okay. It's business as usual, and steady as she goes. For everybody else that want to stand on the side and want to watch and think that they're watching the destruction of the nation of Israel, that's because you don't believe in the scriptures.
Then why haven't the
That's
FBI
because you
done
don't
their
believe
job?
in the word of God like we do. This church will never be destroyed. And like the Lord our God stated, upon this rock I shall build my church. You watch and see how the Lord deal with this. I want all you brothers and sisters to hold your head up high, because we are doing nothing wrong and we're being persecuted for righteousness. And the Lord our God will fight for us.
Then why haven't the
Shalom
FBI
to
done
the
their job?
congregation of Israel. And walk with your head held up high, because this is what's supposed to happen. Exactly the way.
And he's like,
FBI we talking about?
and he's like repetitive too. He keeps kind of saying the same thing. I mean, sometimes I do that, you know. That's like nervousness, like, you know, like Tazadaki. Didn't seem to be like his character, because he had to portray a certain image. He had to play that part. of, you know, he's untouchable. He's he can never get sick. He never met a flu that could keep him down,
Right.
could keep him in bed. Like
No,
all of
the
that.
man can't be hurt.
Yeah, pretty much. He was like Bruce Willis in Untouchable.
I mean, he said the only way he could be hurt or affected is if he tempts God. So why were they able to touch you? That's what people should even ask, even if you say that they killed him. What did he do where now he was now vulnerable?
That's crazy.
It's just a total illogical way that them people have been put into thinking. Like, just like what y'all saying with the witness. Now his son is now supposed to be the new witness that's rising up.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting on, because
that's hearsay, she say for right now, though.
Yeah, I mean, they have to do something. I can tell these people are on like life support, man. I can tell like the fact that they revamped the HCU, the Holy Conception Unit, now that's back on. That was the movement before Tazadakia. Remember, it was the Holy Conception. It was kind of like before the Comforter.info, at least. They had the Holy Conception Unit.
Yeah, okay. Well, the Holy Conception Unit is supposed to be the main operations of going to get fruit and all that stuff.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, that was supposed to be like the thing that woke everybody up. It was the most important new breakdown, pretty much, because remember, every other Hebrew Israelite group doesn't teach that Jesus Christ is Yahweh or that was born of a virgin. I don't know what IUIC stands.
They're leaning towards it. So
yeah. So yeah, that was the doctrine. That was a change. That's why Johanna. See, this is the way they word things. It's like what Democrats do with the narratives constantly. They always flip. They like whatever. I don't want to get into all that, but it's like they can still say, well, yeah, Arya did leave the truth because he started teaching different things, so he left the truth. But that doesn't mean that he left the ISUPK. He was the ISUPK pretty much.
Exactly.
It was like once Mashah died or left, actually after Mashah left, it was like he pretty much was the ISUPK, because him and Mashah were like it. They were definitely the part of the seven heads, and Yeshaya was right there. But Mashah had that more of age and seemed to have more of the love of the congregation. A lot of people say, Arya didn't really have that. Arya had more of like just the history, the 12 tribes breakdown. So people just looked at him like, oh, he had the Holy Spirit, or he has it.
The one thing you still, as much as people I want to talk about Mashah, once again, you still got to remember who came from him. I mean, you look at IUIC and all these other little groups, Tahar and all them. That's his fruit right there. So the fruit didn't fall too far from the tree. Like, he might have had that loving care towards the Israelites, but he still was on the same bullshit that they teaching though.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, a lot of them.
You would just been dealing with an older Nathaniel or Zabak or someone like that.
Right. Yeah, like those groups, like Zabak's group. Well, IUIC is definitely bigger, but there's a lot of different groups, man, that are out there that Arya still gets a lot of praise from. Even IUIC. Not Sakari. Sakari don't want to praise Arya. But yeah, like
Gorilla holds no punches.
Even behind the name change and all that, but and the doctrine change, like they still want to reverence him as their elder.
Yeah, because that's in their doctrine. Bring not an evil reproach against the elder, or bring not a rebuke against an elder, and all that stuff. That's old doctrine that's hardwired in their brain. It's kind of like what the sis was saying with all the stuff that went on. Like I said, people in their minds is hardwired. You have to, depending on each individual, you got to pull the right chords trying to unprogram them to make them not self-destruct. Because we know what the doctrine is. When people speak against it, unless you can just hit them from a certain angle, the doctrine is, this is the devil coming at me, and I got to dig in deeper.
Right.
And that's what I be telling people a lot of times. Like, you can't always just openly confront them, because their doctrine has that trigger mechanism. It's like instinct. where it's going to make them clamp down harder, and then they get to go back. This is what I just see. This nigga got the devil up on him now, and I have to rebuke him and call him Antichrist, and they'll get charged up off that.
Yeah, they saying Comfy had some control. A Sharp, that's true. He had some control. I could tell because I was before he completely took over as a comforter. I think that they were getting ready for that, you know. And even before he got the Holy Spirit, I think that they were prepping all of this stuff. You know, like there's a very possible chance, obviously, that Ariad Shar, I mean, that's a lot of people. This is like a fact to people for sure. But some people are still like questioning, like, how much did Ariad, was he a part of all this takeover or infiltration or whatever it was?
Either he was in on it and just set it up, or they let him go, like let Taz go and get in position, and they didn't realize what type of damn gremlin they was unleashing.
Yeah, exactly.
And he just took over and won over the people, and people started looking like, man, who is y'all? Y'all ain't even teaching them.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all remember. He used to son Shaw, bro. Made Shaw look stupid and talk down to Shaw. He never did it with Ariad, but with Shaw, he would talk down to him. You go to like major conferences, and you would see like you just talk to Shaw crazy.
Yeah, I remember that. That stood out to me a lot.
Oh yeah, well, he wanted to come in and correct him on the teaching or the way he was running the major conference and all that. He had no problem showing that Shaw is under me. And it was a time where he was getting on Shaw hard too. And he stopped everyone. So hold on, I don't like to look on some of you brothers' faces. First of all, I'm Ariad's teacher and I'm Shaw's teacher. And that's when he tried to, set himself up over them. Because that's when it was still kind of the order of the three holy apostles. And he had to say, look, let me make sure y'all understand I'm over them too as well.
Right. That was the new order. Like there was a lot of changes that I wasn't aware of. But there was people telling me certain things. But yeah, I remember when that came out, Brother Balthazar Allah put me on about that. That was pretty much the other apostles could be rotated, and taken up, taken out, and put back in or whatever, and kind of like musical chairs. But Apostle Tazadakia, Apostle Chief High Priest Tazadakia, the Holy Ghost and Comforter, him and Ariya and Shar, they're like official, set in stone. You can't replace them, and they can't get their rank taken away, it seems. But Tazadakia was always able to talk down on every apostle, and he could take their rank away. Even though he could do that to Shar and talk down on him, it was like he couldn't just take his rank away. It was like it was official that he was,
he had Shar up there sweating at the 2019 Holy Rank review. If Shar couldn't lose his rank, why was he sitting up there waiting to be judged on his apostleship and how he's been performing? He should be able to just sit down and judge all the rest of the ranks under him.
Right.
That made no sense. It's like, all right, if the holy apostle can't be busted, why is his rank now on the line? He's standing before you on whether he's going to stay in his position as a holy apostle. I mean, just like what the brother was talking about, how everything was modeled after America. People just act like they forgot that Tazadakia was going to start having elections for the apostle positions. The order of the 12 was going to be on the Comforter website, where they're debating how good of an apostle they'd be for the 5-year term that they get and all that. Like, this dude totally modeled the church after Babylon.
Yeah, right.
But like I said, nothing ever stayed consistent there. So that just came out and then it just faded away, like the summer garments and the t-shirt and pants and all these other things that were supposed to be implemented.
Summer garments. Yeah, so that a lot of brothers paid for. We needed that in Florida. Yeah, there was so many things like that. So much money that just went to nothing, man. A lot of money.
Bro, charge us for garments and then take them back at the end of the year.
Yep.
Or buy you cheap ass garments that don't last, and you got to go now and get paid the sewing department to go and get them fixed, and get fined by the damn fanatical sergeant of arms that's running around looking for a damn green highlight dot on your garment so he can write you up and summons you to council.
Yeah, that's crazy. Man.
No, you had that. That's like, we just showed him in the picture. That was the young Ricardo bar. But like, when he got that sergeant of arms position, you got brothers would literally be running around the corner from that dude. Like, man, if this dude sees a speck on my garment, he's gonna write me up.
That dude's a clown, man. I couldn't stand that dude, man. Every little thing he want to come with some bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, the dude was so bad when Taz relieved him of his sergeant of arms position. You know that's bad when he puts you in a position to harass the congregation, because that's what his job was. But he's going so overboard that the demon himself's like, brother, you're being more demonic than I want you to be. I got to take you out of position.
Yeah, I remember one time when I was a bishop and he was a bishop, and I'm up there for council to represent council. And I didn't have all the information because they didn't give me all the information. I'm up there representing Miami, West Palm Beach, and I don't know shit about what's going on. So he was like, what's going on with these cases? He asked me. I'm like, man, I don't know. They didn't tell me. I don't know what's going on. So he getting on me, brother. Blah, blah, blah. I'm looking at my garment. I looked at his garment. I'm like, who the fuck is he talking to? He went in the room. I guess he got cursed out because I didn't know what was going on. And he came back to me, talking to me soft. I was like, oh, what happened? They must have chewed your ass out. Sir, this cannot happen again. Like 2 seconds ago, he was talking to me like he's my father.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's that fanatical rank position.
Yeah. Juan Jose says that's 2021. Yeah, there's people like that are just people. I mean, that's not just leave it really, but to me it seems like it. There's like, oh, there's a little bit of feedback, I think, on your side there. I'm gonna just mute you real quick. You can unmute yourself whenever you want to talk, but I think there's some feedback coming. Can you hear that? I don't hear it anymore. But
yeah,
but yeah, you know, yeah, it's like whenever I talk. But when you talk, it's fine. I don't hear no feedback. Brooklyn Outlaw. So you can unmute yourself whenever you want to talk. I don't want to just mute people. But yeah, man. I mean, I want to do this like more regularly. I want to do like something, I guess, with the sister. I don't know exactly how we're gonna deal with it, what we're gonna deal with, but I think we're gonna open up an email. So if y'all want to just contact, so it's not just you contacting me. Maybe I can make it like a neutral type of thing where anybody can log in, and I'll give everybody the password. It could be anybody. I don't know. I'm just trying to see what I could do, like something that everybody could join in, because I think I didn't realize how many people are willing to come together and do stuff, you know. So once I started reaching out to people, and the sister, who's very vocal, started reaching out, I was able to connect her with people and you know, sisters. And it started like I mean, I always had my email there open for anybody to send an email to me, but I noticed dealing with the sisters, it was just a whole nother beast that I was not even ready for. I never thought that I would be dealing with anything like this really when I started my channel, but here we are, man, and I'm all with it. And I enjoy talking through these things because people need to hear that, you know, kind of go back and it's kind of cool to laugh at it, you know, because it's like at least we could do that much. It helps to kind of get over it because we laughing at ourselves, you know. And it's like, God damn, it's almost like looking back at it, you know, a picture of you in the 80s with a flat top, a Gumby hairstyle, whatever. You know, like what the hell was that? Yeah. You know, it was like it's like that. And it's like it's all right to be wrong at some point in your life. It was a big thing, you know. I mean, it was a thing to be wrong about for a long time, for sure. And it was a big major thing. I look at it now and I'm like, people that people on the outside don't understand how the hell why we would come in a place like that. But
I mean, you can laugh at it when you realize that it didn't damn destroy your life. Because some people, they're in a lot worse conditions coming up out of that place. Like they're really messed up, done lost their shelter and all types of stuff, and really don't have a way to climb back up. So it's a little bit different when you're in those positions.
And that place can tear you down to where you're going to be living in a homeless shelter or whatever, or staying in their Hebrew house that fake shelter,
the imaginary Hebrew house.
And then, you know, then if they put you out, you're already down and out, and you lost your family, you lost everything, and then they put you out. That completely destroys you. They've done that to a lot of people. They did that to Tahawam. They demoted him. They told him he got to move back to he has to move to New York. He's never even
moved to the second most expensive state, or not the most expensive state to live in, with no job, nothing set up for you, but you just got to report to the church and fulfill all your church duties that they're going to assign you. And because Tazadaki is mad as hell at you, he's going to book you with all types of unnecessary duties and assignments, pretty much to where the brother probably couldn't even work.
Yeah, that's what it was. Tahawam couldn't work. He tried to get a job, but somebody like that was under like the. I mean, you would think he'd be under some type of payroll. Like, give him something. But it wasn't like
Taz's shit list. Is what he was on.
It was
payroll,
like,
nothing.
I mean, it was just like the phone bill. They'll pay you whenever the hell they want, whatever. They'll throw you a little bone here and there. You know, it was like whenever, if they could, whatever, you know, or if they feel like it, they definitely could.
But not speaking on it when I say on Tazadaki's shit roll, because rest in peace, Tawam, that was a cool brother up in there. Like I said, there were certain brothers up in there that made you want to stay in it longer sometimes, where they just motivated you and influenced you, where it's like, all right, this is the better side of that. It's like the political realm now. You're looking at the lesser of two evils. Like, no, this brother right here actually sells this message better than Taz and some of the elders at times, or whoever certain superiors were. So there was brothers like that was good. So, but he was on Tazadaki's little bad side. You had certain dudes that if Tazadaki just had a vendetta with you, he was going to make you feel it for however long a period of time he just wanted to beef with you up in there.
Yeah.
And that's what it was. He'd just be beefing with certain brothers for years up in there, just have them busted and never able to climb up and all that stuff.
Yeah. And those people end up leaving eventually and start speaking out against him. a few brothers.
Yeah, or they sit and they endure it until he sees like, no, this dude is totally crushed. And know what? I'm gonna decide to raise him back up. Like your man Kawashab. Kawashab was busted for like 10 years and dang all black. Like we're like, brother, come on. You used to run Baltimore. And he got you all busted down under all these other dudes up under you and all this stuff. That's just to embarrass you. It's not to dang improve you and all that. But when he seen like, no, this dude is finished. Let me raise him back up to a bishop real quick. It's all psychological games.
Yeah, he had that's how you gain control, like some real good control over people, I guess. You tear their spirit down, and then now you make them think that all they ever were and ever could be in life, it has to go through them somehow. And they hold the keys to the gate. They're the gatekeepers to the kingdom or something. And it's like you can't get by without getting through Arya and Tazadaki and these cats. All of that's crazy.
Tazapuan and Arya and all them other apostles get broken down like that, though.
Yeah. This is
shows that they used to look at Shar as the thunder of the church, is how it was. Like he was the spiritual enforcer under Arya for a period of time. And we watched that dude get busted down and shriveled up into a shell of what he was when we first was up in there. He was still on like that with us, but all that stuff he was dealing with Taz made him start getting all senile and bipolar with the ranks up under.
Right.
You know, it's a lot of times Shar didn't know what the hell someone was talking about when they were trying to explain something to him. He would take it totally out of context, everything that they was talking about in them councils a lot of times, or giving reports and stuff like that.
Right.
To a point where you'd have Taz have to come on like, Shar, that's not what the brother was saying. Chill out.
Yeah. There's Shar right there. What year was this, you think, right here? You took these photos yourself, right?
Yep, that's like That's probably like 2014, 15, something like that.
Wow. A brother in Philly had to go to New York every weekend for like 2 years. Yeah, he'll have these separate, like it's like this personal stuff that you got against people, and they'll make it seem like, oh, God has me dealing with you right now, and it's like, no, you have a personal beef right
Exactly.
now, and you're taking it out. You're using your power to be spiteful and evil, and all of that. You know, sister said he messed up my so-called wedding process. Still don't understand that. Yeah, I heard. I don't know if that's the same story, but there was a brother in New York that told a story about a wedding or something where I forgot what it was, man. It was some crazy story. He got put out because he didn't invite people to the wedding. I forgot what it was.
Oh,
Yeah,
I know that story. That was dang, what was his name? Was it Kanai Gabar or something? I forget his name. Light-skinned brother from New York. Yeah, he at his wedding, he invited a lot of his family from the world to the wedding, and they was getting better seats and positions and all that than some of the ranking church members and all that. Right. And then I guess some of his family, as they said, kind of turned up at the wedding and all that, like kind of tried to take charge and control of the wedding because they're his blood family. And it was looking like y'all are his church congregation, but y'all don't come before us. And it was one of them type of situations. So they said because of that, the brother disrespected the holy apostles, twisted up the story, didn't give Shar and Arya proper reverence and all that, and they threw the brother out over his wedding.
Right.
Imagine that you tell someone, I got thrown out of my church because of the way I conducted my wedding ceremony.
That's some crazy stuff.
I mean, that's something crazy that to explain to people. If you really go into the stories of where people get put out, that's why it's me to ask the brother where he said, you know, there's some brothers that got put out for wickedness and they want to go back. You got to reevaluate that when you say brothers got put out for wickedness, because there's certain things that you would get put out for that's actually not a sin within the scriptures or within their doctrine. Or within the doctrine of the Bible, I'll put it that way, not their doctrine.
Like a brother getting put out or whatever for not smiting his chest or something like that. Like you could be in the middle of the street, crossing the street, just so happen to see REI, you got to smite your chest in the middle of the street and just stand still. That's the order. That's nowhere in the Bible.
Nowhere in the Bible.
But they're gonna use a scripture that says reverence the old man or whatever, the elder.
Exactly. Reverence the hoary head and rise before him. Yeah, they'll get you with that one too.
Yeah,
a total misunderstanding though.
That's part. Yeah, that's part of why GMS and all these other groups won't let go of REI, even though he didn't curse them out. They don't care about it. They're like, oh yeah, well, we got these scriptures we got to follow. But it's like, what about the scripture that says, you know, don't blaspheme the Holy Spirit? Because that, I mean, people could argue that's what REI did, especially being the one that in charge of all this stuff and you kind of spanks. Right. I don't know.
Well, that's why, because I see some people keep asking this REI live. Do y'all think that they'll be able to hide that when REI actually passes, or y'all think that will get out pretty quick?
I mean, if they expose it themselves, I don't know.
If they're not having service in the temple, you can hide it for a while because you don't have to see them.
That's true. That's true. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, are they officially operating, or is it just like certain churches are kind of operating on the low, but it's not a nationwide thing? Because it seems like certain branches are open and kind of holding little classes and stuff, and then certain ones aren't.
Yeah, I can't even tell you. I mean, there's people in the comments that's gonna say something for sure.
Yeah, you ain't got no moles right now. You can't put that out online. Like, I ain't got no moles in there right now.
Yeah, I don't got no moles right now, Icgjc, but I'm gonna get them, or do I? There's somebody that just recently left that gave me a lot of information, like Aria's still alive. He saw Aria like back in March or something, and then he left like in June, or July, and then there's I mean, there's people in Philly that are leaving. There's people in Baltimore, people in Miami. There's a brother that left it, and I didn't know a brother that he was talking about him earlier. The brother Lobo was talking about Labo Napash. I believe it was him. I don't know, but there's people like that. They'll be gone for 3 years, but you won't even know. And then you hear about it recent. You think it's recent, but it's like
Yeah,
some of these
well,
people.
with Napash, I thought you was setting up the interview with him.
Who's that?
Live with Napash from is he from Miami or Orlando?
Yeah. Now he's from Miami. He's
Okay.
yeah, I'll never forget when he came in because it was during that fake world tour thing, and when he hit Miami, it was right after the Mormon clip went viral. Right after the Mormon clip went viral, he ended up in Miami, and that brother Labuan Fox was his first day there. I think I don't even want to say too much, but he was definitely coming out of the world or whatever.
No, I got him on that Breakdowns 3 DVD where he's asking all them questions about
That's him.
that getting with a woman and all that type of stuff.
That's him right there.
What if you bring it together? He's like, and Taz tried to get a little street with him and say, well, if you got it, how you know God didn't give it to you and all that type of stuff.
Right.
Because he could tell that it was his first day, so he couldn't go full Taz mode on him. If not, he was going to run him off.
Mr. Pizza and Coffee.
So he condescended down to his level.
Pizza and coffee. Yeah, that was a little inside joke. Yeah, there's there's a lot of people that are starting to leave, and I think his death. I think the raid. There was like a lot of like domino effects, but the raid is something that that's the reason why I wanted to go live. I think we got to do this every year on November 1st.
That's why I told you that. I was going to remind you. I was going to let you slip up on this one.
Yeah, I know.
See, that's why I had to ask Ivan. He's online now. That they was because the one they did last year was good, but they were supposed to do this annually too. See, I got to put you on the spot, boss.
Yeah, I mean, I should have been did this on November 1st. I think I did something like a edited video maybe early on. And I would do something on November 1st and bring it up, but it didn't become a thing like an official live where we could talk about it and get a lot of people on until like last year when we started going live.
Now I gotta put it out there. I'm messing with Ivan up on that one, but no, it'd be good to see brothers like that. Brothers don't understand that sometimes certain faces, just seeing them out there, it's needed for people that's in and out. Because, they still using your face to damn put out false lessons and doctrine and all that.
Yeah, exactly.
You put it out there like, no, at least annually I go up and let y'all know I ain't with them niggas no more.
And I gotta address. You want to say something, Brooklyn?
Yeah, I was gonna say I had told Ivan that he needs to get some royalties, man, because they keep using him. They charging $40 a month, I heard, for the streaming service, and he's still on there, so he to get royalties.
Right, got you. Yeah, they never, and there was a video. I had a private conversation with Tazadak, and it wasn't private because the cameraman was there. But he came to Orlando, and I believe it was right after we filmed some, fake video or some whack song. I forgot what it was. And down here in Orlando, St. Ivan was out here too. And St. Basil, it was like a bunch of stuff going on. And I don't know, they put Zion all up in the video. They had Zion dancing. He became like the love interest or something. I don't know, some weird shit. It was horrible. I think it was like right after that, Tazadakia said, I'm gonna invite y'all to the villa. I'm gonna invite select a few to the villa. So he picked out like all the young people, like all the cool people and shit. He pointed out he got me, he got my cousin, he got a few other people, invited them to the villa, and then he started interviewing all of us on the balcony. So I forgot who was the cameraman, but there was somebody with a bright ass light, bright camera on my face. And he started asking me questions and stuff. I remember that, man. It was a weird. I'm just surprised they never brought that out. Maybe they lost all that footage when the raid happened. I don't know. You know,
Yeah,
like
that could have happened. That some of their stuff got taken because they had a gang of stuff on laptops and all that, and we don't know if they got all that stuff back.
right. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what it was. A brief conversation I had.
Remember that, Miguel?
What's that?
I remember that day when we got invited to the villa, a few of us.
Yeah, it was like he picked and chose. Like he chose a few people. He picked like all the pretty girls, all the pretty single girls. Yeah, Yahalama came up. He got Yahalama to come. He got the little sister Bashara. I forget her name.
He had me and his mom go because my son was in the video.
Okay, got you. Yeah, that was a weird time, man. But you could tell like he was spending a lot of time in Orlando, and we didn't even know half the time he was out here, man. But he was out here a lot. He was up in Windermere, Windermere, Florida. He had $1 million house. This cat he had so much money. He could have did so much. It's like he really wanted to build a nation. Like IUIC is doing it in a way where it's like it's never been done before. It's so-called building a nation through a church. At least in the Icgjc movement community, it's on a whole different level. But it's like I don't know, like this cat kind of like ruined his chance, to do something.
Like IUIC will eventually get to like the level of the Nation of Islam type stuff, where they're going to be this offshoot religion that's pretty much still self-sufficient because they have the numbers.
Yeah.
So if they're using the money the right way, they can put it to some causes that are beneficial. Like even what we was doing, it could have helped out a lot and all that, but you still would have been under a false doctrine. But even under that, there's still some things that could have been helped certain communities and all that. But like I said, everything was just a fraud.
Man, I mean, all the money that was wasted, it's crazy. Because
this dude had properties in California. Like we shouldn't be surprised if he's at one of the Diddy party tapes. If he's up there on tape or something at a private Diddy party and all that. Like what are you doing with properties out in Cali?
Yeah.
When were you having time to go out there and travel and parlay and all that?
Right. He had one in Cali. He had one in Florida that we knew about, Windermere at least. And then he had so-called offices in like Philly and Midtown. And he had a crib in like Philly, I think, in what's it called? Cherry Hill or something.
I mean, that one, I'll just say that with that. Y'all think I was just being far-fetched with the damn Diddy party shit. You got to remember, he hired Jeff Lepcourt as his dang attorney. That dude's connected with Ja Rule and Irv Gotti and all them, and they're definitely connected with Diddy and all that. So you don't know how this dude was partying.
Diddy, man, he was out there trying to get people to vote. Like it always seemed like he was being pushed to do something. Like Diddy, man, he's like the definition of selling his goddamn soul to do whatever the hell you want.
Whatever that means. Idolized Diddy. He loved Diddy and Michael Jackson for some reason.
Yep. That's crazy.
So you have to look at people's dang idols. That's crazy. This dude is the God sent comforter. He got human idols that he idolizes on earth.
Right. Yeah, he mentioned Chris Tucker biting the apple and the kids. He was too familiar with it. Yeah, I mean, the brother.
That was the sickest thing ever when that understanding came out that's what the Apple Apple devices went into is. That's just the perversion of the Edomite literally biting an apple out of a young child's rectum type shit. Like, where do you come up? That just showed when he started running out of breakdowns, when he just started making up stuff like that.
Just wild stuff, yeah.
Like, where is that at?
Wow, somebody.
The biting of the apple from the rectum in the service of Moloch or some stuff like that. Like, that's not written.
Brothers used to always come out to like on the side. Brothers that have their own little side breakdowns, like of whatever, it was always something subliminal going on. You would always hear.
Oh yeah, the mermaids for Starbucks. Dirac used to always tell me that one. Like the mermaids from Starbucks it used to be a lot more explicit than what it is.
Yeah, me was brothers in the high ranks. They used to say there's understanding behind it. they had a separate class with Tazdak that we didn't know about.
Tazdak had like his own rules, and like Yashar told us, like he's under other orders. That's crazy right there. Like, aren't we all under God's orders? No, he's under separate orders, so he could break the Sabbath. Because we were watching him like not keep the Sabbath. They talk about, they spoke about me. I put some of the clips up, and I've addressed it before, but I definitely want to address what the Antichrist unit be saying. Keeping the Sabbath is not me being in an Icgjc building. That's not keeping the Sabbath. So if that's the case, then Tazadakia didn't keep the Sabbath. But it was all right. He didn't have to keep the Sabbath because he's Tazadakia. He could pull up in a Ferrari or whatever, Lamborghini, with some random chick that's not in the church because he has to deal with God's business. Like, what? How does it have anything to do with God's business? You're in a Lamborghini in Orlando.
I still can't believe that eyewitnesses said they seen this dude pull up on the Sabbath in a Lambo drop top with a white girl riding shotgun.
No. There wasn't a white girl that time. Like, we got to get that straight. The white girl was in Miami.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he pulled up in Miami with the white girl riding shotgun in the drop top. That was Miami.
Well, yeah, Miami was when that promo video came out. And he actually got women that were like models or something to be there, or maybe they were. I think they were already there.
So he was able to mask it a little bit more. Like, man, she's for the promo.
Right. And I don't know if she was already part of the women that were, because they were like women that were hired, I guess, to be there for the promo. But I think there was also other people or other women around, and they started like coming around because I think the Voice of Israel, he had told a story. I think he posted it. Yeah, they did a video where he spoke about how there was a Russian woman, and she's an Edomite, and he was over here kissing her and all of that. You know,
that's why I do understand why some are a little reluctant to speak their piece. Because to be honest, there's some brothers that done seen some stuff. Like I keep on telling you, us that were a little bit further out of state, we were a little bit more in the dark on what he was pulling up in and all this stuff. There's brothers that really done seen and witnessed some stuff where it's like, brother, how did you not say nothing? It's like, if you being called and this dude is literally damn calling you out, he having sex with damn 2 different women or some white girl in a hotel room, how do you justify that in your mind as this is your righteous leader? Like, this dude pretty much called me borderline making a porno, and I'm on the phone listening to this dude, and he literally called me with this.
Wow. That's crazy.
I mean, that's crazy to witness something like that, and you're still up in there talking some holy, holy, holy. I mean, your mind is really gone to be afraid to stand up against it. Like, brother, you just committed blatant wickedness. And there's no respect I have for you anymore. There's nothing you can tell me about myself after what I just witnessed you doing.
That's crazy. Juan Jose says he looked high all the time before I left. I was saying that he looked high on a few videos. I was saying that he either looked high or drunk.
I'm glad you said that too.
Yeah, you remember it was a video where he said, I seen angels around. He's like, all right, I seen them. They were coming through the walls. And I'm looking at his eyes and his face, and I'm like, yo, he don't seem right. And there was another class that he was teaching. I think it was that same class, or maybe it was like around that time. And it was just so off. Like, the jokes wasn't hitting. The big claps wasn't coming at the right time. It was like, it wasn't like in like how it used to. It used to be real clean, like everybody was just in line, and it just seemed too forced after a while. And I think people start because you start to feel it. It's like it's all forced, man, and the shit ain't funny no more. And now people are concerned, and it's almost like you have to even hide it even more. And the longer you go, man, I there's nothing I hate more than faking the funk, man. It just like right. I can't do it, man. Like I started getting depressed up in there. Like,
there was a video where he's just sitting on stage with some glasses, and he's just trying to teach the lesson. He keeps on,
yeah.
And after every time he says a sentence, he's I'm like, this dude said about 30 times, and has not gotten to the grunt of the lesson. But see, a lot of us we were so disconnected being in that place. When we think of the comforter was getting high type stuff, we're thinking of him sitting blowing back blunts and stuff like that, or excessive drinking. But we're forgetting a whole new drug game has entered the world from the time we entered in the Icgjc to him doing his thing. So that dude could have been up there off of X and Fetties and all these different pills and all that stuff, lean and all that, and we would have never known the difference.
Yeah, that's what.
Because that would have been easier for him to mask those type of pills and stuff he can pop and all that. And if he were to get caught with them, he could justify, well, bro, this is not smoking nut, bro. It's not defiling. I take this for such and such. Or mind your business before I bust you. You didn't see them pills.
He said, St. Ivan said he would drink whole bottles of Robitussin because he was always sick. Man, that's crazy. He was getting himself even more sick, man. That shit is crazy.
He was on the lean. And he probably was getting the real prescribed stuff, the damn purple drink and all that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. That's like an uncontrolled substance.
And he might not even have been doing it in a form of, I'm the comforter and I'm fooling everyone. I'm just getting high and all that off this lean. He might have taken some and not realized he done got himself addicted and strung out on this stuff too.
I think that's probably what started happening because something seemed off, man. And I could see like maybe it was like some type of medicine or too much. I could see it because I'm like, damn, I don't know if is he drunk, high, and it could be either or sick, and it seems like he was probably sick and ODing or whatever, just taking that Robitussin, that tussin on that tussin. Yeah, he had these eyes, man. Like I remember when I first met him and when he was first teaching, and I would look at his eyes in class, and it was like hypnotizing. Like he was like laser focused. And then over the years, it's just like that look just kind of like died out, man. Like, it was like that was the power he had over us and shit. It was like that stare. He could just look at you and you'd be scared. Like,
yeah.
Like
y'all thought he was pulling the Professor X on you every time he stared at you. Oh, he knows what I'm thinking. He knows my thoughts. He knows I had sex on the Sabbath last week and all types of stuff you're telling yourself. This dude don't have a clue what's going on.
He just saw what you did, all the sins you've done and everything you did. Yeah, it's crazy. That was crazy. I mean, there.
You would have brothers that would go up to major conference. And I've seen this many a times. The brother was doing excellent all year, excelling, being at all the camps, unit work, helping assist classes, all that stuff. And he should be raised up at the major conference or holy rank review. And whatever would happen, the dumbest thing would happen. And now the brother end up busted, losing all his rank. And you would have some brothers where they would just convince themselves, well, it was really because of this that I did dang 7 months ago. And now that's just the Lord catching up with me and getting me. And really justifying, like, brother, there was no reason for you to be busted. But you're making up a scenario that he just seen some wickedness in you, that the Lord is now taking up with you now at the Holy Rank Review. Yeah, people really just psych themselves out when it came to what they thought this guy knew.
I mean, and he gave out some money too. Like, there's some photos here of Jason Moody, Rapayala from Philly, holding a $10,000 check, and then they give out a card too, or something like that.
Yeah, we have to give credit where credit was due. They did give out a Benz one year. That was a Benz right there. That car right there.
So that's like Oprah. You get a car. You get a car.
And you really gotta figure out who got that mug.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Benz and the $10,000 check.
Yeah, I don't know who got that. I think the brother that got that. I don't know the brother that got the car. I heard about West Penna. I don't know what was his name. I hate to say government. Yashima Palat. He used to. I think he said he got a car. I forgot where I heard that, but he got a car or some shit.
Yeah. One of them wanted the car thing was, from what I know, pretty legit, with the exception of him handing out the car on exception to who he wanted to hand it out to, though.
Yeah, right.
You had one where he just gave one to the sister off GP, and she wasn't the actual winner. But
yeah, when the sister, the side piece, sex slave, whatever, when she came in, she needed a car, and my cousin also was in need of a car, and they both got a Hyundai Elantra. They both got the same type of car, and I was always wondering, did Tazadakia buy my cousin a car? Because he had her around, his finger. So I'm like, I always wonder. I'm like, did he buy her that car? Because I think he bought the sister a car too. He got her a car or something. I think I remember. I should have asked her that when we did the live. But because I don't know why that never came up. Because I think I remember talking to her about it, and she said, yeah, like she gave him money, or he bought the car or something like that. He gave her money rather. Let's go back.
Or write down your questions for stuff like that. But she probably, I mean, I don't see him past giving people, just like, he let certain people stay in certain houses and cribs like that. Certain people was able to drive certain the church vehicles and stuff like that. So I wouldn't put it past him giving her a car or letting him drive one of the church vehicles, cars or something like that.
Right. Yeah, that's a car right there that you sent me that photo. So what year was that?
And it probably would have made more sense for him to let her use a church vehicle, because that way he can always hold it over her head of taking it back. Yeah, the manipulation was crazy. But like I said, you just study and look at all these different cults and all that. Our stuff was no different. It was just a black identity cult.
Right. And like the sister said, we were the ones that paid for all this stuff anyway. So it was our money. Yeah, man. I'm saying, like, with my cousin, I'd be thinking like, yo, I think Tazadakia laid down with my cousin, yo. I'd be really thinking that. Like, I think that actually happened. It was so weird how he would take her out before she got with, I think, the husband that she's with now. She used to be with Lakadal. It was a brother in Orlando named Lakadal who he's out now. And Tazadakia broke them up. And then he wasn't, it was no adultery and nothing like that. It was, the brother, he ain't doing right by his wife because he don't have a job or something. He wasn't making money. He was like illegal.
Right.
So that brother got 3 wives at some point, and my cousin was the third one. And then
hold on, a brother that's up here illegally has 3 wives in the church.
He had. Then one of them left. He ended up with like no wives. Like that cat, like I think he ended up with no wives. He was always chasing new fruits before they could come into class, so he could, make them his wife and not have to go through the 6-month courtship. He was always doing stuff like that.
Yeah, he kept the phones and always called them.
Right.
So you have a brother, like I said, up here illegally risking deportation, but making children that's able to stay in the country, but he's risking getting put out. And the church sees no problem with these unions.
Right. That's just crazy.
And they know this is going on, and they don't have the wisdom to say, like, bro, that's not the right decision. Like I said, I mean, even with that, we don't have to go political and all that. I'm not gonna go there. But even if you think about that, how we was harboring certain brothers that shouldn't have been up here, and we know they're up here illegally, and they're just getting sanctuary up in the church and all that stuff. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that was done up in there that really should have been pressed over to legal matters. I mean, there was even sexual situations that went up in there that technically, well, this should have been handed over to the damn court, not dealt with in the church.
Oh yeah, domestic violence, all types of stuff.
Exactly.
They wouldn't let the sister. They would be like, "Sister, you can't call the devil, because he's gonna just break up he's gonna make it worse or whatever."
Oh no! Look, you had some sister being told, "What did you when you want you want Satan to come in and kill your husband? You want to call the devil up in there and give him a reason to kill your husband, sister." Look, you've heard stuff like that was going on too.
That's crazy.
Yep, children too. There was children getting the abuse that was going on as well too, because people's misinterpretation of sparing the rod and spoiling the child and all that. That does not mean you. I mean, you have to really think about the mentality you're in. You're going to take a child that barely understands you, and because they don't listen to you, your answer is to always beat them into submission. That just sounds like a damn bully. And you got people that really think that's how you are. That's how I came up. That's why you is all messed up today.
Right.
Like people just don't realize like that's that old archaic dang way that you really still don't understand. I ain't saying that sometimes you don't have to pop a child when they tripping, but the way that it was taught as doctrine and all that, like you have to break them and all that, that was no wisdom with that. Some of you children, the children, you just turn into super niggas anyway. You just making them hardened and tough and all that anyway.
Yeah, man, forget about it. I mean, there's people, there's people who don't even want to go back to church or any church at all. I actually met a dude today, and it was crazy because I had just dropped my mail-in ballot, and as I'm walking, he's like, hey, how you doing? I was like, I'm good. How you doing?
Did you drop your mail-in ballot?
Yeah.
I'm not even going to ask you who you voted for, but I already know.
Yeah, you don't got to ask.
I already know.
But the dude was like, I'm having a good day. I'm going to vote. And I was like, oh, snap. I was like, I just dropped my mail-in ballot. And he was like, who did you vote for? And I told him, and he was like, oh, that's who I'm voting for too. And he's a Christian and all of that. And he was like, we started getting into the conversation. I told him about the cult and all of that. And I don't know why I just like struck this conversation. And I didn't mind like the fact that whatever, like he invited me to his church. He asked if he could pray for me and all of that. I was like, yeah, you could pray for me. He took my number down. He was like really into what I was saying because he saw like I was like quoting scriptures and everything. And so I could still do that, and I still read the Bible. And I like to get the history of it, and I was still seeking for the truth. I'm still learning a lot of things, but this person, he could tell he was like, because I was like, I don't know if I'll go to the church. It's a Pentecostal church, so I was like, I don't know. I've been to one before. I was like, and he was like, no,
they're speaking in the tongues and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's what I told him. I was like, a tongue is a lengua, like literally in Spanish. That's how you say language in Spanish. It's a tongue. It's a lengua. That's how you say language. That's what the word means. So he said I could tell it's like he has this indoctrination too, where when you say speaking in tongues, he has this idea in his head that it's speaking gibberish. So the Icgjc and the Israelites, I think they're right by saying that when speaking in tongues, it's literally just talking about them speaking different languages. That's true.
Right.
And Christians, not too many of them be knowing how to, deal with that type of debating. It's like, because it's like a fact. What the hell, like you aren't supposed to understand what you're saying. The scripture says something like that.
Right.
But anyways, like this dude, he was like, oh, just I hope you didn't have a bad experience and that pushed you away. And it's like, maybe it was because of that. But that led me on a path that brought me here. But like that path was pretty much me deprogramming, and in that I a lot of other stuff left with it. Like a lot of the so-called faith or belief.
Well, no, you have to do that because people are really indoctrinated. I just had to deal with someone that I'm at Costco, minding my own business, shopping and grabbing my stuff as I'm coming in and checking out. And you got some dude that just feels the need to stop me all of a sudden as I'm checking out, minding my own business. Excuse me, brother. Have you ever heard of the Lord Jesus Christ? Would you mind if I come and just pray for you? And I just asked him, how come you didn't stop the woman that's in front of me, stop the person behind me, and acknowledge and introduce them to the Lord? I just said, you know how condescending that is, where you want to interrupt me as you see in my condition. So you want to remind me, oh, something's wrong with him, and let me remind him that maybe the power of my prayer will bring him out of this condition. I'm like, brother, you know how arrogant that is? Like I haven't sought and prayed for myself, or other people haven't. But I was just like, what makes you feel that I'm not at peace with where I'm at in life, and where I need to be stopped by you to be reminded of this situation? That's very arrogant. And a lot of you Christians do this because y'all are so indoctrinated. And he just took a step back, like, I never even thought of it that way, that you might be just fine where you're at until I came along saying there's something wrong with you and you don't know Jesus, and let me introduce you to it.
That's the trick right there. That's how they convince you they got the cure. They got to convince you that you're sick first. So it's like that. It's like,
yeah, you got one up on me. There's something wrong with my life that you have the answer for. So stop and listen to me.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it, man. Because that's what we were doing. We were definitely going out there with more of a pompous attitude and cocky and arrogant. You know, the definition of a cult member pretty much is just you think that you know everything, and you can hear this in some Christians. You can hear this in people like in the Westboro Baptist Church that's like a Christian cult. You know, they're pretty much like they already have an answer in their head. They think that, you know, you're lost, you know, because you sound like this. And that's what was an easy way for us to point out, like, easy victims. That was a way for us to point out easy victims. It was like, if you start talking about speaking in tongues, it was like, oh, we got you. If you're Jehovah's Witness, you know, we got the scripture that says that Israel's my witness. It was like these little things that we would try to.
We had certain compartmentalization of the scriptures. We just had everything in different categories. John 3:16, we got you here. Then guys, Jacob have I loved, Esau have I hated. We got you here. Whatever you could think of, we had some type of counter verse for it, but that was totally out of context.
Yeah. All right. I think the brother said peace. All right. Peace out, St. Ivan. A sister here says, you see the places they are going with their flyers now. It seems tactical, the segregated areas. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I mean, there was a brother that he was on the comment section. We spoke to him, Gerari. We spoke to him on the phone. He had just left the Miami church. That brother had was telling me that he was ready to leave the church when he was still in there. And then one day he's like, you know, he's like, I gotta go, man. I gotta go do unit work. And I was on the phone like, oh man, you know, but I don't know if anything changed about their tactics. What I found interesting about their tactic and how they will have a group of 12 that'll hit up a big area and we'll break up into 4 groups of 3 or 3 groups of 4, whatever. And you know, I found that the IUIC has that same system, and when they go out and do unit work, they have one clipboard per little group of 3 or 4 that are all in the same area, and we just kind of sack, you know, this whole area with flyers, just flood it. That's a thing that IUIC does. Now, when I look at other groups, GMS don't work that way. GMS just stands out somewhere and just yells, you know. You know, they weren't so tactical like we were, you know, but it's crazy that the IUIC does that too, you know. And I just discovered, I didn't know, you told me that you already knew, but there's an Israelite Church of God in Christ. There's a church called the Israelite Church of God in Christ. Not the Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ, but let me pull that up.
To their credit, I think they lean a little bit more towards that they are spiritual Israelites in the spiritual body versus broken into tribes, and we're trying to raise up the Israelite type stuff.
Yeah. I think they're out in Las Vegas or something.
They got a couple, because then, the other one that I get confused, because it's also just the Church of God in Christ is the one I get confused. That's another big one out there too.
I wonder if,
but I don't think they go into any Israelite doctrine whatsoever.
Right. I wonder. Yeah, I mean, the funny thing about Icgjc is that the Church of God in Christ, that's a big thing. This Israelite group uses Icgjc. They use Israelite Icgjc, which is strange because I had once seen a Sly from Sly and the Family Stones who was in the Icgjc church wearing a Shield of David while performing once. You know, I don't know if you ever seen this, but I found that interesting, and the fact that he was part of Icgjc, like you can look it up. His whole family was in that. But yeah, this is the Israelite Church of God in Christ. This is another church. I don't know when they started. It might actually say it here in the about the history. It started in Colorado. That's what it is. They're in Colorado Springs. It doesn't say exactly what year, but yeah, I don't. It says we don't need to be.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah.
Be out.
Yeah, good night, y'all.
Oh yeah. All right.
All right. All right. Good hollering at you, brother.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna say that, but you know, bro, there's a new group that pops up every year or so. There's a new group that's just popping up. So
Yeah.
that doesn't surprise me. I mean, you got now look when you hear Israelite anything, all right, when was y'all established?
Right. Yeah.
Because they got some new group up here in Minneapolis. I forget what their name is, but they're out speaking in some of the old spots we used to speak out in St. Paul and all that. It's not IUIC or ISUPK either. It's not the little Wi-Fi Israelites or whatever they are, WFI, whatever it is. It's
Yeah.
some little new group that done thrown on some little gauntlets on their arms and leather headbands, and they get a Bible, brother, and get to work.
Yeah. And there's
I don't even
actually
think these dudes be asking for permits and all that for these spots. They just set up a microphone and speaker system at and start speaking anymore.
that's crazy. That there's actually a Christian pastor. He calls him he's Pastor Dowell, I think. This cat
Yeah.
is an
Straightway or Straight Gate Ministries.
yeah, Straight Gate Ministries, I
Yeah,
think.
now he still teaches that they're Hebrews, and he got like them in some little compound down there in like the Carolinas or somewhere in that little Appalachian area.
Yeah, he's out. Yeah, he's out that way, exactly. Yeah,
I
he's seen.
listen to dude. He talks that good game, but it's just like you can just look at him, see, brother, you're another one of them, brother.
Yeah, man.
You
It's
can
just
see it all up in him, like, brother, you're very inviting, and I can tell if I were to get down there and get in that compound, I'm gonna be getting a whole different indoctrination.
right. Yeah, because he seems more Christian. I think he did. I think he used to be a pastor in a Christian church, and then they flipped him or something like that. I don't know exactly how it happened, but I sometimes I'll find him. I'll come across his videos, and I'm like, this guy's an Israelite, but he's just a little different. Like you can tell, he calls himself
Yeah,
an Israelite.
he's more moderate. He's under because these Midwest Israelites, I keep telling you, they have a little different doctrine. They don't have that.
Right.
It's all about raising up the 12 tribes in this Israelite Renaissance. They're
Right.
more so we're the light to everyone. Everyone needs to come in, repent, and learn, and it's open for everybody type stuff. Which is why them groups' money is in finances is better too, because they got some of everybody coming in there.
Gotcha.
And I'm
Yeah.
not sure how them dudes do it. I'm wondering, do they treat when the quote unquote Gentiles come in there? Do they treat them more like second class citizens, or are they like open brothers that can come in there and get positions and all that stuff?
I mean, yeah,
I
those.
think GOCC, I've heard some people say the Gentiles that are coming there are more treated like a second class citizen, like
Yeah.
be grateful to come in and learn under the sons of God type stuff.
That's like the Torah. What was some cats that's with Judah Nats or whatever. Torah Knights. There's an internet Hebrew Israelite group. They don't even ever meet really. They just do internet stuff. The leader lives in Japan, and he has a Japanese wife. And there was a white dude that I had on my channel named Negi Springfield. He's been on my channel a few times, and he used to be a part of the Hebrew Israelite group. And he said that even though the leader was kind of showing him favor because he knew he can get stuff, that's how the leaders are if they know they can get something from you. But he said like some of the members started kind of like pushing him towards the back and kind of like trying to play him because he's an Edomite. They still think you're an Edomite, but they think that you could be saved. So that's what this Pastor Dowell dude, that's what he's doing too. Like he's allowing Israelites, but I don't know how the environment is in there. I feel like I want to think that it's more like the Christian church since he was a Christian. And then, he got that Midwest thing going on. I knew he was definitely from Midwest. It was so much like, just that gave it away. And like he doesn't. I don't even see him wear fringes or nothing like that. He just be wearing like some tight muscle shirts or something all the time.
Right.
I don't know. He don't seem like a typical Israelite. He doesn't wear the headpieces. He doesn't do any of that. So it's like he doesn't. That's part of the One West culture, but it's like he's
that doesn't even matter if you got a following and a group of people, because we have to understand that this is a hustle now. These dudes got monetized pages with some of them hundreds of thousands of followers. People that's giving them dang live donations and all type of stuff when they go live and all that. You got Guerrilla Hebrews selling Hebrew vitamin pills and supplements and stuff now.
Yeah,
merchandise and all that. Like, these dudes eat off of this stuff.
Tazaryak is selling like beard ointments and stuff.
Thank you. Beard balm and all that. Hebrew, Egyptian musk beard balms and all this stuff.
Yeah, that's probably
the
what
Black King Thunder damn supplements for the night. Yes, bring back the nation with these pills right here. All types of stuff. So, I mean, you got to, that's what killed me with the Icgjc. Like, y'all only focused on robbing your own congregants. You could have opened up the internet and been collecting money from other people that wasn't necessarily part of the congregation.
Yeah,
because people will go on and donate if they like your message, or they might not never join your church, but they'll give free will offerings and donations and stuff.
Yeah, like even like GMS, they'll ask their members for money. Like their members will get questioned, but they don't seem to have such a good grip on every.
Tell his congregation, don't worry about what we do with the money. He straight up told them, don't worry about what we do with the money.
Right. Yeah. Tahar's crazy.
I mean, you really got. That's why we was looking at them, because GMS was the only other group that was kind of had a little bit of traction when we was out kind of at our peak, and that was what we were labeling the Antichrist. So it all made sense. We're like, look at these dudes. These dudes is totally barbaric and all that. This is what the Antichrist in the scripture is talking about, even though it didn't have nothing to do with that. But
brute beasts.
Exactly, brute beasts.
And vagabond Jews, we would call them.
So all that. I mean, so it kind of fit for the time, and we just went with that. Like I said, not knowing much. Because it's clear if you're going according to the context who the Antichrist in the scriptures were, and it was the people that was then back during that time, point blank period, not continuing on over to this day.
Right.
I mean, it makes a lot more sense when you just look at it. If you're gonna go with it and just understand, like, man, it's history that we don't understand, and that's a better stance I can take on it versus, brother, it sounds like a bunch of damn crap to me. But you know what? I just understand it's something old that we don't understand no more.
Right. Like, one of the things I was thinking about was like oppression makes a wise man mad. They always break that down as like that's like an excuse when because you're pissed off yelling in the streets. It's the oppression's making me like this, because oppression makes a wise man mad. But that mad, when you look at the Hebrew, it's actually talking about crazy or deranged or not right in the head. It's not talking about angry. That's how the British.
It has nothing to do with anger.
I mean, you hear British people use mad all the time to mean like you're crazy, not angry the way the Americans use it. There's a lot of things like that I've noticed. I'm like, yo, these people will like say whatever they can without even understanding what they're saying, just because it makes sense to them, and then it becomes a new way of like interpreting it, and then you can't shake it. You can't even think of another way. But that one is easy. There's a lot of other things.
Even loved Esau have I hated. Right. How come we only use the context of hate there but you don't use that same, because brother just asked this question. It was a good question. We don't use that same context when the Lord says, if you have two wives, one loved and another hated. The context is that one is favored above the other, is all that is. It's not going into hatred as in I hate you and can't stand you. And guess where that same thing applied as well too? The same Romans 19. That hatred is not just vehement this and where we were trying to go. Look, Jacob was the one that was given the birthright if you're going to go according to the scriptures. He was favored above Esau is all it's saying.
That's it.
Because that's why you were given the commandment not to abhor an Edomite, is what it tells you. So it's clearly letting you know the hatred you're trying to push into your belief that this is the white man and this is what they get. It doesn't even fit context and doctrine.
There's,
So
there's, there's a lot of things like that. That was another one I was trying to think of. I can't think of it now, but yeah.
I mean, there's a million different ones. See, I haven't been going into the old Hebrewish doctrine like that for a little while and all that. So, like I said, we're very well versed, and that's what all them people in there is too. They don't know the Bible; they're just well versed. I mean, they can quote a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
But if you were to ask them, name me 8 famous Israelite generals, what were they known for? What did they do and all that? These people don't know the history and dates and different antiquities and all that type stuff.
Right. Nah,
that's why when you run into these new dang apologists and all that stuff, these Hebrews be getting destroyed in these little groups. These Jewish people versus Israelites and all that. When you go on them pages and look at the debates, them brothers coming in there with that black Hebrew Israelite stuff be getting smashed all over the place.
Right. There's some new ones. They're learning all these tricks because a lot of it is we were fooled and we fell for the okie doke. We just didn't do good enough research. We kind of just believed in what people were telling us in the Icgjc. We believed them. And come to find out that this stuff is not true. A lot of the stuff that they were teaching just was not true.
Ain't no a lot. This is some of the worst scholarship of the 20th, 21st century. This black Hebrew Israelite stuff is horrible, damn pseudo scholarship.
Right.
This stuff does not match true history when it comes to this stuff. Now we know there's been fabricated twists and all that stuff in history, but like people get upset because I tell people just because Christ was a man of color does not mean he was Negroid black the way you want to and equate him.
Yeah, that's another thing. They kind of like dumb you down to this two-dimensional way of thinking where it's like an either or. Like, oh, you see, they show him to be white, but we know he's not white, so they're lying because he was black. And it's like, well, don't you think that they were just lying because they wanted to believe what you or they want to, the same thing that they want to believe. They want to believe that God looked like them. I think that's exactly what the Romans and the European, the Spanish that did the whole Renaissance, they showed all these white people. Yeah, you look at the Russian icons, it's like those don't even look like, real Negro. Like those look like some Middle Eastern, people with straight hair or whatever,
The image they got that looks straight up like Caesar Borgia with a tan that's sitting in the headquarters. That's considered Byzantine art right there. Right. So, I mean, that right there is, does not look like a Negro.
Yeah.
It looks like someone Middle Eastern with curly locks and hair and all that, but it's not even looking like how we took like the pure wool out of context, which is going into the color, not the texture.
Man, that's
basic one-on-one English grammar comprehension, and they can't get that. And then, like I said, a lot of them brothers, you can barely read as it is. You have no business letting someone twist you up and make you only read one translation, the King James Version. And that's above a lot of you brothers' pay grade when it comes to reading. You're not familiar with the thous and arts and these different terms and all that.
It's also like in Jeremiah 14:2, where it says they're The gates thereof language. They are black unto the ground. They're just like, because they see the word unto, they think about the word, well, the phrase like unto, and
Right.
it doesn't say they're black like unto the ground. It says they're black unto the ground. So that just means to the ground. That could be talking about the gates themselves that were burned down. That's there's different ways to interpret that. Some people like to say that it's talking about them being in a mourning state and they're down on the ground. Some people say the gates are actual physical gates, not the leaders, but physical gates that were burned down because that was what was outside the city. The city was destroyed and sacked, and or the town, whatever, and they're mourning. So
Right.
they're just basic things like that, but just the fact how they think black unto the ground means like black like the ground, and that's not what it says. It doesn't even mean that. Black unto the ground means black to down to the ground. That's what it means. They're black down to the ground.
But even that being said, that is happening during the time of Jeremiah with the Babylonian conquest. What does that have to do with 2 centuries later? That's why I say the reading rainbow effect. For those that don't want to read the rainbow, it's showing the age. That was a little damn sitcom that came on where a dude would read books and you would imagine yourself in the story in the book as he's reading it. That's what people are doing in the Icgjc. Or
Take
all
a
these
look
Israelites.
and read a book, Reading Rainbow.
Really, all these different Christian faiths. If you're not just looking at his inspiration of how to kind of live your moral compass and you're waiting on stuff and all that, you're throwing yourself into the play.
Yeah.
I hear brothers that try and explain this stuff away all the time, even brothers that, they have a belief that everything has already come to pass and has happened and all that. You still ask them questions that really can't get answered all the way. So that's why I just have come to the understanding, like, don't nobody know this stuff like you say you do, because according to the text, God always visited and gave somebody direct understanding of what was going on. And if you say that you're getting that in today's day and age from just reading the script, I'm gonna tell you you're crazy.
Yeah, man. There's stuff that sometimes there's things that are up for multiple interpretations, and there's no way to reconcile it and figure out which one's the right one. And it's like what people do is that they choose what feels better, what they like, and what fits what they already believe. And that's why I like to look at it. And I'm like, I could see these interpretations meaning a whole bunch of things, but it's usually not what the hell that these Israelites are talking about. That's what's crazy. It's like,
yeah.
That's not
most
even
of the time they just dead ass wrong.
Yeah, they just be dead wrong when it comes to a lot of things.
Like you can't even tell them, I see where you're coming from, but you just hear it like, brother, that's not what it's talking about right there. Period.
All right.
Just like the whole thing, like you seen the ISUBK the interview I sent with Tommy, the Tommy G dude. I mean, Real Nigga Academy, and their interpretation of that is Acts 13:1 is what justifies them starting the Real Nigga Academy.
What's Acts 13:1 again?
Where they called Simon Niger.
Oh God, yeah, that's right.
And it's like, brother, that has nothing to do with the way y'all are interpreting that verse. Yeah. But all these dudes is playing, because I'm looking at that like, y'all don't even have this real animosity towards Esau like y'all think y'all do anyway. For you sitting down now, you new age neo-Israelite groups, y'all ain't even the same Israelites of the 80s and all that wouldn't even almost think twice of sitting down with an Edomite or would have had. Like, there's the one where it was Yeshaya and like Kazak and them, and they had the dude from UK come over, I think, back in the 90s and all that. And you see, they was trying to terrify dude the whole time. Right. You could just see the more softer side with ISUPK out there joking around and all that. Yeah, you're gonna be my slave and give me some push-ups and all that. It's like, this is not even the same hardcore spirit y'all used to be in. The dude asked him, do you hate white people? None of them could even answer him straight up and say, yes, I hate you, because God hates you.
Right. That's what we used to say. But even Tazadakia started trying to clean it up a little bit so that it doesn't come off so harsh, because you know, not everybody was gonna be, you know, easily take that in. Like Lobo was saying earlier, he was saying like he was kind of eased into this cult, and I was doing some of that too. I wasn't trying to put out all this stuff, you know, even though deep down inside I knew, you know, the white man's the devil. That's how we felt. We didn't just want to come out and scare people off too much. You know, it might be somebody coming out, and Tazadaki would tell us they're just coming out of the world, and you got to be careful and all of that. And it was just a strategic way of easing them in, and it's what's it called? Deceptive recruiting. That's part of that's what.
Yeah, because you're not telling them when they come in that they're going to have to pay 20 to 30% of their income, that their Friday and Saturday is done now. You're not telling these things. If you're a man, you're going to have to join the academy. You're definitely not going to come as you're handing a sister a flyer and say, you know, a man can have more than one wife and all that. Come to my church. So there's a lot of stuff there. You're mainly going to come with the identity scriptures and that Christ was black is the main punchlines you're going to use to reel them in at first. Me, I didn't even bring up Tazadakia until you got in the class and was fully kind of getting indoctrinated. And then we let you know, well, this is our leader and he's who we call the God sent comforter.
Right. Yeah. That's exactly.
You didn't come out with that right away and say, yeah, we have the Holy Spirit in our church and he's in this man. Come and listen. You knew that would have turned people away. And even the term he used, we understand that the Comforter is a title for Holy Spirit in the Bible, but it softens it up some using the title, the God sent Comforter or the Comforter over the Holy Spirit. Because people, well, it's just a title. You know, we're not saying he is the Holy Spirit, but it's a title given to a man that has the Holy Spirit on him. And you start twisting it up and watering it down so you don't sound as crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And then you start asking stupid ass questions like Basil asked. Well, how else are they going to get the understanding if the Spirit doesn't come into a man? And he's asking this question like that's the logical way. Yeah, what we're teaching, that's the most logical way.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you really get swayed into the interpretation because you know it doesn't all make sense, especially them tribes breakdowns and all that. That stuff doesn't make sense. Benjamin shall raven like a wolf. That means that they're going to be singing reggae music. The main person that we used as the poster child to represent that reggae music being sung was Bob Marley. But Bob Marley, according to you, is an Edomite. So he's still not even fulfilling the prophecy of Benjamin. That's an Edomite singing them reggae tunes. So
that's crazy.
And then raven does not mean sing or howl anyway. It means to eat.
Yeah, that one's crazy. That's one of the ones I was like, what? Like,
and was it say something like his face shall dwell between the sea and the sun or something like that? Oh, that just means how beautiful his island is. And we just take that and like, oh yeah, that's what it's talking about.
Almost a lot of the things that was said, we would just say, oh, well, the island is beautiful. Isn't Puerto Rico beautiful?
Yeah. And it's like when it comes to, I think it's what is it? Chile and Argentina. What tribe was that again? What was that? Naphtali. Yeah, he shall yield royal dainties. Oh, that means the great wines and desserts that they produce down in Argentina and Chile and all that. Oh, okay. There's no precept for that. Just like Simeon and Levi, I say that all the time. Again, the instruments of cruelty shall be in their habitation. Oh, that means the black magic and voodoo that they use. When you can clearly see it's alluding more to what they did to the village of the Hamites that they killed. But you're going to say it's the voodoo black magic, but you have no precept that says instruments of cruelty means black magic or witchcraft.
Right.
It's all made up.
When I was going back and forth with one of these Hebrew Israelites, like not too long ago, I don't know, it's maybe some months ago. This cat was saying, well, isn't voodoo an instrument? And I'm like, it's not. I'm like, isn't an instrument an instrument? Isn't a sword an instrument? Like the way that he was asking questions was, okay, well, since you can consider voodoo an instrument, that's what it's talking about. And it's like, you haven't You're just telling me what you think it's saying, and you're making all these analogies, and it's
Right.
like I was like, I don't even believe voodoo is real. Like, I don't think that's a real
Right,
thing.
right.
So like, what? So and then Santeria, and I'm telling him, I'm like, and then Dominicans are not the only ones that do Santeria. I'm like, if anything, Puerto Ricans, Cubans, they do that more. They do that a lot.
And it's done in Brazil a lot too.
And Brazil, it's done. Yeah. There you go. Brazil, Mexico, South America, they love that stuff. Colombians, there was a Colombian woman that used to stink up the whole damn apartment in New York City every Sunday with some nasty smelling oils. That it was powerful, man.
Right.
It was
that
like
hallucinogenic type stuff.
Yo, some crazy stuff, man, that get the demons out, I don't know.
Or in.
Or in. Oh God. Yeah, and then that's funny, I found a Botanica where they sell all them crazy ass Santeria stuff. They sell like the candles with the damn white Jesus, like you'll find a really pale ass Jesus too. And they got the, all types
Grim
of
Reaper ones, probably with the bullets around the necks and all that type stuff.
Nah, they didn't have all that, but it was called San Miguel Botanica, and it's over here on the west side of Orlando. And I went inside. I was like, let me just go inside because I was driving by, and I was like, let me hold on, San Miguel Botanica. So I went up in there, and the lady was Mexican, and a lot of them are Mexican, and they're the ones that really do a lot of that. And there's actually a good amount of Dominicans that do voodoo. So but they want to say that, oh, it's talking about voodoo and Santeria, because as if Dominicans are like known, like we're not really known for doing that. That's not a thing that we're known for doing. Even though, okay, you could push the Haitian thing, but then when you go to the instrument of cruelty, it's obviously talking about the sword, the killings that were done. That's what it's alluding to. But that's the problem with interpretations. It's like you can create something that kind of gels and then just run with it and not have to explain anything, just because you believe it, and you can just rely on faith. That's weak. That's like, I'm not doing that anymore, bro. Like, I'm not doing that anymore.
What is it? Reuben, the excellency of dignity shall be in his hand. That means he didn't sign any peace treaties with the white man during. I mean, where do you get all that from?
That's crazy that you're telling me,
the
like,
dignified manner where he dressed. He wore the mitres, while Gad, they started getting naked and wearing bones out. They're the same people, dumbass. What are you talking about? The Seminole Indians are no different from the Cherokees and all these other different tribes.
And they'll just find like one picture of some Seminole Indians dressed a certain way, and it's
that's exactly what I had in my 12 tribes breakdown. I had a specific, and this is almost like from a coloring book type thing, where it's a Seminole Indian with got his headpiece that looks similar to a mitre, but it's not one. Right. And he got the little fringes with no ribbon of blue hanging from him and holding a musket. And I used to use that. So you look at the way he's dressed. And then I would take one of some Creek Indian that just got damn tomahawk and damn some bone chest plate or something and a damn something over the drawers or something. And see, Gad started going off. They didn't keep the same dignity that Reuben kept. And that, because that was the breakdown that I had heard given before, I just threw in some visuals with it.
Right. And the Mexicans being a strong ass couching down between two burdens. I've heard different breakdowns, man. I'm telling you, I've heard different stuff from different people about the breakdown.
You got to mix it. You got to. Everyone got to add a little bit more seasoning to it to sell it.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what was going on. Everybody you heard it from, they added a little bit extra, like you said, not signing a treaty. I've heard one person say that, and I've heard another person say that it's talking about the way they dress. It was dignified. So I've heard like both of those things.
In Minneapolis, the breakdown was you throw all that in. They didn't sign no treaties, and the way they dressed and carried themselves.
All right. And then
like I said, the Gad, we had been went over that one a million times. You don't even find them cutting their arm, doing no blood patch stuff and all that, like just all made up. They called
they never have a breakdown like I've never seen a really good breakdown for the 12 tribes come from anybody in the ICGJC. I never heard any breakdown, I don't think, besides whatever's online from Nathaniel that was done years ago in the House of David. That's like a
Yeah,
3
the 12 tribes breakdown is getting harder and harder to find now.
Yeah.
Like you don't see groups just going over it and over it again. You might catch a camp or something like that, give someone one tribe and go into the basic stuff we're talking about, but nothing in depth. Do you ever hear them go into the 12 tribes like that no more?
See, it's a lot of stuff be just disappearing, and then over time, it's like it never happened. Just like the neo ISUPK, there's so many things that like there's going to be new people coming into these communities, these different churches or whatever, and they're not even going to know like the history of none of this stuff. They're going to start like GMS one time told me out here downtown. They said that we don't got to believe in the 12 tribes sign anymore. That's getting old. I was like, what? What do you mean that's getting old? Like, how can your salvation or a doctrine of God or whatever get old? And I think that they're starting to realize that they're getting old, or their breakdown. It's had so much time to catch some type of I mean, they've had so much time to prove what they said, what they've been saying, and it's like they can't do it. And I think they're giving up, and they're like, oh, forget it. Don't even believe in the 12 tribe sign. A lot of them
because this is supposed to be a world takeover. That's what someone forgot when they came up with this 12 tribe sign. Like, this is supposed to be an international takeover. And now you're starting to realize, like, this sign does not apply when we go to the rest of the world. It becomes irrelevant. And then if we keep pushing this on the other side of the world, the other people are going to be looking like, well, if we're not on that sign, how are you so sure we're Israelites? And then the question gets reversed. Well, know what? If y'all preaching to us this message, how do we know them people on the other side of the world are Israelites? And it just goes back and forth. Just like we talked about how you got certain Hispanic tribes or groups saying, like, no, we are Israelites and black people are damn Hamites and Canaanites and all that. And then you got certain groups saying, well, no, the Hispanics are not Israelites. It's just the Negroid tribes are Israelites. You got all that going on. Then you got a 12 tribes European sign.
Yeah, that goes way back. They've been talking about Dan being in Denmark or whatever. That was a European thing. That was actually something that Arias stole on the Real Black History thing. He said that one time. And that was actually something that was pushed all throughout the ISUPK.
That probably is where he got the idea to say, know what? We need to come up with something that separates the tribes and we identify these lost tribes just like they did, because that probably wasn't even a concept. People before just used to lump all the lost tribes of Israel together. They're just a lost group of people, and that was it.
Right.
They wasn't worried about Judah, Benjamin, Manasseh, Levi, and all that. And this is this one, this is this one, this is this one, until the Europeans came up with that sign.
Yeah, that's old British Hebrew Israelism. That thing goes way back. It's crazy because you wouldn't know it because it didn't catch on. It wasn't that popular. So it's kind of like it's a perfect thing to kind of rob and do a new thing, to put a twist to it and feed it to a whole different group of people, because we wouldn't know anything about that. But I remember when I first found that 12 tribe sign, that European Hebrew Israelite stuff. And I remember seeing it years ago, like while I was still in there, and I found it like right after, and I started realizing, I'm like, this was before the 12 tribe sign that was put out by Aria. So the concept of trying to make a certain people a tribe and get real specific to like a country, that's already there,
Right.
So that's an easy scheme, man. These
Just
guys
like the brother just said, there's over 574 federally recognized Native American Indian tribes. How are all of them gagged? And then you got some people that consider themselves Native or American Indian that we classified as Japheth. When you start going up into Alaska and Canada and all that, those are a whole different group of Indians that's up here. That's not necessarily the Native Americans that we know of today, too.
Yeah, and then some of them ended up in Greenland, which when you look at the people there, they even don't look like some of the Native Americans that were more towards like the south, towards the equator. You can tell like there was even some separation, and it was like 10,000 years from some of those people that are all the way up there in you know, in those parts of
And,
Canada
and and
north.
see, that's why the history is all twisted, because there was some different other ethnic groups, like people of color, that was throughout Europe and all that, like the gypsies and all that. There was a few different groups of people that was different, that they knew like we're not the same people and all that as well too. And those are just groups that they just ignored. Like, you have to think of, you're talking about billions of people on the planet, and you think you've classified this little 144,000 group of these different tribes and all that. It's like, brother, you would have to go all over on search of these different tribes. But that's then where the catch-22 is. Well, the Lord said we wouldn't have went over all the cities of Jerusalem before he returns. Or the cities of Judea, excuse me.
Yeah,
Not Jerusalem. Because they'll try and catch you in your words, which is another scripture
that's
that
another
lets you know that whatever they was talking about, it was back during that time. What
right.
does going
Hey,
over all the cities of Judea have to do with going and gathering all the Israelites all over the world today?
yeah, well, they'll say wherever a Judite is, that's Judea, pretty much. That's what
See?
they'll say. That's like how they.
That would be about the best they could give you.
Yeah, that's how we used to translate that.
Yeah,
Um,
because
yeah,
we'd also say that Israel is a people and a place.
right.
So
That's
that's another slick way of trying to be able to interchange the words and all that. But it doesn't really work that way, though. Because you can see clearly in the context where it's naming Israel as the people versus the land. Where it says, you have not went over all the cities of Judea
right.
before I return. That's speaking of geographical location.
Yeah, that's that simple, man. There's a
And
lot of
these are
things
the
like that.
words.
Well, if you
That's
don't
why I
go
like
back
the way
over it, like you would never, you just forget about it. But you know, like I'll forget about it. But going back over that one, I forgot about that one now. That was a clear just yeah, like it's like they warp your mind to think
They
something.
time warp you is exactly what they've done. This stuff has to be in an older context, the way you just reading everything. That's why I'm just looking at people like, you're messing yourself up trying to go into all this futuristic type stuff
Yeah,
that
just
you
like
don't know what's coming. Now, if the world ends up being supernaturally interrupted and all that during our time and all that, we'll just say, all right, we're about to see what's coming. But other than that, this stuff y'all trying to put together, like, you know, someone is really messed up right now with all this Iran, Israel. Like, if someone's just now coming into one of these Israelite groups, they're
yeah,
messing their mind all up with this Iran Israel conflict right now. And they're going to play on, see, brother, we're in the end. See, it's prophesied that Israel's going to attack Iran and it's all going to go down the Middle East. And then when these forces settle down and pull back and go back to normal life, well, the scriptures say there should be wars and rumors of wars, brother.
right. That's exactly
Which one is it? Are we at war? Or was that just a rumor? If it was just a rumor, that means I can go on about my life then. I don't need to get prepared for doomsday.
But they did that a lot with the wars and rumors of wars. They would constantly try to scare us too whenever something big would happen, or like any rumor of a war. It was always something
every year or couple of years
Yep.
since we've been in that place and out, there's been a conflict with these same groups of people.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We haven't seen nothing new since coming up in there with the same groups that's been fighting since before some of us was even born.
That's right. Yeah, all
Like
this is
these
going
are
on right now.
conflicts been going on. So that's where we're supposed to see even more of the setup doctrine. These countries have been at odds with each other for decades. And we're coming in listening to some dude saying, see, it's right here in the Bible, prophesied these nations going to get it. See, I told you it was coming. When you've been seeing these nations get into it forever. So it's easy to predict. They haven't come to no peace treaty or terms yet. These nations eventually are going to go to all-out war with each other because you've been seeing the conflict all your life.
Right.
This is not something where there was all peace and everything was all good, and they're reading to you, Iran is going to attack Israel one day, and it's going to be all-out war in the Middle East. They're seeing the conflict. You're getting the full bulletin on everything that's going on.
Right. There's a lot that's been coming out that they can use, like with the Russian icons. There's a lot of stuff that they always try to use. Natural disaster.
The earth is helping the woman right now.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that was the real Black history breakdown. That's the first time I heard that. Arya opens up the DVD saying that all this stuff that I'm about to bring out is artifacts that the earth that's the earth helping the woman. The woman's supposed to be the church, the Israelites or whatever, Icgjc. There's all them breakdowns. It's like Tata saying he's everything. He's the remember he was saying what was it that he said? The least of these that left in Judea. It was something like not left in Judea, but I forgot what scripture he was trying to say. It's talking about him because that was supposed to bring in the war of Jesus Christ coming back, or these cats going up against the church through the legal system or whatever. That was like part of it. I remember he was saying that once he started getting like investigated, and after the church got raided, he started to use a lot of the scriptures that talked about like something being brought on, like it's now an end. Like even though they always do that, like this was even pushed even more. They were like, oh, this is gonna lead up. This was the last final straw that's gonna lead up to Jesus Christ coming back. It was like they were telling you, we know when Jesus Christ is coming back. Right. They were pretty much telling you that.
Yeah, because if you think about it, from the time he came in, he was trying to push that they're eventually going to come against us. They're eventually going to come against us type stuff. Right. But I just think he didn't expect them to catch him the way that they did, though. I think he thought that it was always just going to be the things going to be speaking against us. You might public open stuff, calling us a hate group and stuff like that. But he didn't expect them to come in and arrest his behind them.
He said it in the video that I put together. Well, he said it in one of the classes I put together in the video where he said that they used to teach something else about that. The few that are left or something, whatever scripture that is. I'm forgetting how it was worded. It's kind of late, but he's saying that I used to think it was this. I don't know if you remember him saying that. He's telling us that, yeah, we thought it was something else. It's like, yeah, because you taught that. Like you were the ones you teaching Dakia. He taught that false breakdown. He's like, yeah, I've been listening to lies. That's what he said.
Yeah, because on the first Wars and Rumors of Wars, he was still teaching that the 10 horns were the 10 horns of the European Union, EU, and NATO and all that. And then about a year or two later, he came out. Yes, y'all, I don't want to hear nothing about it being the 10 horns, being the EU and NATO. I don't want to hear nothing about that. These are the 10 Illuminati families who is talking about. But we have you on DVD teaching that these are the EU.
When did he say? I don't know if you remember this. The sister says, "Do you remember Comfy talking about going back to horse and buggy time?"
Something like that. He did mention something of that nature too.
Sounds familiar. I don't know why that sounds familiar.
Because that would be the only way they'd be able to justify some of those revelation. There's a lot of the context of those scriptures.
That's crazy, man.
I mean, there's no way you can really justify this stuff when you really read in the wording and context, unless you admit that you're just going with what you've been told. Some of them standing here shall not. I mean, there's just too much stuff where it's like, no, this is unanswered stuff. and y'all just got to admit either something's been taken out and it's missing, or you all been duped.
And there's mistranslations. I think that they messed up Deuteronomy 28:68, where it says that ye shall be sold to your enemies, but no man shall buy you. I think they mistranslated and put the word sold. When you look at other translations, it says that ye shall be offered for sale, or you shall offer yourselves. Sometimes it says. So King James looked like it's screwed up.
King James is the only one that reads that way. All the other interpretations read it differently, and that's where another way they trap you. They trapping you with an interpretation where they can box you into their understanding more easily.
Right. Yeah. Now you don't have to think, like they think for you.
If you're cross-referencing the scripture, now you're going to come up with a more clear interpretation, especially if you look at it through about 3 other translations.
Exactly.
But yeah, that's what they're holding you back from doing is, but that's pretty clear on that when you read Deuteronomy 28:68. And then people forget that Rome shipped a gang of Jews on ships during their time.
Yeah. There's the story. I don't know if it literally says anything about ships, but you can assume that because they ended up in the port over there in Alexandria. They had a big port where even till this day you can see it's still there. It's old as hell. It's an old ass port. It looks grimy, but they've been using it for years, for centuries, and it goes way back during that time when it was, when the Greeks took over or whatever. So it would have been the perfect time around 70 AD for some of these curses that they only, think that it happened during the transatlantic slave trade. You could actually find some of this stuff right in the Bible or in history, which would assume that the prophecy was somewhat of a prophecy that God fulfilled, but really that can happen at any point where somebody's just being shipped off on because that doesn't determine your genetics. So they're determining your genetics by, were your ancestors sold on slave ships? Like, that doesn't mean that you're a Judite or whatever. Like, but that's the type of that's another way they get you is that identity is like it's tough.
Slavery is not something that's exclusive to the Israelites. That's what we tried to act like. Like any people that's been enslaved, those are the Israelites. And slavery has been a worldwide practice since the beginning of time.
Right. And
like I said, you're dealing with a congregation of people that really knows nothing. Or if they do know something, they dumb down what they know to stay up in there.
Wow. Yeah,
which is ridiculous because there's some people in there that were educated and they really do know better.
Yeah. And then they end up pretty much like denying their education and diminishing it. Everything gets diminished. I was thinking about that brother that was crying. That I forgot where I found that video. It was like one of them town hall meetings that they were having in the Icgjc, and the brother was crying, complaining about he can't keep a job because he has to constantly go to council and he has to go to New York. And the way they just diminish and just like illegitimize his pain, and he's breaking down, like pouring his heart out in front of the congregation, crying. It's only for Tazadakia to come and say, "Well, I don't understand what you're talking about, brother. I don't understand what you're talking about." It's like you don't understand that it's hard to keep a job when you got to spend all this money. You can't even work because you might be out of town. So you're not as disposable as you can be because you're in the cult, and you got to be disposable constantly towards for these people.
Yeah. Well, yeah, when they tried to give their little rebuttal and act like you shortened out the clip the full answer, and where they're making it seem like Tazadaki is telling, well, no, brother, you got chief priests and men over the council, that can schedule out the councils and make it, a time where you can come up and get the council in. As if we don't know that summons to council means like, brother, get up here on the next council day, brother. If not, you're put out until you get up to council. Like, it was like, who do you think you're even fooling?
And
Put up a
now
fit
you gotta
like that.
call out. You might have to call out for multiple days, man. Like,
You will have, if you're from out of state, you're gonna have to. You can't. A council is at least a 2-day. You're missing 2 days of work minimum.
right.
Minimum. And then you can't even really factor that in because let's say you set up, 2 days, because you're missing Tuesday, definitely getting up to New York.
Right.
And then Tuesday night through Wednesday, depending on when you get out, because you would have us so crazy sometimes. We would get out of council at like 8:30 in the morning, 10:30 that Wednesday morning. Brother, we set a record. That was the longest council in them done whatsoever. It's like, bro, that's insane, brother. You went into a church at 6 o'clock on Tuesday night and didn't leave until 10:30 the next morning, and you don't think you're crazy.
And they'll take a long break, in between all of that. There was a time I remember they took like 2 hours. And we got a bunch of people waiting, and the line wasn't moving. Nobody was being seen for like 2 hours, man. And then by the time you get in there, they're falling asleep.
and then, just like I said, that was even more the disrespect to the out-of-state churches, because you know damn well if you got people coming from Florida, Minnesota, Oklahoma, they should be priority, and all their councils should be seen first. Where you get them in and allow them to go back and get back on the road or go back to the hotel and get some rest. But they're sitting there splitting up all the churches' councils where you got someone from Florida being called in, then someone from New York, then someone from Philly. Like, that was the stupidest order ever, the way they dealt with the councils. And then you see a lot of the time the paperwork wasn't in order. It wasn't organized. They didn't know who was who. All types of crazy stuff.
Yeah,
and it's like I was looking like this is not that hard.
Yeah, they didn't have they couldn't keep track of the council that I had. I had one council to come back in with Arya and Shar, and I kept getting called about that, man. They were like, "Are you sure you did this?" I was like, "Man, don't y'all got everything on video? Like, they should know." And they were acting like all brand new. It was weird. I'm glad it never fell through, because I didn't even really want to come back, at least with rank. I was like, please bring me back in so I could feel comfortable and safe and not feel like I'm going to go to hell. But don't give me any more unit work and none of that. Like, I did not want to go back to that for sure. So it was kind of, that thing was kind of a relief, like, for me to finally realize, like, this thing is actually a lie. I knew it. It was like, I was relieved, man. Like, I felt like literally like I could breathe a little easier now that this is all out in the open. But now came the deprogramming and the delusional people that, I'm still close with in the Icgjc, trying to tell you got to come back or something, like trying to bring you back, the recovery crew.
That's what I was meaning to mention to the sister, and I hope she catches it later. This is a long live. But I was going to say that because her coming out, I think, just like within the last year or something like that. It hasn't even been that long. So she's just like one of us that's coming into the Icgjc for the first time. You got that zealous, I want to let everyone know and wake them up to that, what this place was and how we have to recover and get ourselves together. You're going to have that energy coming out for the first year, 2 years, until you really start to just recognize, like, these people are doing it to themselves. And what you say to them is not going to pull them out. It can, if they're ready to come out on them by themselves already. But we're not going to put up the magical concoction and combination that's just going to make them see it. They're going to have to want to come out by themselves. So I get what she's saying, like the humanitarian side. And I don't want to make sure that these people did, but I tell everyone, it's just like the zombie damn movie. It's that loved one that you love dearly. You're looking at them like, man, this is my dog. This is my dude right here. but they've been bit by the damn zombies. They're not there no more. And
Oh,
however much you try and negotiate with them, reason them, the only thing they're concerned on is biting you now too. They're just that's where they're at now.
that's crazy.
They're dealing with damn Resident Evil or damn They Live, all that stuff is where them people is at. You just start to recognize like this person is not there no more. The person I left up in there, they've now taken them down to another level since I left them. So it's not the same person I knew up in there.
Yeah. And people got to find their own.
Not everybody, but a lot of them, it's like that now.
People are going to find their own reasons. And that's the thing, is like there's never going to be one big thing that's going to get everybody out. But it seems like what these cats expect, especially in the Antichrist unit, is like some like a video or something. They wouldn't even believe that of Tazadakia doing something. And it's like there's already videos of him saying things are going to happen that's not happening. And they're somehow able to rationalize that and keep it going. That's weird as hell. That's crazy as hell to me. That should be a big deal for people that are trying to find a reason to leave. If you're still a believer in the Bible, why are you still following this dude and thinking that what he said or what he was saying is anything factual when the time is up? 2020 passed. He's now dead. The time frame was off. The 1,265 days or whatever. You know, like there's so many things from the H1N1 that you can point to and say, well, this is a flag. This is a flag. It's like, what do you want to happen? Like, what is it? Like, you can either get smacked in the face by God himself or something.
I mean, that's what you have to ask. That's what I ask all the time. Like, if you're still in there at this point, either you're scared as hell, you've really been tricked into being terrified of this is really the place and I can't leave. But not everyone's in that mentality. So some of y'all are just, it's some BS, but you have ulterior motives while you're still in there. I have to look at it both those ways. Because not everybody can be that stupid at this point. I'm sorry, you just can't be.
It doesn't make sense to me, but I'm on the outside.
You're either deceived and scared to leave, like that line that was said. I can't find that clip for nothing where you said that. Like, you done got your ass caught up in a cult and you don't know how to get out now at this point.
Yeah, I know what video you're talking about. I got to find that too. I know what you're talking about. I can find it because I've been going through some of my older videos.
Fine, right there. It's just like that is where you got people in there where they're like, man, this shit is crazy, but it is the truth. That's where they're at.
It's like they open a trap door, and it's like well, just when you think you left the house, it's a trap door, and you're still in the building, and you're like, hold on, I didn't figure this out, and there's something else that's still keeping you in there, and it's like you can't figure yourself out of it. I remember thinking like that. It was like a trap house, like it was like you can't figure your way out, and you're trying to dissect. And what should I do? How? And it's like you're just stuck. And some people are just they've lost their will to even fight anymore because their ambitions are constantly being torn down in there, and they don't even care. They're just like, oh, whatever. It's like you just trample over me, you know, like they just allow them to get trampled over. They allow themselves to get trampled over.
It's almost like this political arena where people are just in their mind of anybody. We'll take anybody in office over Trump. So this damn bird brain skinning and grinning woman, we have to get her in because we just don't like Trump. That's the mentality. There's like they have no other option. That's where these people at in the cult. They're looking at, I came in here looking for God. I see what's out there in the church and religious world when it comes to what they're doing with the Bible and God. Right. And this seems like they're a little bit more with the scriptures and all that until you really look around and see like, damn, it's all the same thing. That DVD Tazadakia taught, The Pursuit of Happiness, that's all talking about him. Compelling people to give in all this money and all that. They wouldn't give you a cent out their pocket. It's like this dude taught a whole lesson against himself and is sitting up in there convinced you that's talking about this doctrine is against these pastors of the world.
Right.
But that's really what it is. People feel like they just have no option. I've been arguing with brothers on this whole political thing for a minute now, and I'd take my little shot out there at the Harris campaign. I'm still a little undecided, but
yeah, I mean,
and I hope no one on here is misinterpreting what is that Deuteronomy 16 or 18, where they think voting is still a sin. Voting for a political candidate is not putting a king over you. Right. It has nothing to do with that.
Yeah, it's exactly the opposite, actually. But yeah, like a monarchy. If anything, that's what we did with Tazadakia. We put a king. We set up this man and gave him the power of a king, and the power
with a whole royal family attached to him.
Yeah, we were being put out, like, like being beheaded, and yeah, everything had to go through him. That's what I noticed. It was very clear, if you were a member of the ICGJC, that he had the majority power, the vast majority of the power, if not all of the power. It just seemed like he just had all the power, like Arya just bent over. And
it was constant. The power was constantly leaving the rest of the leadership. By the time I left out of there, 2019, and he had Shar standing up, getting a holy rank review, that's when he had the total power by that time.
The holy rank
he
review.
Had finally broken Shar and Arya down all the way, because all the way up till then, there was still little trickles of seeming like he would at least have to consult them a little bit sometimes and all that, or he was giving them a little bit of authority. But by 2018, 2019, it was just like, the feds is attacking us. I'm taking full control now.
Right. He took that as opportunity for sure.
Shoot, he probably made them come up with money for bail for the cribs that he already sold to get bail. They probably had to come up with $1,000 too.
Well, listen, brother, I think we should call it a night. It's 2:15, 2:20.
I know it's 1 o'clock my time.
Yeah. But it's been great, man. I appreciate you coming through all the time. And thank you everybody else that came on. We got a few handful of people. I got a message from somebody that said they couldn't make it. Actually, 2 people that were going to come on said they couldn't make it. So I might do something again real soon. Like the sister was saying, the former elect lady Zenobia, we're going to do something more often to keep the channel going, and so we could keep talking about the ICGJC, to keep that conversation going at least.
Well, I just want to put this out there too, because people don't realize this. They don't realize that we talk behind the scenes on more stuff than just about the ICGJC all the time and all that. And even a lot of other congregants that still are former congregants that holler at each other behind the scenes. Yeah. Brothers be going out to eat, doing all types of other stuff. And it's not always just cult talk and all that all the time. You might mention a little something or a joke or something like that, but most people that's been out for a while have moved on with their lives. And even as we talk on things and all that, we got our inside jokes on it that you might see us say on Facebook and stuff like that. But just look at all the other stuff that we could be talking about, discussing politics, business advice, all types of stuff.
Yeah, because then they'll say, like, why you always think about us and you talk about us and all of that. Like, we talk about a lot of different things, but I reserve the right to talk about the ICGJC, man. And I'm gonna keep doing it.
Yeah.
But yeah,
but it is. I'm sorry.
We went off for like
you just have to. This is one of them situations where they say don't kick someone when they're down. This is one where you just keep on stomping and stomping while they're down right now.
Yeah.
This one, like, we're gonna play dirty on this one all day. If y'all arms is tied right now, we're just not gonna allow you. If the one other reason why we keep going at them is when you just see when they pop up, the arrogance and deception they just pop up with is just like, who do these niggas really think they are now at this point? Like, come on, man. And the whole rug has been pulled from under you, and y'all still popping up like y'all damn want spiritual smoke with people and all this. Like, come on, brother. It's over.
You could tell they didn't even want it with Vocab Malone.
Yes, Vocab, he didn't realize that was his only one shot. That's what he didn't realize, because he would have went in if he would have realized that was the only shot he was going to get.
Yeah, I probably should have told him that better. But
I was
seemed like he
him,
was.
like, brother, you better get him while you can.
I mean, yeah, I didn't know how he even got in contact with them in the first place, but somehow that happened. So I was like, okay, maybe, yeah, go ahead, man, do it. You know, he's like, you know, I don't want to. He didn't want to come off too hard and scare them away, so they can come back, because he had the hopes of maybe getting Araya or some star or something on. And I knew that was
they was never gonna let you interview Arya Ashar.
And that's the arrogance of them. Is like, oh, who are you to interview them?
That's exactly what they were thinking.
Yeah, but it's
just
really
like
who are these guys like that think they can make all these claims and not have to answer for it, and they just like kind of dismiss you like they don't have to answer. And this is the reason why people need to leave, is because you're not getting answers. You're being lied to, and things are being hidden, and then you're being like dismissed, like you're not good enough to even get an answer for basic things like where the hell the money going. We've been told, don't worry about the money.
You're not worthy enough to ask an intelligent question. You're beneath asking an intelligent question to us. Your lips would defile the holy apostle by the question you're asking, type stuff. Yeah, that's just where they're at. But like I said, now these shows, they still go out and they do a lot of ripples on the airwaves, because there's some people that actually just saw like some shows that was put out like a year ago or better, and was really just inquiring about, like, man, that's all that was going on up in there. I'm like, yeah,
I gotta create more playlists. I gotta create more, like, organize some of these videos and keep it just Icgjc, because I was doing, you know, I was talking about politics and all different things, but I think there's something special here with these topics. Whenever we have these conversations, it just seems like it just seems more natural. We know it, we're more familiar with it, and I have like I still have a lot of love for people that are in there, for a lot of people that are in there, the ones that knew me, whether they hate me now or whatever. So I still want these people to come out. I want to see people leave that place, you know, as many as possible.
There were some decent, cool brothers and sisters up in there. It's just y'all are not the superheroes that y'all think y'all are. It's just like you just need to go back to your normal civilian life and stop with the mission continues that they're on. That's the whole thing. Is we're really just letting people know you are wasting your time. Most people have been in there long enough where if you want to keep on to the principles of the Bible and God and all that, you know it now. You know enough now to be like, man, I can take on this on and still live a decent, moral, spiritual life and all that without giving these dudes all my money and them taking control of my every move.
I mean, the facade that Tazadake is somehow still alive, or it's like Weekend at Bernie's, man. Like, it's just trying to keep this guy alive, man. It's just
you're showing your age. People don't know about that classic right there, brother.
Yeah, they're just wheeling him around and stuff. It's a dead body, man. Let him go.
I mean, that's why I had to kill that noise on the way. You know, has anyone seen the body and all that? Like, stop it, man. He was put in the same vehicle as all them other bodies and all that during the time of COVID. And that was also where people, I mean, it's just the irony of it is crazy. If you really think about the irony of how everything went down, it's like, brother, you're the holiest man on the planet, and your own local congregation couldn't even come out and mourn you. There was no ceremony. You're just thrown in a cold meat wagon, brother. And I think those bodies was like incinerated and all that. I don't even think those were buried. He's like, look, this is fresh, a fresh damn pandemic. These bodies got to be burnt.
And then
sight. It's like they did him like Osama bin Laden. Like, we don't want no place for the believers to be able to come and turn it to a memorial or shrine. There's no place where the congregants can go and say, this is where the God sent comforter is at right now.
Right.
Because there'd be some fanatics waiting for him to rise up out that mud. Is probably why they might not have said, look, we're not going to give the official site.
few hundreds that are left in the ICGJC, the whatever it is diminished down. Like that dude Tazadaka is not even that well known for people to even care about doing a documentary or something, on a big high level. Like, it's accounts like this, is YouTube channels like mine that's even keeping his the infamy of him alive. That because people just overlooking.
Right on that. If they were to do a documentary and they were to be interested in like including the ICJC, it would have to be an overall Hebrew Israelite documentary. And they just made them a segment up in there and show what happened with this church and how he was robbing and stealing. And then they probably would go into more straight and narrow offshoots like IUIC and Johanna and all them.
Yeah.
Because
this story is.
The ICJC really is, if you really think about it, I would have to say they're probably the most irrelevant of the groups out there right now.
There's new groups that are getting more spin, more attention.
I ain't gonna say they're the least irrelevant because they still do got more organized numbers than a couple groups, but not enough now. They're definitely like a strong fourth or fifth in size and numbers. Because if you think about Sakari is probably about as big as them because they got some chapters.
I think Sakari's definitely bigger than ICGJC for sure.
Like I said, GOCC, they've been a little bit quiet and all that, but I know their numbers is up there. Like I was looking for them recently just to see what they're doing, and their stuff seems kind of dated from the last time they really put up some stuff.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with their social media presence. It seems a little lacking. I don't know. It's weird.
I think just like with the ICGJC, I think when you're starting to, because that social media presence is how a lot of them groups is getting ahead. If you're not on social media like that, it's probably because there's something going on with your group internally right now that you don't want dirty laundry aired out. That's why we never had a strong social media presence.
Because we didn't allow just individual members to push this whole thing and represent for the church because, the ICGJC had its own motives, obviously, but Sakari allows just regular members to create a YouTube channel and just speak about them, and they'll be like, whatever. They'll represent Sakari on their own as an individual. They don't need to get the churches, they might get the approval from the leader of Sakari, but they're still able to go out there and do what they got to do individually. The ICGJC, you can't even ask. Like, you already know you can't start no YouTube channel and just start, talking about how you're in the ICGJC and it's the truth. They're going to kick you out of the church if you do that.
We had to ask permission to start a Minneapolis ICGJC Facebook channel. I mean, all that, your radio shows and all that stuff had to be authorized.
The ICGJC Facebook group in Orlando, that was something I remember when somebody got that idea. Like, I don't know if that had to get approved, but it was like little thing. I think that did. I think I remember now. There were things like that I guess they told us to do it like when we started doing seminars. I think they told us to create it so that way we can make it, make announcements. But we weren't like keeping up with none of that stuff. Like, it was like because of the leadership. Because if they really left it up to the members, like Sakari and GMS will do, then you'll see more of a presence. But it was like purposely hidden so it doesn't become too big, but just big enough so they can grease their palms.
Remember, they used to say that Yawasop guy from Oregon, his job was to send out, anytime you had a seminar, he was supposed to send out a newsletter to all your local news stations and all that, inviting them to show up to the seminar and all that. He wasn't having you guys do that?
Nah, man. This was like, I did a seminar out here in the library. Did I do one? I think I just did one in like 2009, maybe. And there was a whole curriculum how to do it. There was like, I chose my own title. And later on, after I did it, Yashar was like, "You did it wrong, brother." And he was giving me the dumbest smile, like as if it was my fault. And he was like, "Yeah, you did it wrong. And I'm like, but you told me to do it, and he kept stressing me to do it. So I just did a seminar out of nowhere, and it was like, I think we had like, I don't know, I scheduled like maybe an hour time slot at the library, and it was like just the regular members that would come to class that showed up. It wasn't like this was.
I started to send you the pictures of some of our seminars, but I was like, no, I'm gonna get on. But yeah, I had a few seminars, and it was gonna be the same thing. All you were gonna see is a bunch of empty seats, the teachers up there teaching, one or two congregants sitting up there, and maybe one or two stragglers that's come in from the library that you done fished in from the library.
Right. I think we did get somebody to at least come and sit
Now
down.
we had a couple seminars where there would be like 20-something people that showed up, and we had some seminars where it looked like it was going to grow, and you'd have 20, 30 people show up, and no one would end up coming to class. It was just something to listen to. But that's crazy, because it got to the point with the seminars where you had certain topics that they was giving us. You could teach on it however you wanted to, but it was a set topic. Like I forget the name of some of those seminars. Do you know what you worship? Who does God love? You know, those type of topics with the little flyer art. And it got to the point where you could only teach from those subject matters on the seminar, but they wasn't telling you what scripture you could bring out and all that.
Right. Yeah.
But
I remember having like the more liberty in that aspect, but they still like, it was supposed to be a certain topic, at least not the curriculum, but I think I said curriculum earlier, but the topic at least had to be chosen. And it was like a whole flyer, and they had a whole thing.
That's probably what he came up and was something you did wrong, because he's probably saying you didn't get one of the topics that's set in the location, and he didn't give it to you, because Yashar would be on the conference calls where we'd be discussing these different seminar topics and all that, because we'd have to vote on what new topics we should go over. And these dudes like stopped coming up with new subjects after like 9 flyers. We didn't get no more new topics, and we'd always say we need more topics we can go over, and we'd never come to a vote on them. And every year we're just teaching the same seminars with no real curriculum. But what in Minnesota, we eventually put up a curriculum to make it easier for other brothers that's going to be teaching it, so that way they didn't have to put together some nut job lesson. It's like, brother, just go over these scriptures for this topic.
Right.
But no, brother, it is 1:30. We'll keep on going. But no, I'm gonna get ready to call it a wrap too.
All right, man. Well,
let your phone charge.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thanks for coming through. Thanks everybody else.
Definitely.
Yeah, I'll hit you up soon. We'll talk. You know, me and you. We'll come back and do this again, man.
We're gonna end up hollering either right before or after the election. We have to see what it is. You see, they burning ballot boxes out in the West Coast, and there's all stuff going on.
Yeah, I've been wanting to do some other conversations for sure with you, because we can talk about all that.
You know, we were going to go into the critical race theory and all that stuff. We're going to get to that eventually.
Yeah, that's definitely something.
You might see your views pick up, because that one's going to be controversial.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe we'll see. Stuff anyway. This is going to be my last closing point. Is that's also what's scaring a lot of these people, because the world has been, I guess, crazy that we've been used to. But when you go in there for a while and then come back out, it can be like culture shock of what you're dealing with, what you're seeing. You're like, man, I'm really engaged with these people out here and all that. But it's always been this way. You just took a break from that stuff when you went into the damn, like I said, the ties of dimension. You took a break from this world. But it's always been that way. And some people, they're scared to face reality right now. Like, brother, this is the world we're in. You got to know how to move around it. And there's not just this angelic bodyguard that you think you got around you just because you go to class at this certain address. And that's where people's minds is really at. They think there's protection from staying up in there. And it's like, brother, you're going to deal with what this world has to offer regardless.
Yeah, regardless. That's why we were talking about voting. It's like, you know, Russell G. Lewis was talking about it. Like, this is how you participate in real life and deal with like real education budgets, and like that's what's going on. We got to deal with reality. What's going on in the ICGJC is all fiction. It's like they're supposed to be building a community or a nation where you have like a budget for this, a budget for that, and everything is supposed to work cohesively. And they just ruined all of that, man.
It's like, why am I going getting money orders from a bank and Walmart and all this stuff for the tights when I should be able to take all this money that was just collected on whatever high holy day or the Sabbath? I should be able to take that right to the bank with a church card and make a deposit right there as an official ICGJC member and dignitary and make the whole operation go smooth. This bank is going straight into the church's account from Minnesota. Here's the receipts, all that.
Right.
I put all this stuff
because he had
up hundreds of money orders and
cash
and all types of stuff. Like, what are we doing? This is not a real organization.
Remember, Tadaka actually had an ICGJC card. He had a bank card that was connected to the ICGJC, but the money wouldn't come in from us. He would put that money in later or whatever and spend it however he wants. But it wasn't anything that was, I don't think it was tracked like that. It might have been something that they did on their own. But what the government is doing is making sure, ever since the raid, they're making sure that, ever since the plea deal, they're making sure these cats can't do that. So that's why they're paying with money orders. That should be a big ass red flag too. That should be waving in your face every time you damn signing your ties away.
Yeah, because that's really what ended up happening was when the order came out to put the stuff in checks and money orders. That's all it was. Is it was now being deposited into an ICGJC church account, and Tazadaki had access to it, or Tazapa wanted to just take out the money that whatever Taz needed, so it wasn't directly connected to him. That's why he threw Tazapa one under the bus. Talking about ain't nothing in my name. See, people forgot about that part too.
That's right.
Crazy, but no, that's what it is. People have to get back to reality. If the world was handed to the Israelite Church of God and Jesus Christ, the world would go into total collapse and chaos overnight. Them people wouldn't be able to run nothing.
That's a fact.
But all right, my brother, it was good hollering at you. I appreciate everyone that came on and all that. Salute to everybody. I can't even say dang survivors, because it really the people that survived the damn sham and hustle is what it is.
Yep. All right, man. Well, yeah, thank you, brother. Have a good night. I'll holler at you soon.
All right, peace and love to everyone online, and until the next time, bro.
All right, brother.
Peace.
All right, so I just wanted to say my goodbyes too, and say a few things. Thank yous to everybody that came through. Thank you to people that didn't even come on and show their face or come on and speak. There were people in the comment section for sure contributing, and I made sure that y'all could be seen or heard. Or your question was answered or at least heard. Come on back. I guess I'm gonna try to do this again on Sunday. I'm gonna try to do it. We'll see. I want to get this stuff going on like a Sunday on a regular basis. Seems to be a good time for me. But y'all let me know, what you thought about this live by giving it a thumbs up, leaving comments in the comments section, subscribe to my channel, keep the San Miguel TV channel going. It's a small community of former members that, we try to keep in touch. That's mainly what my channel is about the ex-members of the Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ, and the cult leader who's now deceased named Jermaine Grant, who went by the fake Harlem Hebrew name Tazadakia. This guy's been exposed for years on my channel, and I'll keep doing it if as long as I have to, as long as there's still people in there claiming that this thing is somehow the truth or whatever the hell they want to claim. 4 hours and 57 minutes in, we'd had a lot of people that came on. Shout out to Sister Zenobia, the former elect lady. brother Gerari, brother from Minnesota, Gerari, former chief priest. You had St. Ivan in the comment section. You had Brooklyn Outlaw that came through. That's my guy, former bishop. You got Mr. Lobo that came through. I don't know what rank he had, former Icgjc Miami alumni. And shout out to Ty Mexico. You know who you are, brother. You supposed you wanted to come through and you did, and I didn't catch you in time. I saw you right when you bounced. Shout out to you for even considering coming through. William Kreider, I know I hit you up, man. I wanted you to come through and holla. But people got busy lives. My brother Need to Be Free. Brothers from the Injustice League, shout out to you guys. And that's about it, man. Peace out, y'all. Have a good night. Thanks for coming through. Much love. A Sharp, gotta holla at you soon. Sade, stay strong. We're gonna all get together and work things out. And brother Haram, appreciate you too. Russell G. Lewis, mad love for you. Aaron Wahab, my brother, thanks for coming through. My Queens brother. And there's a bunch of other names right now. Yakanaya Cod. I see you, man. Young Cat. Chris with the kicks. Chris with the new kicks. You might see this later. Much love to you, Mr. Juan Jose, my brother, man. I'm glad you out of that place, man. It's good to see people like you out. Tiffany Marie, thanks for coming through, Tiffany Marie. Man, a lot of people came through today. Eva Stansberry, you already know. Good woman right there. Strong sister. Christine Allen. Shout out to Christine Allen. Man, a lot of people that have been in the ICGJC. Some of them I know. I know Reno James. He's been on my channel coming through, showing me love for a long time. The Free Thinkers podcast, man. I think we had conversations before, and we got to talk about maybe you coming on my channel too. All right. Well, that's about it, man. I appreciate everybody for coming through. We literally about to hit the 5-hour mark in 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, y'all. I'm out. Much love. Peace. Wow.